Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Mark Hellinger.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, I produced a picture called Brother Orchid, starring Edward G. Robinson in one of those gangster roles he made so famous. During the making of that film, Eddie expressed to me an ultimate desire to put down his revolver and interpret characters of more variety and scope. Well, he has such a role tonight. He's the quiet and scholarly professor in the unusual drama, The Woman in the Window, from International Studios, producers of Tomorrow is Forever. Not for very long, however, does he lead the calm, scholastic life, because we throw across his path a strange but fascinating woman, then add a homicidal maniac who precipitates a murder, and bring you a most exciting melodrama, one of Hollywood's greatest successes of 1945. Co-starred in our cast, from one of the theater's oldest, most respected families, is Joan Bennett. Also, Dan Duryea, who has hurried west from his native New York City to be with us in tonight's play. Now, from coast to coast, the curtain rises on The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. Dusk in Midtown New York City. A scorching July day has ended, and now, before the evening rush to theaters, the streets are almost empty. There's a clubhouse just off Fifth Avenue, an unpretentious, dignified brownstone building. And waiting in front of it is an unpretentious, dignified gentleman. Next to the clubhouse is an art gallery. Slowly, the gentleman walks over and gazes into the window. Enchanted by the provocative face that smiles at him from a newly painted canvas, he is unaware that two men now stand behind him.
Just look at him. Richard Wanley, associate professor of applied psychology, bowled over by a picture of a pretty girl.
I wonder how long we have to stand here before he notices us.
Oh, Frank. And Michael. Well, how are you?
Been waiting long?
Oh, no. Say, who is she? The girl of the portrait. We haven't the faintest idea.
But she's definitely our dream girl, of course.
We noticed her last night. Well, it's an extraordinary painting.
And the model probably is an extraordinary woman.
Well, how about dinner? I'm starved.
Good. Family get off all right, Richard?
Yes, this afternoon, and I'm lonesome already.
Now, to tell the truth, Richard, you're thrilled over the prospects.
Well, who wouldn't be? A whole month of bachelorhood? No, I repeat, gentlemen, I miss my wife and I miss my children. Club and have dinner.
Now that's what I call a meal.
Well, what's on the program now? I suggest a drink, a cigar, and a good old talk fest right here in the club. Are you out of your mind? Frank, what about the Stork Club?
That's more like it.
Now, what's gotten into you tonight? The two of you. You're determined to show me the town, aren't you? Throw over the traces. Whoopee. We want to see you celebrate. It'll do you good. Well, that's a fine prescription, Michael, from one of the city's most respected doctors. It's an excellent prescription. Frank, as district attorney, you should know some nice gay spots. You know, some that your office may be thinking of closing up. Oh, now, look. We're three old crocs. That sort of shenanigans is not for us. Oh, so I'm an old croc, eh?
Richard is absolutely right. It's a darn good thing, too. Men our age...
Good thing? I didn't say it's a good thing. I rather doubt that it is for men of our age. I'm stuffy and stodgy, and all the brightness of life, the spirit and adventure, well... It's all gone by now.
Oh, come now. Michael was just kidding.
Only as far as tonight's concerned. I've got to be at the hospital in 30 minutes, but in principle, I was not kidding.
If you and Richard worked with the police as I do, you'd see what happens when middle-aged men try to act like colts. You'd know that tragedy starts out of the merest trifles. A casual impulse to do something daring, an idle flirtation. Youth can handle such things, but we... Judging from that look you're giving me, Richard, I am treading on a tender spot.
Oh, nonsense, if I'm giving you any look at simply one of academic disagreement. You see, with me, the flesh is still strong. It's the spirit that grows weaker by the hour. Yes, even if adventure should beckon to me. Even in the form of, of that most alluring woman in the window next door. I'm afraid all I do is clutch my coat a little tighter and run like the devil.
Well, at least you could get her phone number for me first. Well, I'm sorry to break this up, but I'm on my way. Wait a second. You give me a lift. What about dinner tomorrow night?
Excellent. Richard? Well, shall we say here, 7 o'clock?
Good.
Do you think it's safe to leave me here alone in my rebellious state of mind?
That depends on your plans.
A drink, glance at a book, and home in bed by 11 o'clock.
Good night, Richard.
Good night. Good night, Michael.
See you tomorrow.
Charles.
Yes, sir?
Charles, I'd like scotch and soda. I'm going to read here for a while. Will you be sure to remind me when it's 10:30?
Yes, sir.
You know, these absent-minded professors, sometimes I lose all track of time.
I'll remind you, sir. 10:30. Professor Wanley? Professor Wanley?
Hmm? Charles.
10:30, sir.
I didn't fall asleep.
I'm afraid you did, sir.
Well, I better be getting on home.
Shall I get your car, sir?
No. I parked just next door in front of that art gallery.
Well, good night, Professor.
Good night, Charles.
Paper, morning edition paper. Paper, mister?
No, thanks.
Say, that dame in the picture, some tomato.
Yeah, some tomato. The woman in the window. What did I tell Frank? I'd clutch my coat a little tighter and run like...
Well, what do you think of it?
I beg your pardon?
The portrait. What do you think of it?
But it's an amazing Why, it's you. You're the one...
Yes, I posed for it.
Well, then my admiration for the artist is doubled.
You mean it looks like it?
Oh, more than that. It is you.
I shouldn't be talking to you. It's just that every now and then I like to wander over here and watch people's reactions when they see the portrait.
Oh, you mean like just now? How did I react?
Well, there are only two reactions. One is a kind of solemn stare at the painting, and the other is a long, low whistle.
Well, which was mine?
I'm not certain, but I suspect that in another moment you might have given a long, low, solemn whistle.
Well, that rather embarrasses me.
Well, you don't look like a man given to whistles.
Oh, no. It's, if my admiration was that obvious, I'm afraid you might misunderstand what I
What
really...
if I said that I'd like very much to have a drink and talk for a few minutes?
Well, you must excuse me if I appear completely bewildered. I am.
Well, I have no designs on you, and one drink is all I'd care for. Is that all right?
Well, it's fine. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what's so funny?
Well, I was just thinking of a couple of my friends. I can't wait till I tell them about this. You see, they admired your portrait, too.
I have a few other subjects that the same artist painted. Would you care to see them?
Oh, very much.
Then you can take me home.
Well, it's a little late, isn't it? Besides, I recently was warned against the siren call of adventure at my age.
Is this adventure?
Oh, yes, it is. I should never have come here to have a drink with you.
Never?
No, but I think I'd like to see those other paintings very much. Beautiful. I've never seen finer composition and shading. Well...
I have a bottle of wine inside. Let's have a drink before you go. This is much too pleasant to break up.
I should say no. I haven't the slightest intention.
I'll be right back. Talk too tight?
Well, it's the wire around the top of the bottle. Do you have something I can cut the wire with?
Well, how about these scissors?
Oh, fine. That's your dog?
Why, yes, it's...
Who?
I don't know. It couldn't be. Oh, it's probably someone trying to locate somebody else in the building. That's what happens when you live on the ground floor.
Ellis, I just got in town and I...
Oh, Fred, I...
Who are you? Well, there's really no reason to be upset. My name is,
Fred, darling, listen, please.
I warned you. I told you if I ever found you double-crossing me.
Here, stop that, you fool. Stop hitting her.
And you. I'll kill you.
You, for heaven's sakes, man. You don't know what you're doing.
Go on. Talk.
Fred, you're choking him. You'll kill him.
that.
Fred, stop.
Stop it.
I'll kill you, too, you no good little...
Here are the scissors. Give me the scissors. Hurry.
Get away from here, Alice.
Stop, you. Please, hurry.
Here. What are you... Oh, no, don't. Is he...
Yes. Yes, I think so. I better telephone the police. What's his name?
Howard. Fred Howard. That's what he told me.
You don't think that's his right name?
I don't know. He's not breathing.
No.
He never told me where he lived or anything. He's just someone I knew. But he's so jealous and his temper, it's horrible. I'd see him maybe once or twice a week, but always alone.
You better tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
You said you always saw him alone? And how did you meet him?
On a train. Why?
Who knows that he saw you at all?
Unless he's told someone, which I doubt. No one.
You never mentioned him to anyone?
Not his name, not even the name he gave me. You think there's something we can do? I'll do anything. I don't want to go to jail.
Please try to keep calm. Let's think this out. He was trying to kill me. There's no question about that. If I hadn't killed him, he'd have killed me. What if the police say it was self-defense? I'm ruined any which way, my whole life.
You're thinking of something. What is it?
No, I was wondering if we have the nerve for something. Something dangerous that would shut the door on us completely if we were caught.
Anything you say. I'd die in jail. I'd die.
Now, if nobody knows about you, if nobody saw him come here, how could either of us be connected with this murder if his body were found miles away from here?
But how?
My car's still parked in front of the art gallery. I'll drive it back here.
Then what?
I'll take the body, leave it, somewhere in the country. It'll be found, but maybe not for a week or so.
You go for the car and I wait here?
Would you be afraid?
Well, once you got out of here, why should you come back? I don't even know who you are. And there isn't a man in the world who wouldn't try to get out of a mess like this if he could.
No, we mustn't quarrel. If we do that, we're lost.
Why can't I go with you?
Because we mustn't be seen together. There's no need for me to tell you who I am if we're successful.
All right. But leave something here.
I don't understand.
Leave something that would identify you if you don't come back.
No, that's fair enough. My hat. I have a vest. I always wear a vest, even in summer.
It'll do.
All right. Now we have to move fast. Look, almost no blood at all. That's very fortunate. Now, wash the scissors.
Yes.
Better boil them. Fingerprints, you know. The police do miraculous things with clues. A piece of cloth, a button.
I'll be very careful.
Nearly 1 o'clock. There may be some time getting back.
Why?
I don't know why. I only know that I want to be cautious. Now, just don't get panicking. Call the police. I promise you that I won't fail you. Quarter of 2. I've got to hurry. Oh, no.
Pull over, mister.
Yes, officer.
What's the matter with you?
Why, nothing.
Let's see your license.
Yes, sir.
What are you sweating for?
Am I? Oh.
Nice and cool now.
Oh, yes.
Name's Wanley, huh?
Hmm.
Got any other identification?
Well, I have a pencil, my initials that were engraved on it, here in my vest pocket. Oh, I guess I left my vest home. How about a letter? Here, it's from the president of Gotham College.
Let's see it. Professor, huh?
Associate professor. I know it sounds foolish, but I assure you I wasn't aware I was speeding.
Speeding? I didn't tag you for speeding. No. Your lights. Don't you ever turn them on at night?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Get going, Professor, but watch those lights from now on.
Yes, I will, officer. Thank you.
I thought you'd never get back.
Sorry. I wondered about it myself.
Before I forget, my name is Reed, Alice Reed, in case you have to come back again.
But if we're lucky, I won't have to come back. Now, we better get rid of anything that might identify him.
I've already done that.
You searched him?
Had to be done, didn't it? Here's his wallet and his watch.
A watch. What are those initials?
CM.
CM. That doesn't sound like Fred Howard, does it? Put the watch with the other things. Tomorrow get on a ferry boat and drop it all overboard and be sure that no one sees you. Now, what about this rug?
Well, there's only that one small spot.
Well, wash it very thoroughly. A laboratory can find signs of blood that the naked eye could never see.
I'll take care of it.
Now, do exactly what I tell you, please. Otherwise, we might as well give ourselves up. We've got to think of everything in advance. Now, remember that.
I will.
Now, when I leave here, I want you to go over the whole place. Wash these glasses and put them back on the shelf. And get rid of that champagne bottle. There mustn't be one sign that you had any visitors tonight, him or me or anyone else. Well, looks as if I'm ready.
I'll get a blanket.
Good. I'll bring it right back.
Right. He's quite heavy. Now, put out that light. Open the door. Take a look in the lobby.
It's all clear.
Wait for me here.
Miss Reed, I've got to hurry now.
You forgot something. Here.
Oh, my vest, thank you.
I won't see you again, I suppose.
Well, for both our sakes, I hope this ends the whole thing completely and forever.
All right, then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
In just a moment, Mark Hellinger will present Act Two of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. Back to Mark Hellinger and our stars.
Act 2 of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. In a remote section of Westchester County, the body of a man sprawls grotesquely in a clump of underbrush, just beyond a barbed wire fence. The ground is wet, for it rained hard last night, but still visible on the barbed wire is a drop of blood. And now, it's 9 o'clock at night. Professor Richard Wanley has just finished dinner with his friend, Dr. Barkstain. Quite unnoticed, beneath the sleeve of Wanley's coat is a fresh, clean, white bandage. A cut from barbed wire can leave a nasty wound.
Well, Richard, heard yet from Grace and the kids? Yes, I had a wire this morning. Arrived safe. Uneventful trip, all fine. No doubt you proceeded to spoil them with an immediate answer. Well, I wrote Grace this afternoon. I told her I'm lonelier than I ever have been. You look positively wistful. Well, doggone it, I do miss her. I wonder what's keeping Frank. He didn't say? Only that he was phoning from the police commissioner's office. He sounded excited. Well, here he is now. Frank.
Oh, hello, Michael. Richard.
Hello.
Sorry I missed dinner.
Well, count for yourself.
Claude Mazard has disappeared.
What do you mean, disappeared?
Mazard left Washington yesterday afternoon. He arrived at Penn Station last night and vanished completely.
Mazard, the financier?
Yes, the police are waiting for him until midnight. If he doesn't show up, we're giving it to the newspapers. Then watch the fireworks.
The stock market?
And how?
What did he look like? I mean, what sort of fellow was he?
A perfect nuisance. I knew him. He used to be a patient of mine.
Oh? I didn't know that.
Nerves, blood pressure, the most ungovernable temper I've ever seen.
Well, just because a man doesn't show up for a day, why assume he's been murdered?
I didn't say he was murdered.
Well, what
Mr. Lawler. Yes, Charles.
Telephone for you, sir.
Oh, thanks. Be right back. Excuse me.
I don't know why I said Mazard was murdered, but Frank's whole manner, it seemed to indicate violence of some kind.
Frank suspects it, too. His head's up like a bird dog's.
Oh.
He's on the scent of something.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Charles?
Mr. Lawler's phone call. He had to go right to his office. He said you would understand.
Well. Michael, I've rather a bad headache. If you don't mind, I think I'll run on home.
Well, I'm rather tuckered myself. You want something for that head?
No. It's just the heat.
Some nerve of Frank leaving us high and dry about Mazard.
Well, maybe he'll know more about it tomorrow.
I'll give him a call in the morning.
Yes, well, he'll probably be busy.
Nonsense. I'll see that we meet Frank tomorrow and get the whole sordid story. Can I call you at home?
Home? Oh, yes. I'll be home all day. Hello?
Richard, this is Michael. Do you happen to have your radio on?
No. Why?
Well, turn it on. There's a news broadcast. They found Claude Mazard's body up in Westchester.
Oh?
Some kids taking a hike in the woods. And you were right. He was murdered.
Well, I guess we won't be seeing Frank then. He'll be all tied up.
We certainly will see him. We're meeting him at 6 at the club again. By the way, how's that head of yours?
Oh, better, thanks.
Good. Well, I'll see you in a little while.
Yes, thanks for calling, Michael. Well, Frank, we're waiting to hear all about it.
Well, by now you've read the papers, but here's something. Mazard was not killed where the body was found.
Well, how do you know that?
We've got tire marks of a parked car. It rained, and the ground was soft. We also have a man's footprints. Deep prints when he was going into the woods carrying the body. Lighter coming back. Yes, the shoe prints should be very helpful.
Shoe prints?
These were well-worn shoes. They've told us quite a bit.
Don't be so indefinite.
Well, the man weighs about 160 pounds, wears a size 8 shoe, and is probably in moderate circumstances.
Well, that's rather a guess now, isn't it?
No, the shoes have been half soled. We like evidence like that. It doesn't help us name the murderer, of course, but once we line up a suspect, these things are positive checks against him. The car, the shoes, the kind of suit he wore.
You know that, too?
Oh, yes. And his blood. Inspector Jackson found blood on a wire fence. It didn't match with Mazard's.
Yes, but a clue like that on a barbed wire fence, could that be enough to be of any use?
Did I say barbed wire fence?
Well, didn't you?
No. But it was barbed wire, of course.
Oh.
I was only trying to impress you fellows with my keenness.
Well, in that case, Frank, I'll give you a chance to impress the whole city. Look at this.
At what?
Here, under my sleeve. See? Bandaged. Doesn't this suggest something to you, Frank?
Yes. You see my name on the front pages, and you make a desperate effort to elbow your way into the case by insinuating that you're the guilty man. But it's no use, my boy. You've wounded yourself for nothing.
Did you ever see such selfishness?
That bandage, Richard. What happened?
A couple of days ago, I cut it on a tin can. It's nothing.
Would you like to hear what the police think?
You bet we would.
Well, this afternoon we got a line on a woman. Now, who she is... Oh, wait a minute. Looking for me, Williams?
Yes, Mr. Lawler.
One of the boys on the staff. Be right back.
Frank's a very smart man, Michael.
Yes, he is. Richard, what's the matter?
Oh, I haven't been feeling any too well.
Missing the family, eh?
Yes, very much.
And a headache yesterday. I think you could do with a few capsules.
Capsules?
I'll write a prescription. 2 a day should pep you up considerably. Oh, you don't walk in your sleep, do you?
Not that I know of. Why?
Well, I'd hate to think of you wandering into the bathroom and popping these capsules into your mouth like peanuts.
Poison?
Technically, no. It's a gland concentrate. But too much of it would hit the old heart like a sledgehammer.
Instantly?
Oh, 20 or 30 minutes and...
What's going on here?
Oh, just a prescription for Richard. It not only kills you if you take enough, but it leaves no trace. Just a case of heart disease. That's all you could say.
Oh, fine.
Frank, a minute ago, you mentioned the woman.
Oh, yes. Well, the police had a theory this afternoon. Mazard was a bachelor, but he had a girlfriend. They're certain of that. But they don't know who she is. Well, Mazard probably called on her. A man was already there, a man the girl liked better than Mazard.
Well, how would the police know that?
Well, because she's made no effort to bring the killer to justice or identify herself.
That's just a theory, of course.
I said that. Well, Mazard is killed. They get rid of his body. But now these two people, this man and this woman, sit hating and fearing each other, each wondering how long it'll be before the other blabs out the whole story.
Always a woman, eh?
Oh, that was the theory this afternoon.
Oh, they've changed their minds?
Williams just told me something that pulls the rug right out from under that theory.
Really?
It seems that Mazard's partners were always afraid that he'd get into trouble. They knew his temper. So they hired a bodyguard, a fellow by the name of Arthur Height, to follow him secretly at all times. The bodyguard has also disappeared.
Then he could be the murderer, couldn't he?
Well, he might have tried to blackmail Mazard, killed him in a fight. Or he might have witnessed the murder and is getting ready to blackmail the killers. But even if he's 100% innocent, Height still won't walk in and talk.
Well, why do you say that? Why wouldn't he?
Oh, because he's a known crook with a blackmailing record. He's wanted now for at least 2 other raps. We'll get that gentleman only when we run him down, not before.
Nice fellow to pick for a bodyguard.
Don't ask me why Wall Street geniuses do anything. He was tough and strong, and I suppose that's all they thought about. Anyway, I'm going up to Westchester tomorrow morning to look over this place where they found the body. Want to come along?
I wish I could, but I've got a date with some gallstones.
Richard?
Go along by all means.
Well, I'm
afraid
he'll
that,
go,
Frank. I'm his physician, and I order him to go. Give you something to think about, Richard.
Well, all right.
Good. Inspector Jackson will be with me. We'll try to show you how the law operates to nail a man. How much further, Inspector?
Just a half mile or so.
Well, I must say this is quite an adventure for me.
Richard, that hand of yours seems to be bothering you. Let me see.
Oh, throbs a little, nothing serious.
What's the matter with your hand, Professor Wanley?
Well, I I was opening a can the other night, and the can opener slipped.
Oh. But all around the bandage, that rash there.
Oh.
Why, that's poison ivy, isn't it?
Oh, as a matter of fact, it is. The day after I cut it, I played golf. Looked for a lost ball and got into some poison ivy.
Nasty stuff. Oh, Mr. Lawler.
Yes?
We picked up that woman this morning.
Good. What's she got to say?
We'll know in a few minutes. They've got her at the scene now.
Woman? That theory you were telling me about, Frank.
Yes. Before we talk to her, Inspector, I'd like to do some looking around.
Okay. Well, here we are. That's the place down there where you see those houses. The woman's waiting in Williams' car, Mr. Lawler. Shall we take a look in the woods now?
Yes. I want to point out to the professor just what you've learned.
Oh, please, I really wouldn't want to
It's a
interfere.
pleasure. Well, back there is where the car was parked. We know it had Goodrich tires, 716, about 20,000 miles. A motorcycle officer recalls seeing a car that might be the one we're looking for.
Oh? Did he see who was in it?
A man, but he couldn't make a positive identification. Well, let's look at where he dropped the body.
Richard.
Yes?
Are you going to be our guide?
Oh, do you mean I'm walking in the right direction?
Straight as an arrow. Well, now.
That's very odd. I wasn't even thinking of where I was going.
Oh, don't get nervous, Richard. We rarely arrest people just for knowing where the body was.
Now, our killer didn't know about this fence. He couldn't go any farther, so he just dumped the body over here. You see?
Yes.
He tore his coat, probably the sleeve, when he lifted the body over. We found a couple of shreds of woolen fiber.
They couldn't have been from Mazur's clothes?
Different material. And we got that sample of blood from this barb here.
Mazur was a heavy man. The murderer certainly didn't pick himself an easy job.
Oh, especially at night.
Well, yes, it might have been at night.
I rather figure it at along about daybreak.
Well, I thought the newspaper said night.
We can go back now. Oh, say, what are those boards doing over there?
The men put them there yesterday. They found some poison ivy.
Poison ivy? Richard, looks as if you'd better do some more explaining.
Well, closing in on me, huh?
If you'd only confess, Professor, we could wrap this whole case up before lunch.
Oh, no, not me. You're going to have to work for this one, Inspector.
Just wait till he sees the woman. He'll break down completely.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll skip that part.
Oh?
I've been having headaches for the last few days. If it's all right, I'll just rest a while in your car.
Oh, sorry, Richard. Sure. I'll wait in a few minutes. Well, how's the head? Feeling any better?
Yes, a little, thanks.
Well, we'll be on our way directly.
What does the woman have to say?
Very little. She's got something on her conscience. But what woman hasn't?
Yes. Well, where did they find her?
Second-class hotel off Broadway. She seems a lot too dingy for Mazard. He'd do better than that, I'm sure.
Oh, cheap-looking?
Bottom of the barrel. We're about ready to drop the woman angle anyway. It's the bodyguard who's hot now. Very hot.
The bodyguard? Yes, I see. Hello?
Professor Wanley?
Yes?
This is Alice Reed.
Miss Reed, how did you know my phone number? How did you know my name?
Have you seen the early editions?
No.
Your picture's in the paper. Congratulations.
Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
Well, wait a second. I'll read it to you. Here it is. Dr. George F. Reynolds, president of Gotham College, yesterday announced the promotion of Richard Wanley to head of the Department of Psychology.
Yes, of course. I wasn't expecting it until 4.
Did I frighten you?
A bit. Everything all right?
I suppose so, isn't it?
You've heard nothing from anyone?
Have you?
No, not so far.
Oh, I'm not worrying now. I'm sure we're out of it.
I hope so.
And I'm not going to bother you, believe me.
Oh, it's quite all right. I'm rather glad I heard from you.
Well, there goes my buzzer. I'd better hang up.
Yes, well, good night, and thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Coming. Who is it?
Open up, Miss Reed.
Who is it?
My name is Height. Arthur Height. I want to have a little talk about our friend, Mr. Mazid.
I don't know you, and I don't know your friend, Mr. Mazid, so beat it.
You don't want me to get tough, do you?
I don't care how tough you get. You're not coming in here.
I'm not kidding, lady. Open the door or I go to the cops.
Come in.
Thanks, Miss Reed.
Now say what you've got to say and get out of here.
Sure. In case you didn't hear, there's a reward of $10,000 for information leading to the arrest of the murderer of Claude Mazid.
You didn't come here to tell me that.
Look, sister, if you're going to say you never heard of Mazid, save your breath. I've tailed him here a dozen times.
He's been here, but not under that name. I never knew who he was until I saw the papers, so you're the one who's wasting your breath.
I don't think I am. Honestly.
I know nothing whatever about the death of Mr. Mazid.
Nothing? Okay. Then you won't mind a bit if I just take a look around in here. Sit down and relax, honey. This may take me quite a little while.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. Back to our microphone comes Mark Hellinger.
Act 3 of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. For nearly an hour, Alice Reed has stood helplessly by, watching her visitor search her apartment with frightening thoroughness. Her pounding heart is calmer now, for it's apparent that the bodyguard of the murdered man has discovered very little.
Now that you've ransacked my rooms, Mr. Height, suppose you tell me what you're looking for.
I wouldn't know that, Miss Reed, till I find it. But I'd be glad to settle for a trace of blood, or a photograph, or even a confession.
Confession?
I can't understand it. Everything here's been wiped so clean. Pretty good housekeeper, I guess.
Thanks.
Yes, sir, not a fingerprint anywhere. Not even where you'd think they'd be naturally. Oh, I picked up these scissors inside. Are these the ones he was stabbed with? They've been cleaned off real good, but I think I'll take them along.
Anything else?
As a matter of fact, there is. This, Miss Reed, this gold pencil.
Oh.
I found it in your dressing room. The pencil's engraved R.W. Now, that doesn't stand for Alice Reed. And it doesn't stand for Claude Mazard, either. Whose is it, baby? What's his first name? R for Robert? Or Ralph, maybe? Oh, I'm getting warm, all right. There's no question about that in my mind.
All right, what do you want?
Well, the way I figure it, you just don't want the police nosing around here. Is that right?
Who does?
Well, that's what I mean. Well, there's a $10,000 reward out for just the sort of information I got. But the way I see it, if I got $5,000 from you, I'd be perfectly satisfied.
Are you crazy? I haven't got $5,000. Go on, go to the police and tell them whatever you like.
You don't want me to do anything like that, Miss Reed. Mr. Mazard was a rich man. You can't tell me you didn't get something out of him. Don't forget, you'll be a lot better off dealing with me than the homicide squad.
I have a pin and bracelet. They must be worth at least $1,000. Take them and get out of here.
No, ma'am. Nothing like that. Nothing but cash. $5,000. Cash.
You know you're just bluffing. If you can get a $10,000 reward, why should you be satisfied with my $5,000? Suppose I tell you to whistle for it.
You want to take a chance on that? You see, honey, you killed Mazard, you and some guy. If you were in the clear, you'd have called the cops the minute I stuck my nose in here. That's why you got to look at it my way, don't you see?
I'll have to think it over.
Yes. You think it over and see if I'm not right. And I'll be back here tomorrow night. Now, don't worry. Just get the cash, and that'll be the end of the whole business.
Hello?
You know who this is?
Yes, what's the
I've
matter?
got to see you. Don't ask any questions now. Can you meet me?
Well, yes, where?
I'll be walking near the monument, Riverside Drive. 20 minutes?
All right, 20 minutes.
And then he left, but he said he'll be back tomorrow night.
Well, we'd better not talk anymore here. You may be noticed.
What'll we do, walk?
Yes. You're sure you've told me everything?
Oh, there's something else. The night it happened, you forgot to take something out of your vest. A gold pencil.
Oh, that's what it's been.
I kept it because I wasn't sure of you. I wanted something just in case.
I found the pencil?
Yes. You're angry with me?
Well, it's done now. It doesn't matter.
I don't expect you to pay all the money. I have a little, and I can raise some more on some jewelry.
Well, you're very fair, Alice. Very generous.
It'll be worth it to get rid of him.
Yes, but it won't get rid of him. If we pay him once, it'll go on as long as we live.
But if we don't, he'll set the police on us.
No, that's blackmail. You pay or the blow falls.
So what can we do?
Well, let's not talk anymore now. Meet me here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
You think you can figure out something?
Alice, there are only 3 ways to deal with a blackmailer. You can pay him off and pay him and pay him until you're bled white. Or you can call the police and take the consequences. Or you can kill him.
Just 3 ways. Are you going home now?
Yes, but on my way, I'm stopping at a drugstore. There's a prescription I want to get filled.
Morning.
We'll just walk along here as we don't know each other. Did you notice anyone following you?
No, I don't think so. But I'm frightened.
Well, I give you my word. The police don't even know we're alive. I've been to the bank. Here, take this envelope. There's $5,000 in it.
I can pay some of it back.
Well, we'll worry about that later. When you see Hyde tonight, don't give him all of it. Tell him you didn't raise it all, that he'd have to come back tomorrow.
You mentioned a prescription last night.
Yes. Have you any idea what it is?
I think I have.
Well, it's in the envelope, too. Some capsules. Open the capsules and shake out the powder. In liquid, it dissolves almost instantly.
The druggist happened to mention that.
How many capsules are needed?
I wrote it all down. There's a note in the box. But if you don't think you can go through with it, we'll work out some other plan.
I can do it. How soon is the drug effective?
20 to 30 minutes. Once he takes it, make sure he leaves your apartment. Well, we better separate now.
Yes. Wish me luck.
Good luck. If you lose your nerve, don't get frightened. We'll find another way.
I'll phone you tonight after he's gone. Come in, Mr. Height.
Thanks. Hey, you're all dolled up. Is that get up for my benefit?
I'm glad if you like it, of course.
That Mazard knew how to pick 'em all right. Okay, where's the dough?
Well, $5,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't been able to raise it all yet, but I will tomorrow.
How much have you got?
2,900.
That's about what I guessed.
What do you mean?
2,900. That's the kind of a figure I'd say if I had some other idea in mind. Not too little, not too much.
Don't you believe me?
Who told you to hand me this line?
Nobody.
Nobody, huh?
Is it all right? Here, it's in this envelope.
Yeah. You know, you're pretty cute.
Is it all right?
I'll take it. What else can I do?
Well, now, if you don't mind, I think I need a drink. Would you like one?
What have you got?
I'm going to have a scotch and soda.
Make it two.
Sit down. I'll be back in a minute. Well, that didn't take long, did it? Here's your drink.
Thanks. You know, I've been sitting here thinking.
Oh?
Where's the boyfriend all this time?
There isn't any boyfriend. You don't believe a thing I say, do you?
I'm just naturally what they call a cynic, honey. What kind of a heel is he shoving a nice kid like you out in front?
Oh, what's the use of my trying to tell you anything?
So everything's kosher.
Yes.
Then why are you giving me this dough? Just because you like me?
I'm giving it to you because I don't want to get involved in any way. You can't tell what they try to hang on me.
Oh, honey.
Well, you're not drinking.
Wait a minute. How would you like to get out of this whole thing?
Get out of it?
Yes, completely.
How?
I'll be leaving town soon, Mexico. You can come along. Think about it for a minute. I'm not such a bad guy.
I didn't say you were.
Take a look in the mirror, beautiful. And if you're still thinking of that boyfriend you haven't got, don't be a sucker. In a jam like this, you gotta look out for yourself.
Yes, I suppose so. When would we leave?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Well, I'll have to do some phoning. I can't have people running to the police getting excited about me disappearing.
Yeah, you'll have to watch that. Is it a deal, then?
I guess so. I guess it is.
Look at me, baby. Yes, sir. Mazard sure could pick 'em. Well, you leave it to me, and we'll do all right.
I don't seem to have any choice. But don't you want your drink? Here's some more ice. Well, here's to us.
You really want me to drink this?
Why not?
You take it.
But I have a drink.
I know. I'll take yours, and you take mine. What's the matter?
Nothing.
All right, then. Drink it. Drink it, I said. What do you take me for, some punk kid?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, then why wouldn't you drink it? All right. You gave me $2,900. Now let's have the rest of it.
There isn't any more.
Will you stop acting like I'm a school kid? Get the rest of that dough and... Wait a minute. Stay right where you are. Right under my nose all the time. I thought that book looked kind of fat. Hiding the dough in a book on a bookshelf. And a watch. A gold watch behind the book. You amateurs. How could you lie to Pappy like that?
All right. I did lie, but it's all there. You've got your money. Now get out.
A watch with Mazard's initials on it. C.M. I'm taking this, too, honey. And just because you've been such a smart little chiseler, you're going to have to dig up some more dough for Pappy. Another $5,000. How do you like that? By tomorrow night.
It's no use. I can't do it.
You try, anyway. And I'll be around tomorrow night again just to see what luck you had.
almost crazy waiting for you to telephone. You know those capsules I gave you? Well, I've got some of them here right now in front of me. If something had gone wrong, I've been thinking they'd be my only way out.
Oh, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, there's no need to now, is there?
Please listen to me.
What's the matter?
He's too smart. He figured it all out about the drug, and he's got all the money, and now he wants more.
More and more and more.
I don't know what else I could have done. He'll be back tomorrow night. What can we do?
I don't know. I haven't any more money. I just don't know. I'm too tired to think about it anymore. Too tired.
Hello? Hello?
My wife, my children. There's no other way, no other way.
I'd hate to think of you popping these into your mouth like peanuts. Hits the old heart like a sledgehammer.
No other way.
Just a case of heart disease, that's all you can say.
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Just a second, mister. I said just a second.
You talking to me?
Yeah. I'm from police headquarters. What were you doing in that apartment house?
Detective, huh? Mind if I ask to see your badge?
What's the matter? Don't you believe?
Is that him, Mackenzie?
Yeah. Yeah, he's ducking back at the building there.
I see him. Stay where you are, Trevor. There's no sense shooting. You better drop that gun.
I said stay where you are.
Sorry, but I'm coming after you. I got him, Mackenzie. Come here, we'll take a look.
I got a flashlight here. We can... Dead?
Yeah.
What do you want to start shooting for?
Just didn't want to burn, I guess. He killed Mazard.
You're sure of that, Inspector?
Look. Look what's in his pocket.
That watch?
See the initials on it? C.M.
Would you look at that bankroll?
Yeah. Mazard always carried a roll. Funny, I was beginning to get an entirely different angle on this case. Well, this washes it up, I guess.
Well, here comes the neighborhood.
Stay here. Keep him back, and I'll go telephone.
Yes, sir. All right, stand back now. Stand back.
Who is it, officer? Who is it?
Only the guy that bumped off Claude Mazard, that's all.
Did you hear what he said? The guy who killed Mazard.
Yes, I heard. Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
What's the matter, lady? Don't you feel good?
Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, I've been trying to dial Morningside 85354, and there's no answer. But I know there's someone there. I know it.
Morningside 85354.
Yes, will you check it, please, and see if the line's out of order? Oh, please, it's very important.
One moment, please. I'll call a number.
Telephone. Answer. Telephone. I can't move. My lip ring. Make no difference. A few minutes more. Be free. Free.
Professor Wanley. Professor Wanley, sir.
What? Who is it?
You wanted me to remind you when it was 10:30, sir.
Oh.
You must have fallen asleep.
Asleep? I've been asleep?
Yes, sir.
A dream. It was all a dream.
Sir?
Charles, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you again.
Well, thank you, sir.
Well, I'll get my hat and run along on home.
Oh, this pencil, sir. I think this is your pencil, isn't it?
Yes. Where was it?
In the dining room. You must have left it there when you signed the dinner check.
Well, it wouldn't do to lose this, Charles. My wife gave it to me as a going-away present. She went away this afternoon. Thank you, Charles. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Paper, morning edition paper. Paper, mister?
Oh, no, thanks.
Say, that dame in the picture, some tomato.
Yes, my boy. Some tomato.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Director, John Farrell. Star, Edward G. Robinson.
The NBC Theater presents the Screen Directors Guild production of A Chronicle of Fear, Paramount's Night Has 1,000 Eyes, with its original team of screen director John Farrell, screen star Edward G. Robinson, and William Demarest. Although technical and artistic skills are the everyday instruments of the motion picture director, the very heart of his craft is fashioned from another sort of knowledge, the knowledge of the world in which he lives, and that can be gained only by living a life rich in experience. Such is the background of tonight's guest on the NBC Theater. A native Australian, he has been a seaman, soldier of fortune, adventurer at large, and has made an enduring mark as a scholarly writer of fiction and nonfiction. Here, then, is the director of many famous Paramount films, such as Wake Island, 2 Years Before the Mast, The Big Clock, the soon-to-be-released Alias Nick Beale, and tonight's story, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Farrell.
Night Has 1,000 Eyes is a story of the supernatural, but it is not a flight of fancy. Counterparts of the strange phenomena in tonight's story have been the subject of recent scientific study by some of our universities. Thus, through the medium of film, and now through the radio, we attempt to reveal a bizarre and a rather terrifying aspect of the strange world in which we live. Now, for the first time on the air, here is Night Has 1,000 Eyes, starring Edward G. Robinson as John Triton, with William Demarest as Lieutenant Joan.
In the drawing room of a fine suburban home, a young man named Carson reads a strange manuscript while the company listens gravely and silently.
My dear Carson, as you read this manuscript, I will be dead. No one is to blame. My death was as certain as all the other strange events I foresaw. Some of you who have seen me die will doubt this story and dismiss it as a series of
contrived events and coincidences. But you, Carson, and some of the others will know that there are things on Earth still hidden from us, still secret and unfathomable. I suppose most men can look back and see the exact point where destiny touched them. My destiny came upon me on the night of August 3rd, 1929. I was billed as Triton, the mental wizard. Like most mind-reading acts, it was a phony, but a first-class phony. Jenny, my lovely fiancée, had collected all the questions from the audience, and my good friend Whitney Cortland was ready for his part at the piano. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from where I stand, I shall endeavor to read the questions which you have written and which are now unopened, mind you, in that glass bowl. Now, if I may have a little quiet music, Mr. Cortland. Let me see. I sense a name. A lady's name. Brian. No, Byers. That's it, Byers. Clara Byers. Miss Byers asked a question. She wishes to know... Something's wrong. There are disruptive impulses coming from the audience. A woman in a white dress, a little boy. Madam, you there in the third row. Your little boy is in great danger. You must go home at once. At once! Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue where we left off. If I may have some quiet music, Mr. Cortland. The incident disturbed me. But then I forgot about it entirely until late that night when the telephone rang in my room. It was the woman calling to tell me that she had come home to find the boy's room in flames. She had arrived just in time to save the child's life. And I was worried, deeply worried, although not yet frightened. There were other incidents, one of them brought on by Courtney's usual concern about our economic situation.
Well, kids, it's the same old story. Broke again. We could stand a little ready cash. Matter of fact, I'm going to put our last 10 spot on ready cash in the 5th at Green Meadows.
Ready cash? No, not ready cash. He'll fall and have to be destroyed. Pay again by 2 lengths. Ready cash fell and had to be destroyed. Pay again 1 by 2 lengths. It occurred to me that we might make fortunes this way. I didn't want to. It scared me. I began having a crazy feeling that by telling them, I was making the things come true. I began to wonder, would anything have happened if I'd kept quiet? And then one dismal, rainy day, I had my chance to find out. I was coming out of the theater. A little boy recognized me and asked me for an autograph. And then he turned to skip away. Wait, son! I'd had a vision of a car skidding on the slick pavement. A wild cry. And then I thought, no, perhaps if I keep it to myself, it won't happen. Nothing, son. Just run along now. Run along. He went. A moment later... It was no use. After the boy's death, I knew I could foresee these events, but I was powerless to prevent their coming true.
Look, Johnny, I just met a big oil man down in the lobby who wants us to come in on this Comanche Hills oil field.
Well, so what?
Well, do you suppose you could get a hunch on a sporting proposition like that? Might make us a lot of money.
No, it's no good, Court. We're washed up on hunches.
Why, Johnny?
Well, because I'm scared, Jenny, plain scared.
I haven't had a very good feeling about it myself, Johnny.
Well, all right. We'd better get down to the theater then and earn it the hard way. Curtain in 20 minutes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will all please concentrate on the sealed questions you have addressed to me, please. A little quiet music, Mr. Cortland. I'm concentrating on a particular envelope. A young lady's handwriting. She, the young lady... I looked at Jenny. Stared at Jenny, so beautiful, so fragile and desirable, and so much to me. I saw her and something else.
Johnny.
Ring down the curtain.
Johnny, what's the matter?
Ring down the curtain, I tell you. Ring down the curtain!
You sure you feel better now, Johnny?
Oh, sure, Jenny. I just felt a little dizzy out there.
You sure had us worried there for a while.
Oh, Court.
Yeah?
Had a sort of a minor hunch about that Comanche Hills oil proposition. Be one of the richest oil pools in the country. Make us all rich.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Johnny. Now let's go out and eat.
No, you and Jenny go ahead. I'll join you later. Maybe it was the wrong decision, but I went away. What I'd seen that night on the stage had been Jenny's death. If I stayed, we'd be married and there'd be a child. The child would live, but Jenny wouldn't. I had to go away to save Jenny's life and save my own sanity. I knew Cortland would take care of Jenny and Comanche Hills Oil would take care of both of them. Yes, but I knew I had to get away from people, especially the people I loved. I went away. It didn't work. A year later, I heard that Jenny had married Cortland. She died when her daughter Jean was born. I read about it in Variety. For 20 years, I lived almost a hermit's life and had no more visions. This gift or the curse seemed to wither from this use. And then after 20 years, on the night of Jean's debut, I stood outside in the crowd and I watched her go inside the fine hotel, holding tight to Court's arm. Jenny's daughter was lovely, and I was proud. I watched them disappear inside, and then after 20 years of peace, it happened. For a moment, I saw the image of wreckage, the smoking wreckage of an airplane. And then it was gone. What did it mean this time? But nothing happened. And I forgot about it completely for 3 months. Until one day in my shop, I turned on a small radio I just repaired.
Now the 11:55 news brought by your Comanche oil reporter. New York. Flying his converted Army bomber, Whitney Cortland, multimillionaire president of Comanche Oil, took off from LaGuardia Airport early today in an attempt to smash the East-West transcontinental record. He and his pilot, former Army flyer Richard Wanley.
No! I must warn Jean. Miss Cortland, I'm sorry to force my way in here, but I have an extremely important message for your father.
I'm sorry, but my father isn't here now.
Now, see here, old man. I'm Miss Cortland's fiancé. Miss Cortland...
No, you've got to reach your father when he lands in Wichita to refuel.
But why?
You must halt the flight.
Halt the flight?
That's absurd.
Why should Father give up his
But if
flight?
he doesn't, this plane will crash.
How do you know that?
Oh, Miss Cortland, please. You're wasting priceless time.
All right, I'll call. But I'll ask you a lot of questions afterwards. I want to talk to Wichita, Kansas Airport. I haven't the number.
You make a practice of predicting plane crashes?
Oh, no.
I'll wait, thank you.
Maybe just the planes of very rich men.
Please.
Perhaps you're betting that he doesn't beat the record.
Hello? Hello, this is Whitney Cortland's daughter. When my father lands, have him call me immediately, will you? What? Oh, no. Oh, no!
The radio had it a few minutes later. In an hour, the extras were on the street. The Comanche Angel had crashed in Kansas. Both men were dead.
You've been very kind helping me over these past few days, Mr. Triton. I'm so grateful.
Well, your father was my best friend.
But If you'd only warned us sooner, if you'd only known sooner.
I don't think it would have made any difference.
Mr. Triton, what's wrong?
You have a new maid.
Why, yes, why?
You have an emerald bracelet.
Yes.
Get rid of the maid before the bracelet. Before...
What? Please, tell me.
Jean, it doesn't matter now.
Why doesn't it matter? You mean not to me? You mean I won't need the bracelet? You mean I'm going to die too? Tell me.
Yes.
When?
Soon?
When?
Before the end of the week. At night. Under the stars. Jean.
The NBC Theater is presenting the Screen Directors Guild production of Night Has 1,000 Eyes, starring Edward G. Robinson with William Demarest, and introducing the director of the film, John Farrow.
You remember, Carson. You went to the police. They told you, yes, there had been a John Triton, mental wizard, who pretended to be able to predict things back in the 20s. They sent a certain Detective Lieutenant Sean to investigate me where I was staying in Jean's house. My first interview with Sean in my little room under the eaves, far from reassure the good lieutenant, for even as I answered his bitter questions, the veil lifted again. And I saw.
Hey, Triton, come out of it. Hey.
I see a flower.
Ah, drop it, Triton. Cut.
A flower, crushed and broken. I hear a sudden wind shaking the windows. I hear a voice saying, "There's no danger now." And I see her.
Who?
Jean, lying under the stars, and beside her, the paws and talons of a lion.
A lion?
Under the stars.
Did you find out what time this happens to Miss Cortland?
Tonight, as the clock strikes 11. Lieutenant Sean was all for arresting me at once. The rest of you were tolerantly skeptical, which saved me for a while. Downstairs with Jean and you, Carson, were two gentlemen, a Mr. Gilman.
Mr. Gilman, president of Mid-Tide Oil.
Good evening, Mr. Triton.
And a Mr. Myers, attorney for Cortland's estate.
How do you do, Mr. Triton?
Together, we sat down, and for the next 2 hours, our lives were geared to the relentless machinery of the grandfather's clock that ticked away near the curtained archway.
Frankly, I think this is ridiculous. Sitting around like this when we should be looking for a packet of missing options.
I'm sure I'll find them, Mr. Myers.
They'll be worthless in 36 hours.
Jean, are you sure you can't remember where your father put those options?
Please, Mr. Gilman. I'm much too upset.
Well, the Mid-Tide merger can't go through without them.
I suggest Jean be permitted to forget about big business while we all concentrate
on the clock, Mr. Carson.
Shut up, Triton.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
One down.
And 1 more hour to go.
And so far, nothing has materialized in your weird chain of events. A crushed flower indeed, a lion, a sudden wind.
Anyone interested in the 10 o'clock news? Here. Personally, I'm interested in the 11 o'clock
Which
news.
was upset in a collision tonight at Wilshire and Sepulveda. The Lion escaped when a trailer truck
Lion.
rammed the
Turn that off.
Lion.
Lock the doors. Lock the windows. Put out some lights.
I'll lock up and go through the whole house.
Thanks, Gilman.
Well, there's the lion. We haven't heard a wind, or seen a crushed flower, or heard anyone say...
Don't
there's
say
no-
it.
Sorry. Hey, those carnations in that vase. Get them out.
Carnations?
Get them out. I don't believe any of this, but I'm taking no chances.
I'll give you the lieutenant.
Careful now. Stand back. Don't anybody move. Not a one crushed.
That was a close one.
Mr. Myers, there's something sticking out under your foot.
Something, huh?
Lord. A carnation. Crushed and broken.
That does it, Triton.
No, not quite. Nothing final can happen until 11 o'clock.
And it ain't going to happen because you're around. I'm taking you downtown until after 11.
All right, Lieutenant, but it won't do any good. I'll be back at 11.
Stand still, Triton. Relax.
Yes, but I tell you, Sean, if you let me return to Jean's house, there's a chance I can use this power of mine to save her.
You put on a good show, Triton. Only I ain't buying.
Now, listen. You've a man in the cell here. His name is Amos Block. I see him in his cell now, a suicide.
You don't say. Well, there's one I can check on. Hello. Quinn? Sean. How's Block doing? Uh-huh. Thanks. In his cell playing solitaire.
Well, nevertheless, I see him in...
Now I'm going to leave you with the boys here and go back to Miss Cortland's. Be good, huh?
"15 minutes to, Jean.
Yes.
Yeah, everything is under control. It's very copacetic.
Oh, dear.
Close that French window. Close it.
I'll close it, Lieutenant.
I thought Gilman took care of that.
Where is Gilman, by the way?
There. That does it all right.
Sudden wind.
Yeah. I'll get it. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Quinn? No. Amos Block hung himself in his cell, but he can't do that. That's suicide. Hey, look, I want Triton here before it strikes 11. I don't care how, but get him here. What time is it?
10:47.
Oh, Lord, you made the night too long.
Just one more minute to go, darling.
45 seconds.
Oh, Mr. Myers.
Well, folks, you can forget the lion. They just killed it over at Veteran Hospital.
Oh, thank goodness.
This is it. 11 o'clock.
Elliot.
Yeah?
Back to back with me. Miss Cortland, get between us. Don't anybody move. I'll shoot the man who does.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's it, folks.
It's all over. Nothing's happened.
Oh, Elliot. Elliot, darling.
It's all history now, dear. Forget it.
Elliot. I'm going outside.
I'll go with you.
No. I want to get used to standing out under the stars again. Alone. And not being afraid. Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much, all of you.
I'll say this for Triton. He sure called his shots except that voice saying, "There's no danger now."
You just said it.
Yeah, but it's too late now to mean anything. Ain't it?
Sean.
Come in, Professor. Come in.
Where is she? Where's Miss Cortland?
Outside.
You let her go outside?
It's after 11.
No, it's not.
Look at the clock.
That clock is wrong.
It was right.
Well, then it's been tampered with. I've got to go to her.
Stop.
Triton!
Haul her out. Shoot.
It's too late for that. After him. He mustn't get near Jean.
Eight, 9, 10, 11.
That's right. 11 o'clock, Miss Cortland.
Oh, Mr. Gilman.
Your troubles are over now. There's no danger now.
11 o'clock. And a voice saying, "There's no danger." He must have meant you.
No, you don't.
No, please.
Gilman, let go of her. Let go of her, you fool.
There he is, Sean.
Right.
Get him!
Plugged him. But good.
Jean, are you all right?
Oh, Elliot.
It's all right, Jean. You're safe now. Triton's dead.
Triton? Dead? But it was Gilman who tried to kill me.
Gilman, he didn't want those options found. But I didn't think he'd resort to murder.
Oh, poor Mr. Gilman. He died to save me.
But are you all right?
My throat hurts. Elliot, look. Mr. Triton. He's resting against the foot of that marble lion.
Marble lion. Of course. And that, Carson, ends this dark diary. I foresaw everything, even my own death. And tonight at headquarters,
I finished this diary. I left it in my pocket for you to find. Only time and the expanding wisdom of mankind will confirm the story in years to come. For there are reaches of the mind still undreamed of, and there are many mysteries of time and space and spirit to be shown to us. The stars look down. The night has 1,000 eyes to search the soul of man and see if he's equal to his fathomless tomorrows, where there are yet more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy.
In a moment, we'll return with our stars. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you another first in radio, a full-hour production of director Billy Wilder's great Paramount film comedy, A Foreign Affair. And starring in this hour-long drama will be Rosalind Russell, Marlena Dietrich, and John Lund. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Edward G. Robinson and William Demarest, and screen director John Farrell.
John, it's been great fun for Bill and me, slipping back into character for our parts Night Has 1,000 Eyes.
Well, I just hope Bill here doesn't start having one of his visions again.
What, you mean cool, solid Bill Demarest is in tune with the supernatural?
He thought he was.
No, wait a minute. I know what you're talking about. And I really did have a vision.
Yeah?
I was standing talking to Johnny on the set, and suddenly I knew one of the camera booms was swinging around behind us.
What happened?
He yelled, "Johnny, fall on your face."
Well, did you get hurt?
My nose was almost broken.
By the camera boom?
No, by falling on my face. There wasn't a camera within 50 yards.
Well, I had a vision.
Well, we don't have to be visionaries, John, to know that your direction inspired Bill and myself and everyone else connected with the picture. You did a great job.
Check, Eddie. That goes for me, too.
Thanks very much. But suddenly I seem to be getting a vision myself.
What do you see?
I see us being cut off the air if we don't say good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
And good night to you, Edward G. Robinson, William Demarest, and John Farrell. Night Has 1,000 Eyes was adapted by Milton Geiger from an original story by Cornell Walry. Music was by Henry Russell. Production was supervised by Howard Wiley. Associate producer Bill Carr. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Night Has 1,000 Eyes was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing My One True Love, starring Phyllis Calvert, Melvin Douglas, and Wanda Hendricks. Edward G. Robinson is currently making the 20th Century Fox production, The House of Strangers. William Demarest may be seen in Paramount's Technicolor production, Whispering Smith. Listen again next week for the NBC Theater's full-hour presentation of
Screen Directors Guild assignment, production of Foreign Affair, director Billy Wilder, stars Rosalind Russell, Marlena Dietrich, John Lund.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien in Key Largo. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's recipe for your enjoyment is melodrama. That spine-tingling compound of mystery, murder, and romance, Key Largo. It brings back to this theater a famous star of melodrama on both stage and screen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. And Key Largo gives Eddie the kind of part he made famous in the days of Little Caesar. Co-starring with him are Claire Trevor, who repeats the brilliant performance which won her an Academy Award in the picture, and Edmund O'Brien, an actor with a fine talent for action drama. Maxwell Anderson was the author of the stage play, and Warner Brothers repeated the Broadway success with their screen version. You know, it takes just the right ingredients and the playwright's know-how to make a successful drama. And it takes just the right ingredients and scientific know-how to make a product like Lux Toilet Soap. But women everywhere recognize its quality, and like 9 out of 10 screen stars, choose Lux Toilet Soap as their own complexion care. It's curtain time, and here is Act One of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. At the southernmost point of the United States are the Florida Keys, a string of small islands connected by a concrete causeway. Largest of these remote islands is Key Largo. Key Largo has very few visitors this time of year. It's midsummer, and the old wooden hotel is drowsing in the heat. But there are guests in the hotel. A few men and a girl gathered at the little bar just off the lobby. And now, a newcomer walks in.
Okay, Jack, what do you want? I just got off the bus. Is the proprietor around, Mr. Temple? He ain't here. The hotel's closed. When'll he be back? I don't know. Oh, it's awful hot. How about a beer?
Bar's closed.
That's right, Jack. Everything's closed in the summertime.
Give him a drink. You heard me. Give him a drink.
Well, thank you.
Oh, please. Think nothing of it.
Wake up, Toots. The buzzer.
I hear it. Mr. Brown wants his drink.
Oh, his drink, he does. Oh, put plenty of ice, plenty of ice. Listen, I'll take it up to him.
When he wants you, he'll send for you.
I know he will. I know that. Well, turn on the radio. It's almost time for the races. You just wait and see that first race. This Fancy Freak. That's the one. He'll just walk away with it.
Yeah, sure.
You know why? They've been holding him back his last two. Today he wins. Hey, fella, what do you think? You play the ponies?
Me? No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't got the money.
This is what I want to tell you. I play the long shots because, you see, well, betting on the favorite, what do you win? Now, for instance, take this fancy free. You know the odds? 20-1.
Real long shot.
Say, what's her name?
McLeod, Frank McLeod.
Oh, I'm Miss Dawn. Miss Gay Dawn.
Okay, Miss Dawn, he wants you upstairs.
Oh, he wants me. I better, excuse me, please.
Look, mister, if you're thinking of putting up here, the hotel's closed.
Well, I don't plan to stay here. I just want to see Mr. Temple.
Oh, why'd you say so? He's outside, down at the dock.
Yeah, by the boathouse. Thanks. I'll go see him then.
That's right, brother. I'm Mr. Temple.
My name's McLeod, Frank McLeod.
McLeod? Frank? Major McLeod? Nora, come here. When'd you get here?
A few minutes ago. I'm on my way to Key West.
Nora, look who's here. This is Major Frank McLeod. And this is Nora. This is George's wife.
Your husband and I were in the same outfit overseas.
As if she didn't know.
I wrote you a letter, Major, but it came back.
Well, I haven't been staying put very long.
Ever been down here before?
No, sir.
She cools off some come November. Right livable then for about 3 months. How long you going to be with us?
Oh, for an hour or so till the next bus.
An hour? Why, you could spare us more time than that, surely.
Well,
overnight, at least. Sure you will. He can have George's room, Nora.
Yes, Dad, of course. Oh, it looks as if we have more company. Hi.
Local police, Major. They're looking for a couple of Indians.
Afternoon. Any sign of the Osceola brothers?
Sorry, Ben. No sign of them around here. I want you and Clyde to meet my son's commanding officer. This is Major McLeod.
I see you, Major.
Hi, Major. If you don't mind, Mr. Temple, we'd like to have a look around.
Was I you, I'd save myself the trouble. They'll give themselves up by morning.
Well, Clyde, if Mr. Temple says they ain't here. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Temple.
Such a fuss over a couple of harmless Indians.
Nora's right, Major. They just got a little snootful and started to take Florida back for the Seminoles. Well, I sent word for them to come here and give themselves up. Not that I'm supposed to know where they are, you understand. Well, let's get inside and cool off. You mind giving me a hand?
Be glad to. George told me how you were sort of crippled up.
Yeah, my legs. Tree fell on them 8 years ago. Hurricane. Been no good for anything ever since.
I'll go on and see about your room, Major.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hiya, Mr. Temple. I see the fella found you okay.
Major McLeod here. He was my son's commanding officer overseas.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were in the Italian campaign together. My boy George was killed at casino.
Yeah?
What's going on up there?
Nothing, Mr. Temple, nothing at all.
Nora, what is it?
It's Miss Dawn.
Case of one too many, Pop. Miss Dawn drinks too much.
You had no right to hit her.
If you people can't behave yourselves, you gotta leave.
Don't worry about her, Pop. She'll behave.
You got the room ready, Nora? Maybe the Major'd like to wash up.
Yes, it's ready. This way, please. Up the stairs.
Thanks. Say, these other guests, how long have they been here?
3 days. That's their yacht you saw off the pier. Mr. Brown's yacht.
Which one is Mr. Brown?
Oh, he's in his room. Rich, I guess, from the way they all jump when he lifts a finger. He's a lady killer, or he thinks he is. Anyway, they'll be leaving soon. Well, here's your room. Major, were you with George when he died?
Yes, I was.
Did he suffer a lot?
No, he never knew what hit him.
I was afraid he might.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Come down to Dad's office when you're ready, Major.
So you're staying the night, huh? I'm Curly Hoff. I hope you're not sore. I mean the way we handle you downstairs.
No, I'm not sore about anything.
I guess you're wondering what we're doing here, huh?
I don't suppose it's any of my business.
We come down from Milwaukee, the four of us, deep sea fishing. More than a year we've been planning this trip. So what happens? The blonde shows up. If she isn't drunk and crying, then she's got a hangover and arguing. Now I ask you, can you blame us for not being nice and polite?
No, I don't blame you.
You're going downstairs? Let's have a little drink.
Well, not right now, thanks.
Well, come on, Jack. Just to show there's no hard fit. Hey, miss. Was you just talking on the telephone?
Yes, the Coast Guard called.
Oh. I thought maybe it was for one of us.
The storm signals are up. Hurricane's on its way.
You see what I mean, Mr. Hurricanes? Yeah.
Dad's in here, Major, in the office.
Sit down, Major. Sit down.
The war's over, Mr. Temple. I'm not a major anymore. Well, guess you want to know about George. He was a good soldier, Mr. Temple. You can be proud of him.
I always was.
George was a born hero, I guess. It's a wonder he lasted till Casino. But when you believe like George believed, maybe dying isn't very important. Well, he talked a lot about both of you. You'd be surprised how much I know.
What's it like where George is buried?
Sort of pretty and peaceful. Crosses on a slope, and high up, what's left of a church. You can see a river from where George is.
I'd like to pay a visit to that place.
Maybe someday we can, Dad.
Go to Italy and see where George is buried.
Dad, there's a storm warning. I'd better see to the boat.
Maybe Frank would like to go with you.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me something. What brought you down here?
Oh, I like the sea, and I thought I'd like to make my living at it.
Doing what?
Doesn't matter. Life on land's getting too complicated for my tastes.
What'd you do before the war?
Circulation manager for a newspaper. Good job.
Didn't you go back to it?
Yeah, but I couldn't stick to it. I've done a lot of things since. Anything to make a dollar.
Well, this is our boat, the Santana. Not much you can do when it starts to blow like this. Just hope for the best.
How's your ground tackle off stern?
Oh, plenty heavy.
I'd better double up in these bow lines.
Where'd you learn about boats?
Oh, my first sweetheart was a boat. Say, that yacht out there. That's his, huh? Mr. Brown's?
I think he chartered it.
She'd better get away from the reefs.
Oh, there's a skipper aboard. He ought to know what to do.
Hello, Miss Nora.
What? Tom. Hello, and John. Well, come here. Frank, this is Tom and John Osceola.
How do you do? We're bad Indians, huh, Miss Nora? Well, we give ourselves up to police.
I'm glad, Tom. Dad says it's the best thing.
We do whatever he says. He's a good friend.
Well, did you come here alone?
Oh, no, miss. All Indians on Clawfish Island come. Best thing when hurricane blows.
It's all right, Miss Nora. The family stay on hotel porch, not make any bother.
Of course it's all right. Where are they all?
At Cove, miss. We go tell them.
Well, I'll tell Dad. He'll telephone the police.
Yes, miss. Very good.
They'd do anything at all for Dad. As far as they're concerned, he's the United States of America.
You're very happy here, aren't you?
Very.
Never lonely?
No, not anymore. Before George, my life hadn't made much sense. I never had much of a home and didn't like what I had. Well, George gave me roots. When he went overseas, I came down here to stay with his father, and the roots took hold. Now I'm like one of those man.
Well, I guess that answers my question. Oh, here it comes.
Come on, before we get soaked.
Well, I just talked to the Osceola brothers. They're going to wait out there on the porch.
I thought you said the police had come back.
Car's down the road, all right, but no sign of Ben or Clyde. Wonder where they went.
Where'd those people go, Dad? Up in their room?
They're all in the bar. Well, this is going to be an experience for them. Real Florida hurricane.
I'll get it, Dad.
It's okay, miss. I'll take it.
But I
said I'll take it. Hello? No, Mr. Temple's not here now.
Of course I'm here. Who is it?
Me? I'm a guest at the hotel. No, we haven't seen him.
Give me that phone.
You heard her. Give her the phone.
Take it easy, soldier.
Put down that gun. What do you think you're doing here?
Shut up, all of you.
Okay, Sheriff. If Sawyer shows up, I'll have him call you right back.
That was Ben Wade.
Yeah, I guess it was. He's looking for his deputy.
Then Clyde Sawyer must have come here alone. That's his car down the road.
Is it?
Well, I'm calling Ben right back.
You're not phoning anybody, Pop.
Who are you? Pack of thieves? Put that gun away.
Come on, Toots. Let's take him upstairs and see Mr. Brown. Angel, keep your eyes open.
Curly's got him across the hall, boss. The old man, the girl, and the soldier.
Well, what happened? Who's on the phone?
Yeah, the law, sheriff, looking for the deputy.
Well, that means it won't be long then. Oh, you think this rain would cool things off, but it don't. Gonna have a hurricane, huh?
Yeah, that's what they say.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Brown. Open that door and come out here.
Well, now, what's all this about? Oh, good evening, Mr. Temple. Who's the young man?
My name's McLeod.
I want some answers, Mr. Brown. You want money? Is this a robbery?
Now, look, Pop. Let's be nice and sensible, huh? Now, forget the questions. What you don't know won't hurt you. I'm expecting a friend. He ought to get here in a couple of hours now, and then we'll get out of here. Now, try and put up with us that long, huh? Well, sister, what are we going to eat tonight? Pompano, maybe?
Am I to understand we're prisoners?
Well, put it this way, Pop. You're going to be my guest for a little while. You know, back in Chicago in the old days, we used to pay $8 or $10 for an order of Pompano. Used to fly it in. And the way they served it. Yes, sirree. All done up in a brown paper bag. Oh, got any champagne, miss?
No champagne, boss. I looked before.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Champagne and Pompano. They really go together.
Hey, boss. The cop's starting to come around.
Sawyer! You got Sawyer in there.
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Mr. Temple, call Ben Wade. Tell him I need help.
I happened to run into him, Pop, about 10 minutes ago down on the beach.
Look at him. He's all beaten up. Why did you hurt that boy?
He's a cop, that's why.
And who are you? Answer me, who are you?
He's Johnny Rocco, Mr. Temple.
Yeah, that's right. Johnny Rocco.
Please, let me help Mr. Sawyer. He's badly hurt.
Okay, go on in. Curly, let her help him.
Rocco. I know that name.
Johnny Rocco the gangster. The one and only Rocco.
But they threw you out of the country.
Yeah, that's right. After living in the USA for more than 30 years, they called me an undesirable alien. Me, Johnny Rocco. Like I was a dirty red or something.
Well, how can you be here?
Well, maybe I'm not, Pop. You know, this ain't real what's happening. You're having a dream.
Yeah, wake up, Pop. You're snoring.
All right. You shouldn't have been deported. You should have been exterminated.
I'll show you.
Rocco, I apologize for Mr. Temple. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, who to?
Sir, Johnny Rocco was a king, an emperor. His rule extended over beer, slot machines, the numbers racket, and a dozen other forbidden enterprises. He's a master of the fix. Whom he couldn't corrupt, he terrified. Whom he couldn't terrify, he murdered.
You filth. You city filth.
Mr. Temple, please. Welcome back, Mr. Rocco. It was all a mistake. America's sorry for what it did to you.
Hey, on the level, boss. Were you that big?
Yeah, that's me, sure. I was all of those things and more. When Rocco talked, everybody shut up and listened. What Rocco said went. Nobody was as big as Rocco. I'll be back up there one of these days, and then you're really going to see something. Now, what's with you, wise guy? Well, give. You were in the war, huh?
Yeah.
Get any medals?
Couple.
Brave, huh?
No, not very.
Why'd you stick your neck out?
No good reason.
Frank, what are you saying?
I believed some words.
Words? What words?
Well, it went like this, Mr. Rocco. But we are not making all this sacrifice of human effort and human lives to return to the kind of world we had after the last World War. We're fighting to cleanse the world of ancient evils, ancient ills.
What's all that about?
I remember those words.
That makes two of us.
We rid ourselves of your kind once and for all, Rocco. You ain't coming back.
Who's going to stop me, old man?
If I wasn't all crippled up...
You wouldn't be talking this way. Right, Bob?
Filth! You filth!
Yeah, that's it, Bob. Go on, get him. Go on, sick him.
Go on, keep swinging, Bob. Come in, hit me, will you? Oh, you're not quitting, are you?
My boy George never quit, and I ain't quitting. I ain't never...
Dad! I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Little wildcat, huh? I like that. Yeah. Got claws, huh? Want to scratch, huh?
Hey, boss, telephone. Miami wants you on the phone.
Okay. You stay here, sister. I'll be back for some more in a few minutes.
It's all right, Nora. He won't touch her. Not as long as I'm alive.
Ah, you're a real man, Pop.
Boss, there's a whole bunch of people out on the porch. Look like Indians.
What do they want?
They want in the hurricane.
Well, keep them out. Where's the blonde? How come she's missed all this?
I guess she's still in the room sleeping it off.
Yeah. Hand me the phone. Hello? Yeah, this Mr. Brown. Oh, hello, Ziggy. How are you? Yeah. Well, it's well hearing from you again. Well, how's every little thing? See who's at the door. What'd you say, Ziggy?
Maybe it's the law.
Well, show him in. Look, when you coming down here? What hurricane? That right?
Hey, it's the guy from the yacht, boss, the skipper.
Well, so what, Ziggy? You're only a couple of hours away. No. It's got to be tonight. Well, that's more like it. Yeah, see you in a couple of hours. How you doing, Skipper?
Storm warning. Big blow on way.
So what?
If this reef not safe, senor, got to make for deep water right away.
Well, the boat stays right here.
No, too dangerous. Boat bust up on reef.
I tell you when to move that boat.
I am skipper.
Now, you want your dough, you do as I say.
Please, senor, I got to move my boat.
Angel, give me your rod. See this? Now, you try to move that boat, and I'll blow your brains out. Now, we'll be out of here in a couple of hours.
Si, senor.
Now, get back to the boat. Angel, that cop's car, drive it off the road. Bring it around back.
Sure. Hey, boss, Ziggy's coming, huh?
Yeah. Just 2 more hours.
Then what, huh? Then what?
Then Johnny Rocco is back in business.
In a few moments, we'll return with the second act of Key Largo. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with news about the stars.
Isn't it good to have Betty Hutton back on the screen again, Mr. Keeley, after a 2-year absence?
I should say so. You know, Betty is just the girl to put over a madcap musical like Paramount's Red Hot and Blue.
Oh, there's no one quite like Betty. She's her own slam-bang self once again. Victor Mature plays her boyfriend in the picture, and I must say they make a wonderful pair.
There's also a new twist, Libby, having the villain of the picture played by Frank Lesser, composer of the 4 song hits in Red Hot and Blue.
You know, it's his first screen role, and he enjoyed it as much as he did hearing Betty sing his songs.
Looks lovelier than ever, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, indeed. Of course, you know she's now the mother of a second adorable daughter.
Well, that makes 3 beauties in the family. All Lux girls, I'll bet.
Yes, John. You can be sure those little girls will get the right start on complexion care. Betty has used Lux soap for years to protect her lovely complexion.
You know, Libby, Lux toilet soap just has to be good when 9 out of 10 famous stars depend on it for daily beauty care.
There couldn't be a finer soap. Women love the softer, smoother look Lux soap facials give their skin.
And these facials do make skin lovelier. Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time.
A Lux soap facial is so quick and easy. Just smooth the creamy, fragrant lather well in. Rinse, pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But it works.
Why not take a tip from Hollywood? Try this fine product of Lever Brothers Company, the gentle complexion soap that screen stars recommend. You'll be delighted with the fresh new beauty Lux toilet soap gives your skin. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. It's a few minutes later. On the porch of the modest hotel, a cluster of Indians patiently observe the increasing fury of the hurricane. Inside, the lobby and bar are deserted. Johnny Rocco is going up the stairs.
Can you talk, Clyde? Are you feeling better?
Well, I guess I'm all right now, Mrs. Temple.
What happened?
Go ahead, copper. Tell him.
I drove back here alone. I was sure those 2 Indians were around here somewhere. I was near your dock when somebody slugged me. Whose room is this?
A very famous man, Johnny Rocco's.
Rocco?
You heard him, Deputy.
What did Miami have to say?
They're on their way. Well, how you feeling, copper? You give your left eye to nail me, wouldn't you? Local deputy captured Johnny Rocco. Your picture in all the papers, huh? Well, listen, Hick. That was too much for any big city police to handle. They tried, but they couldn't.
That's right, Mr. Sawyer. It took the United States government to get Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, and I'm back again, ain't I? They threw me out, but now I'm back. And before you know it, I'll be pulling the strings again. I'll be electing mayors and governors before you ever get a $10 raise. Yeah. How many of those guys in office owe everything to me? I made them. I made them like Like a tailor makes a suit of clothes. I take a nobody seat, teach him what to say. I pay for his campaign expenses, dish out a lot of groceries and coal. Get my boys to bring the voters out and then count the votes over and over again till they add up right, and he's elected. And what happens? Does he remember when the going gets tough, when the heat's on? Oh, no. All he wanted was to save his own dirty neck. Yeah. Public enemy, he calls me. Me, who gave him his public all wrapped up with a fancy bow on it. What am I getting mad about? Kelly, lay out my clothes.
What suit, Johnny?
A gray one and a white shirt. Nora, huh? Your name is Nora, huh? That little wildcat. What are you sore about, honey?
Keep away from me.
Wait till I'm dressed up. You like style, I can tell.
Keep away from me.
You know, I knew one like you a long time ago. Scratched, kicked, bit, even stuck a knife in me once. Little and kind of skinny she was, but a real fireball. Her name was Maggie Mahoney. And then, for professional reasons, I had to change her to Gay Dawn.
She was sure some knockout in those days.
Yeah, just like this one, eh, Curly? Just like this one, huh?
Look at him. The great Johnny Rocco, slapped by a girl.
Shut up, old man. You hillbillies. There's nothing to stop me from wiping you all out.
Give her a smack. Get it out of your system.
That might be right for you, Curly, but not for Johnny Rocco.
I need your advice, soldier. I ask for it.
No, smacking her isn't enough for such an insult. He'd have to kill her. Then he'd have to kill the rest of us because we witnessed it. But he needs your help, so he's going to forget it.
Wise guy, huh? Regular wise guy.
Unlock the door! Unlock this door! I want out!
It's the blonde, Johnny, sounding off again.
Now, let her out. Get out, all of you. I've got to get dressed.
I'd take off my hat to you, soldier. It's a good thing you said what you did. I know Johnny. He'd have started shooting.
Hey, where is everybody? Downstairs? Oh. Hi, everybody. Where's Johnny?
In his room.
I need a drink. What's everybody doing upstairs? Miss Temple. Hey, what's wrong, honey? You've been crying. Has somebody been mean to you? Oh, him, huh? Did you make her cry?
I may be partly responsible.
Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Come on, downstairs. Downstairs.
Come on, let's go to the bar, honey. Have a little drink. It'll chase the blues away.
No, thanks.
I think I'll have one.
The boss said that...
I don't care what he said. I need a drink. I don't feel well. How many times do I have to tell you?
Johnny says no more drink.
This is a free country. If I want a drink, I can have one. I can buy my own, see? Yeah. Well, it's money, isn't it? Take it.
Sorry, baby. The boss
The
said...
boss. Tell the boss he can... Hello, darling.
How come it's hotter at night than in the day? When it's raining than when it ain't? Well, wise guy?
I don't know.
You don't know? I thought you was a wise guy from way back. You got $1 million?
No.
How much?
Nothing.
But you're a wise guy.
Johnny, why don't you talk to me?
Well, wise guy?
You see, Mr. Rocco, I was educated only in impractical things. With you, it's just the opposite.
Johnny, I'm afraid the storm. I hate thunder.
Say, Pop, this is a hurricane, huh? A real thing.
It's the beginning.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Can cars get through during a hurricane?
Maybe, maybe not.
I think I'll have a scotch and soda, please.
No.
Oh, please,
No.
darling.
You, McLeod.
Yes, sir.
You know, I can see right through you. You're saying to yourself, I'm better than Rocco. He's felt. Like the old man says here. Right?
Right.
You say to yourself, Rocco's got a gun, and I haven't. You figure it's a gun. Well, listen, soldier. Thousands of guys got guns, but there's only one Johnny Rocco.
How do you account for it?
He knows what he wants, Mr.
Sure.
What do you want?
Tell him, Rocco.
Well, I want,
He wants more.
Yeah, that's it. More. I want more.
Will you ever get enough?
Well, I never have. No, I guess I won't. You know what you want?
I had hopes once, but I gave them up.
Hopes for what?
A world in which there's no place for Johnny Rocco.
Okay, soldier. Here's your chance. Give me a gun, Curly. Now you take mine, soldier. Go on, take it. That's it. All right, you can make your hopes come true. But you gotta die for it. See where I'm aiming? Right at your belly. Go ahead, shoot. You got a gun now. You gonna use it or not?
Kill him, Frank. Kill him.
Yeah, kill him. Go ahead now. Show him how you're not afraid to die for your hopes.
No. One Rocco, more or less, isn't worth dying for.
Give it to me. Give me the gun and the same chance.
Oh, no, Pop. I'm afraid you'd use it. What's the matter? What's the matter, Nora, honey? You look like you lost somebody near and dear. A live war hero. Well, now I know how you did it. Hey, Curly, Gay, anybody want a hero? Here's one for sale, cheap.
All right, Rocco. Let you and me play that game.
He got the gun. Clyde's got the gun. Kill him, Clyde. Kill him.
You can stop me from going out that door, Rocco. But I'll shoot you first. And if your friends shoot me, you'll still get it. Now then, stand away from that door. I said to stand up.
The gun wasn't loaded. He didn't have a chance.
Murderer!
Well, I had to do it, old man, or he would have been out that door and gone.
Hey, sure gone now, Johnny.
You were right, little lady. That gun wasn't loaded, but the brave deputy didn't know it.
But you knew the gun was empty, didn't you, Frank? You could tell by the weight.
No. No, I didn't know.
Oh, but you a smart fella. I always say it's better to be a live coward than a dead hero. Oh, excuse me. I guess I was talking too much.
You weren't afraid, son. We know that.
I was afraid. That's not why I didn't pull the trigger. What do I care about Johnny Rocco, whether he lives or dies? Rocco wants to come back to America. Let him. Let him be president. I fight nobody's battles but my own.
No, Frank, no.
Yeah, say, that's good. Rocco for president.
If I believed your way, I'd want to be dead. It's true you are a coward.
Hey, Toots, get rid of the deputy. You and Curly, get rid of him. And as for you, sister, I want something to eat.
Our best is none too good for Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, well, now you're talking, sister. Only, you go to the kitchen with her, Angel. I ain't ready to die yet. Not from cockroach poison.
He's on the phone, boss. Ziggy, why ain't he here? Why ain't he coming?
Oh, he's coming, all right. Give me that phone. Hey, what's the idea, Ziggy? Why ain't you started yet? Well, we got a hurricane here, too, so what? Now, look, wait a minute. Now, keep quiet. Look, I make the run from Cuba. I risk my neck, and you won't come out in the rain. Now, I give you 2 hours to get here. You ain't here by 10, the deal's off. Hello.
Well?
Phone's gone dead. So what? You heard what I had to say. Gay. Didn't I say no drinking?
Oh, please, honey, just one.
There are some people at the door, Mr. Rocco. They want to come in.
It's them Indians, boss. Getting kind of blowy out there, I guess.
I'll send them away. Get rid of them.
No, you have no right.
So he has no right.
I'm going upstairs.
You're not going anywhere, honey. Well, Mr. McLeod, ain't you got any conversation left?
I've said my piece.
Yeah, you sure did, wise guy. Well, let's talk about her, the lady on the bar stool. You know, one thing I can't stand is a dame that's a drunk. What I mean is they tear my stomach. No good to themselves or anybody else.
Drunk? I haven't even had one drink.
She's got the shakes, see? So she has a drink to get rid of them. That one tastes so good, she has another one.
You gave me my first drink, Johnny.
Oh, so it's all my fault now. Everybody has their first drink, don't they? But everybody ain't a lush.
Oh, if I'd have known you were going to act this way, I wouldn't have come here.
You know, 8 years since I seen her, Pop. You wouldn't know it was the same dame.
Gee, honey, you're as mean as can be.
Mean as can... Now, what does that remind me of?
Don't you remember, Johnny? In a song, she used to sing it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, meet it. You know, I gave her a first chance. Took her out of the chorus, made her a singer. Mention that while you're at it.
Gee, Johnny, I didn't mean anything.
Yeah, she could have had a future.
That's right. She had everything.
Yeah, voice, looks, plenty of class.
Yeah, I was the rage. Gee, honey, I've never...
Now, look, Gay. Why don't you give us your old song? Come on.
You mean right now?
Yeah, now.
I can't.
Sure you can.
Please, Johnny, don't make me.
Now, look, if you were nice, if you sang your song for us, you can have a drink.
Well, can I have the drink first?
No, the song, then the drink.
Without any accompaniment?
Now, look, do you want the drink or don't you?
Okay.
Well?
You should have seen me then, Miss Temple. See, my gowns were gorgeous. Only the best. And yet I hardly wore any makeup. Just some lipstick, that's all. and no lights when I came out, just a baby spot. They'd play the intro in the dark, and then the spot would come on, and there I'd be.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead now. Sing for the people, honey. Keep quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Gay. Sing.
Moaning low, my sweet man, I love him so. Though he's mean as can be, he's the kind of man needs a kind of woman like me. Gonna die, my sweet man should pass me by. If I die, Johnny, the drink. Give me the drink,
No.
Johnny.
No.
But you promised.
No, you were lousy. You couldn't even finish the number.
Here. Here's your drink.
Thanks, fella. Oh, Johnny, let him alone. No.
Yeah, you're right. Let him alone. He ain't worth slapping around. Hey, old man. The storm. How bad can it get? How bad?
Back in 35, 800 people washed out to sea.
Yeah? Well, how far away was that from here?
Oh, a few miles.
Oh. Yeah, well, I want a drink. Fix everybody a drink, Angels. Oh, everybody except her.
Frank, I'm sorry about the things I said before.
Forget it, Nora.
You gave her a drink. He was ready to kill you for that, but that made no difference. You had to help her. Your head said one way, but your whole life said another. The other things, maybe they're true. Maybe it is a rotten world. But a cause isn't lost as long as someone is willing to go on fighting.
Only I'm not that someone.
You may not want to be, but you can't help yourself.
What do you know about me?
A lot. From the way you look and talk. From the things George wrote me.
Now, come on. Break it up over there, will you? I don't like people whispering. Why is everybody so quiet? Well, go on, talk, why don't you? You, Curly, say something.
What do you want me to say, Johnny?
Well, anything, just so it's talk. Go on, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I'll bet you 2-3 years we get prohibition back.
Yeah, go on, go on.
This time we make it stick.
Yeah.
I bet you 2-3 years prohibition comes back. Absolutely, yeah.
I bet you.
The trouble was, before, too many guys wanting to be on top.
Yeah.
One mob gets to massacring the other. The papers play it up big,
Yeah.
see? So what happens?
Look, Pop, I don't believe it. 800 guys getting washed out to sea. You're a liar, old man.
200 miles an hour that wind blew. A tidal wave 12 feet high went right across the Keys.
Ah, you
For months
liar.
afterwards, bodies were found in the mangrove swamps.
You don't like it, do you, Rocco? The storm. Show it your gun, why don't you? If it doesn't stop, shoot it.
So the public votes out prohibition, and that's the end of the mobs. Next time it'll be different, though. We learned our lesson all right. Next time the mobs will all get together.
I'm asking God Almighty to make a big wave now. Send it crashing down on us. Destroy us all if need be, but punish him.
Shut up, Pop. I'm warning you.
Shut up! Hear me! I'll kill you!
Mr. Temple, don't. He will shoot.
You don't have to stand in front of me. Let him shoot me. Make a big wave, Lord. Send it against us. Take us all, but destroy him.
I guess we both forgot, Mr. Rocco. Your gun, it's empty.
No, it ain't empty now. I'm loading it. See, wise guy?
Johnny, we'll all be killed in this place. The storm is getting worse.
It's blowing down. The whole place is blowing down.
Outside, Johnny. It's safe outside.
Destroy him, Lord. Destroy him.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll present the third act of Key Largo. I believe our guest tonight, Miss Debbie Reynolds, has established a record. You must be the youngest starlet on the Warner Brothers lot, Debbie.
Well, I'm 17, Mr. Keeley, and I was lucky enough to be signed even before I graduated from high school.
Wonderful. Had time to catch your breath yet?
Not quite, Mr. Keeley. There's so much to learn. I never miss a studio showing of a new picture. One that especially impressed me was The Hasty Heart.
Ah, yes, a most unusual story starring Ronald Reagan and Patricia Neal.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. And in addition, there's Richard Todd, the new British actor. I'm perfectly sure he's going to make a hit over here.
And moviegoers will applaud Patricia Neal as an army nurse. You know, she plays her role with great charm and conviction.
Isn't she lovely? Ronald Reagan is the American soldier who falls in love with her.
Well, now, Debbie, who could blame him? She's mighty easy on the eyes.
Oh, yes, a gorgeous blonde. And in her nurse's uniform, she's simply dreamy. What a complexion. She's a Lux girl, Mr. Kennedy. Never neglects her daily Lux soap facials.
Like most screen stars, she knows it's a care she can depend on. A gentle, protecting care that's right for delicate skin.
Well, it certainly works for me. It's a real beauty soap. And I'd like to recommend Lux Soap Care to any girl who wants a nicer complexion.
Thank you, Miss Debbie Reynolds, for that very sound beauty hint. 9 out of 10 screen stars, you know, use Lux toilet soap for daily complexion care. Try it for your precious complexion soon. You'll discover that this fine white soap with the delicate fragrance really makes skin lovelier. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. On Key Largo, the little hotel still stands. It's weathered another hurricane, and now the storm is passing out to sea. It's nearly 10 o'clock. In the lobby, Johnny Rocco stands before a window, peering out into the night.
I don't mind telling you, Pop, that storm had me a little scared there for a while.
I'm sorry it's gone. I'm sorry you're still alive.
Well, keep praying, Pop. Maybe something will happen.
You think Ziggy's going to show up?
Sure he'll show up.
Oh, we'll get out of here then, won't we, honey? I'm all packed. I'm ready to leave any time.
Well, let's get upstairs, Curly. We'll get the stuff ready for when Ziggy gets here. Oh, Angel, stay there, will you? Watch him.
Yeah, sure.
You'll be leaving too, Frank?
Yes, I guess so.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, I hope so.
Why don't you stay right on here with us? You're most welcome. Go on, tell him, Nora. You tell him.
Have you any folks?
No.
Well, I'd be proud to have you regard us as your family.
Maybe that isn't what Frank wants, Dad. Maybe...
Hey, boss! Boss! Hey, where is he?
Upstairs.
What's the matter?
Hey, the boat's gone. Not a sign of it.
Gone, huh? Well, he done it. And Skipper. I told him I'd kill him, but he took the boat anyway, just the same.
Hey, what's the joke?
No boat. It just strikes me funny.
Well, there is a boat. All ready for us down at the dock. Pop, we're going to borrow your boat.
Who's going to run it for you? Answer me that.
That's right, Johnny. We don't know nothing about boats.
He's going to run it. The soldier. The wise guy. He knows about boats, don't you?
Yeah, some.
His first sweetheart was a boat. I heard him tell her.
Well, you're taking us to Cuba.
Why should I?
Because you know it'll happen to you if you don't. Besides, one Rocco, more or less, ain't worth dying for. Ain't that what you said?
Hey, boss, it's the law, boss. Sheriff.
Okay. One wrong word out of anybody, and he gets it now.
Temple. Mr. Temple.
Understand me, old man? All right, sister, let him in.
Just a minute, Mr. Wade.
Good evening, miss. I'm looking for Clyde Sawyer.
He's not here.
You been here?
No, not tonight.
That's funny. Put in a call for me from here about 7 o'clock. Well, evening, Temple, folks. Pretty good blow, huh?
Yeah, a regular hurricane. How's the road?
Passable. I'm trying to find my deputy. By the way, on the telephone, who answered?
Nobody was around, so I answered. I guess Mr. Sawyer must have got stalled along the road.
Seen anything of the Indians, Mr. Temple, those Osceola brothers?
No.
Sheriff! Shut up, you dog! The dog, I guess the storm upset him some.
Well, I don't mind saying it had us all a little upset.
That's funny. Sheriff! He's found something out there. I know that bark.
You got a flashlight? Let's see what it is.
Yeah, he's found something, all right. Let's go.
Well, that's some dog he's got, Mr. Temple. He found something, all right. A dead man.
It was him, Temple, Clyde. He'd been murdered.
Well, I don't like to say anything, Sheriff. After all, it's not my business, but those Indians you were talking about, they were here before.
The Osceolas?
Yeah, they were out there all during the storm. Left only a few minutes ago.
I'll get them. I'll get them Indian if it's the last thing I do.
No, Ben, no.
You lied to me, Temple. Your Indians murdered Clyde Sawyer.
Watch yourselves, all of you. One peep and I shoot.
Said you hadn't seen the Osceolas. You lied, didn't you?
Ben.
They murdered Clyde. Them Indians thought they could hide his body, but the storm tore it loose and threw it up right out there, right in front of your door. And that's where the crime belongs, right at your door.
Ben, that shooting just now.
Oh, they tried to get away. I killed them both.
Kill them.
You. What's your name?
Killed them?
Me? Howard Brown.
Address?
Hotel Central, Milwaukee.
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
No, I don't think so. Oh, these other men, they're friends of mine. We're all here from Milwaukee, Sheriff. Deep sea fishing.
See that you all stay here. I'll be back in the morning.
Yeah, you did a great job, didn't you, hiding that body?
Boss, how did I know the storm would...
Now, shut up. Ziggy. If Ziggy don't come now,
Ziggy's here, boss. Him and his boys, they're here.
What are you talking about?
They drove up in the back while the sheriff was out hunting Indians.
That's Ziggy. All right, Pop. You and the soldier boy and the dame inside. Get in your office. Come on, you too, Gay.
No, but
I
honey...
said inside. Angel, you stay with him. I don't want no more trouble. All right, bring him in, Curly. Ziggy and his ma. Bring him in. Well, look at him. Ziggy. Well. You sure are a sight for sore eyes.
Sure great to see you again, Johnny pal. Hey, put on a little weight, huh?
Now, look who's talking. Say, guess who's here?
Huh?
The blonde. Remember? Gay Dawn.
Gay? Here?
Oh, you think I'm kidding? Gay! Come on, get in here.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm pretty as ever.
Yeah.
Where you been, honey, all the time Johnny was away?
All around.
If I'd have known that, I'd have tried to beat Johnny's tie.
Yeah, the same old Ziggy. All right, baby, all right. Come on, step aside. Why don't you go over there, fix yourself a drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Well, Ziggy, the stuff's all here in the suitcase.
Open up, let's see it. Hey, Lou, come here.
Who's he?
Lou, just about the best expert there is on counterfeit dough.
Oh.
Take a look, Lou.
Yeah, the paper feels good. Lathe works okay. Portrait's good. No breaks in the lines.
Serial numbers check out?
What do you think? I'm an amateur?
Back cover's okay, Ziggy. Looks like high-class merchandise.
Okay, huh?
So far, yeah. Now bring out the engraving.
Now, wait a minute. Now, just don't stall, Ziggy, will you? I'm in kind of in a hurry.
You don't have much time, Mr. McLeod. They'll be leaving soon. What are you going to do?
Not much choice, is there? I'll run the boat for them.
Oh, no, don't. Don't go with us. They'd wait till you got in sight of Cuba and then they'd kill you.
She's right, Frank. Tell them you'll go. Then when you get outside in the dark, make a break. Run. Try to get away.
Yeah, it's your only chance, fella. Out there in the dark. Make a break.
Yeah, that's what my head says.
You ain't gonna make a fight of it.
I don't know. Not that one Rocco more or less makes any difference. What I said still goes. But it's just
They'll
that
kill you.
If a man's a fighter, he can't walk away from a fight. That's the answer, I guess. I know how he feels.
Oh, listen, they're leaving. They made their deal.
Yeah. Well, we just wait now and see what happens.
Hey, you, McLeod. Come in here. All of you, come in here.
Your friends leave?
Yeah. Are you coming with a soldier, yes or no? I'm in a hurry.
You win, Mr. Rocco.
Yeah, I thought you'd change your mind. Well, Nora, want to come along, sister? Want to come along?
Where are my things, Johnny? I better get my things.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, you're not coming.
Johnny.
Not go with me. Will you get off me?
Please take me with you. You got to, Johnny. You got to. Oh, please, I'll stop drinking.
Get out of my way.
I'll kill myself. I will. Johnny, please.
Baby.
Please listen. I'll be good like I was before. I won't let you go without me. You got to take me with you. You've got to.
Johnny, we're wasting time.
Get away from me. Now, stay close to the soldier, will you? If he tries anything, let him have it good. Now, so long, old man. Next time you have a hurricane, think of Johnny Rocco.
Frank. Goodbye, Frank.
Good luck, son.
Thanks.
Johnny!
And they're on the dock. I can see him. He's starting the motor.
He'll make his break now. He'll run away. He's got a gun now. He'll be able
Gun?
to.
What gun?
Yeah, Rocco's. I took Rocco's gun and gave it to him.
You?
Yeah, why doesn't he run? Run, fella. Run! Why doesn't he run?
He's in the boat they're casting off.
He had his chance to run. His only chance. And he didn't take it.
No answer. The phone's still dead. I'll take the car, Dad. I'll drive to Palm Grove, the Coast Guard station.
Yeah, Coast Guard.
I'll hurry. I'll be back as soon as I can.
How we doing, McLeod?
We're on our course, or close to it.
Just see that you keep us that way. Hey, Toots, how you feeling?
I told you I could never stand a boat. I feel awful, all this bouncing up and down.
There's a bed down there.
Yeah, it's too hot down there. Hey, what time is it?
Little after 4. Not halfway there yet. Watch McLeod. If he tries anything, shoot.
Yeah, sure.
Must have had a little nap. Everything all right up there, Curly?
Yeah. What's the matter with Angel?
No, sleeping. He'll take over for Toots after a while. Yeah, they've been talking about us on the radio just now. We got boats out looking for us. Coast Guard.
We got too much of a start for him.
Yeah, fog like this, they couldn't find the Queen Mary. Got some cards? Let's kill a little time.
Hey, you, Toots.
What do you want? Are you trying anything?
Take a look over the stern. See if we picked up any kelp.
Any what?
Seaweed. You can foul up the shaft. You better look.
Okay. No, I don't see any. Help! Help!
What's the matter? What's going on up there?
Your friend, he fell overboard.
You did it when you revved the motors just now. Yeah, when you swung the wheel, you made him fall over. Johnny!
I got a gun. Stay where you are, Curly.
Johnny! Watch it, he's got a gun!
Oh, Curly. Curly, what's the matter? Curly!
He don't answer. Nobody answers Toots and Curly.
Curly!
The steps, Johnny. Blood coming down steps.
Well, it's him, McLeod, the soldier. Curly killed him. Go on, go up there. Get up there and see. Well, don't you hear me?
I'll get killed.
You gonna go up there, are you? There's nothing to be afraid of. Curly shot him. He's dead.
Then you go, Johnny. You go up.
Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody.
Johnny.
Hey, soldier. Soldier, listen to me. I know you're up there. Say something. Curly's dead, huh? Well, so's Angel. Just me now. Me down here and you up there. From now on, we'll be partners. Everything will be 50-50. I got $100,000 down here. $100,000. Well, what do you say? Can you hear me? What do you say? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You'll get rid of me and have all the money for yourself. Is that it? Is it? Well, suppose I say the money is yours. Yeah, I'll toss up the suitcase. I'll throw it up there on deck. There! Now do you believe me? It's yours. And plenty more when we get to Cuba. Do you hear me? I'll make you rich. Soldier! Soldier! You're not big enough to do this to Rocco. I'll kill you! You'll never bring me. You never! Now look. Look, soldier, look. I know what it is. Yeah, you figure that I got Angel's gun, that you can't trust me, right? Okay. I'll throw the gun up there, too. There! There's the gun. The money in my gun. Now, what else have I got? I'm leveling with you, soldier. Okay, you believe me now? Look, I'm coming up. I got no gun, and I'm coming up. Where are you? Dark up here.
Get back to the stern, Rocco.
Nobody gives me orders. Some wise guy, huh? That was the deputy's gun I threw away. You don't think I...
Go ahead, Santana. We lost you. Come in, please. We lost your signal. Come in, please. Over.
Sorry. I was calling Coast Guard.
This is the Coast Guard. Please identify yourself. Over.
My name is Frank McLeod. I'm about 12 miles off Boot Key Harbor on my way in. Over.
Are you all right? Are you all right? Over.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'll need medical attention. Over.
Continue on course. Stand by on this frequency.
I'm standing by. Will you put me through to the Largo Hotel?
Stand by, Santana. We'll try to put you through.
No sign of them, Ben? No sign of them at all?
I checked the Coast Guard 10 minutes ago. Nothing yet, Mr. Temple. I'll have to take you in, Miss Dawn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Take me in.
They all get away, huh, Ben? Sawyer dead, those poor Indians dead, McLeod as good as dead, but Rocco and his gang get away. You get one woman who didn't have anything to do with it.
They didn't all get away, Dad. The state police picked up that man they call Ziggy.
Yeah. They want all of you to identify him. Mr. Temple, I'm mighty grateful to you for saving my life and all, but those two boys, the Osceolas, well, I'd rather been killed than have innocent blood on my hands.
I'm the one to blame. If they hadn't trusted me, they wouldn't have turned up here. They'd still be alive.
Oh, no, Mr. Temple, it wasn't you. It wasn't the law or anybody. It was only Johnny Rocco. Nobody in the whole world is safe as long as he's alive.
We better go, miss.
I'll take it, Dad. Hotel Largo. Yes, it's the Coast Guard. Yes, I'll hold on. Frank! Oh, thank God. Yes, Frank. Yes, we'll be waiting.
Nora.
He's all right, Dad. He's coming back to us.
The curtain falls on Key Largo, and the spotlight turns to our stars as you meet them in person. Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien. Claire, it's easy to understand how your performance in Key Largo won you an Academy Award.
Well, thank you, Bill. And speaking of awards, Eddie Robinson won a very important one in Europe recently. The famous World Award for Acting, presented to him in Cannes, France.
Our congratulations, Eddie. And it's certainly good to have you back after so many months abroad.
Good to be back, Bill, and learn all the news, such as Edmund O'Brien being the father of the prettiest daughter born in Hollywood this year.
Well, what's her name, Edmund?
Bridget Eileen. What else could an O'Brien be named?
Eddie, I hope you know there are certain things a daughter should be taught very early. Things like the right complexion care. Lux soap has been mine for a long time.
What are they saying about that in Paris these days, Eddie?
Well, the same idea, only slightly different words. Le savon Lux et le soin préféré pour mon teint. You know, Lux soap is my favorite complexion care.
Well, that's the perfect way to express it, Eddie. By the way, what was the high spot of your summer in Europe?
Well, I think it was the day I spent in the House of Commons in London to listen to a debate between Mr. Churchill and Mr. Bevan. Now, won't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Next week's play was a smash hit on both stage and screen. It's the Paramount success, Dear Ruth. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Joan Caulfield and William Holden. This is a comedy made to order for family entertainment, so I know you'll all want to join us next Monday night.
Oh, it's a delightful play, Bill. Good night.
Good night. Good night, and come back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, winter is the most dangerous time of the year on the highway for those of you who have snow, ice, and fog to contend with. For everyone, there are fewer hours of daylight driving, so extra care on the highway may save your life or another's. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening, when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Caulfield and William Holden in Dear Ruth. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen in the London Films production My Daughter Joy. Claire Trevor will soon be seen in the Universal International release Borderline, starring with Fred McMurray. Edmund O'Brien will next be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Backfire. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden.
Spry is a new Spry, better than ever Spry. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry. Spry in your baking pan, Spry in your frying pan. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Talk about glorious cakes. They're better than ever made with new Spry. Lighter, finer, richer, supremely delicious. Why? Because new Spry contains a superior new cake improver you'll find in no other type of shortening. For better cakes than ever, and for all you bake and fry, try new, better-than-ever Spry, another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Rapp in Manpower. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The hurricane blows, the lightning strikes without warning, sleet cuts down like a knife, and the lifeblood of the nation, electric power, is cut off. Night or day, in any kind of weather, manpower goes into action. Perched high in the air, inches from death, the line crews do the jobs that keep the wheels of defense plants rolling, that keep the lights burning, that keep your radio alive this very moment. Somewhere in America, right now, they're fighting a storm. So tonight, we salute these soldiers of the night with a play adapted from the Warner Brothers picture, Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson, George Rapp, and Marlena Dietrich. The same fine players who made it a hit on the screen. George Rapp, incidentally, is busy producing shows himself these days, boxing and wrestling shows for the boys in the armed forces. As the new national sports chairman of the Hollywood Victory Committee, he's enlarging his sports program to reach every camp in the country. Manpower is a drama at high tension, a story of men who live on a diet of danger, and a woman who finds her destiny at their side. Exciting, certainly, but real, too, because excitement like this makes the world go round. I think Manpower is a play you'll enjoy, but don't let the title fool you. Manpower wouldn't get very far without woman power. I don't think we would either. The hand that rocks the cradle also raises the curtain here in the Lux Radio Theater by buying Lux toilet soap. Woman power is getting to be evident in every department of American life, taking its place beside manpower in 100 jobs, from the aircraft plants of California to the ammunition factories of New England. The women that run the homes of America are doing a defense job just the same as the others. And Lux toilet soap must be good to get a vote of confidence from women like these. There's the curtain signal for the first act of Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson as Hank, Marlena Dietrich as Fay, and George Rapp as Johnny. Power Patrol Car 3, calling Power Patrol 3. Topanga power line gone out. Find the break. Patrol Car 3, calling transmission. We found that break. Yeah, line's down 2 miles east of Boston. Repair crew is on the tower now. Crew is on the tower. 60 feet above the ground, they cling to the steel skeleton. Black silhouettes against the jagged streaks of lightning. Lashed by the wind and rain, they match their strength against the storm. While all around them, high-tension wires, hot as a blast furnace, hum a song of death in their ears. The ground crew gazes up with anxious eyes. They know the power of those thin strands. One mistake, one misstep, 30,000 volts will flash in the night, and a man will die.
Who's up there in that tower, Pop?
Johnny and Hank, they've been up almost an hour.
What's taking them so long?
They're working right in that hot wire. I don't like it, Mr. Sweeney.
Well, we can't kill the circuit now. Cut away that wire, you guys, before it kisses you off.
It was a night like this that I got it. You can't trust hot wire. Like a cobra, it strikes you down without warning.
Shut up, Pop. What do you say, Johnny? You want me to send up food and blankets?
Take your time, Sweeney. If you think you can do any better, come on up and we'll come down.
All right. Just snap into it up there, that's all.
Hey, Omaha, send up those flyers.
Coming at you.
You know, Johnny, I still can't understand it.
Understand what?
I can't understand why that mouse wouldn't kiss me tonight.
Are you still harping on that? Grab those pliers, Hank.
Oh, I danced with her all night, and I bought her plenty of feet, too. I don't get it.
What's the way you move in? I never seen a guy like you. You're with a dame 2 minutes, and she wants to bat your brains out.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I've known plenty of gals that went completely off their nut about me.
Who are you kidding? Why, every time I ever seen you up at bat, you strike out.
Yeah? Well, as soon as we fix this break, I'm going back to that little mouse.
The joint will be closed.
Oh, so I'll open it. Move over a second, will you? I'm going to cut this wire away.
Eddie! Wire coming down. Hey, Hank, don't lean out that way. Hook your safety belt on.
Hey, what do you think I am, a window washer?
Eddie!
Let her go!
Watch out, sucker. You'll get your hair singed.
Well, as long as it ain't a permanent wave, I ain't worried. Yes, sir, Johnny. The next time I catch up with that mouse, I'm going to try a new approach on her.
You better keep your mind on what you're doing, or you'll approach her on the third bounce.
Well, come on, there's just one more piece to snip. Right up there.
I'll take care of this one, Hank.
Move over, will you?
Go on, sit down, amateur.
Hey, what do you mean, amateur? I was cutting away loose wire when you was cutting teeth.
All right, big shot. Cut away. But watch that loose end. The wind's whipping around like a cat's tail.
Headache!
Look out, Hank.
Wire coming down.
What's that end, Hank? Look out. Hank!
How'd it happen? Hank leaned out to cut some wire and it whipped around the hot stuff. Yeah? Johnny held on to him until we got a hand line up.
How's he look?
Bad. Johnny's been working on him for 3 hours. Artificial respiration. How's he coming, Johnny?
He ain't breathing yet.
Well, one way or the other, he won't do any more climbing with that leg.
Hank always said he'd sooner be a corpse than a cripple. He ain't a corpse yet. I'll pull him through if I have to pump him for a week.
I was out for 6 hours before I breathed. It cooks you, that hot wire. Your blood boils inside of you. I know what it's like. The night I got
Shut up, Pop. Sweeney, look. He's breathing by himself.
He's coming around.
Give me that ammonia water. Come on, Hank. Open up. Oh, that's the fella. Come on now.
Hey, you pulled him through, Johnny.
How do you feel, Mug?
I hate to disappoint that little number I got lined up for tonight, Johnny. Tell her I had a date with a nurse. Yeah, and you come at night sometimes and see the night nurse I got. Now, there's a sweet mouse.
I bet she don't come within 10 feet of you.
Oh, is that so? Listen, all I got to do is push this little button and they come in jumping.
You mean they go out jumping?
Did you ring?
Yeah, that's right. Say, you're a new one, ain't you? Oh, not bad either. How come I get a different nurse in here every time?
Well, for this room, we always draw lots. This time I lost. What can I do for you?
When do I get my supper?
You just had your lunch.
You see, all I got to do is ring.
Oh, when is the doc checking you out, Hank?
Oh, about a week. But the leg will never be right. I got to settle down on the ground like a squirrel with a gout. So you think maybe the company will give me a job downstairs?
Nope.
Well, maybe they'll have me an inside job, licking envelopes or something.
Not a chance.
Well, why not, say? They can't throw me away like an old insulator. Wait till I get down there and tell those brass hats a few things.
I'll take it easy before you blow a fuse. You can't have any of them jobs. Because the company's making you foreman of the gang.
Well, they can't push me around. I'll tell her. Foreman? Hey, you're kidding.
No. Here's the letter.
Chief, we salute you. Now we don't have to come to work anymore.
Well, Mug, what do you say?
Foreman? Well, say, what do you think of that? Yeah, but if you guys think you're going to put anything over on me, you're climbing up the wrong pole. I know all the tricks because I pulled them myself.
Oh, Hank, I got to beat it. Pop's waiting downstairs for me.
Okay, coming back tomorrow?
Oh, sure. All set, Pop. Get in the car.
How's Hank, Johnny?
Oh, he's doing fine.
Did you tell him how I can't stand to go into a hospital, Johnny?
He knows how it is. He don't like it himself.
Johnny, I'm glad you're coming with me. It isn't easy, this, for me.
Oh, you're just making it tough, Pop. Your daughter made a little mistake. Well, she did a year for it, and now she's coming out. So what? Some of the best families get their mail at the cooler.
But it's not that simple, Johnny. Until Fay wrote me from this prison, and I went to visit her, I hadn't seen her in 15 years. And when a man is a good father, he doesn't...
Oh, you don't have to go into that again, Pop. A girl wound up being pinched in the Frisco ginger for clipping a sucker's wallet. Well, that wasn't your fault.
It wasn't Fay's fault either. She was innocent.
Oh, now, come on, Pop. You told me. But everything's going to work out okay. You and her are going to be the happiest father and daughter in this neck of the woods.
I hope so. But, Johnny, none of the other boys are ever going to know, are they?
I gave you my word, Pop.
Thank you, Johnny.
There she is. That's her, coming out now.
Yeah, good-looking girl for you, Pop.
I don't know what to say to her, Johnny.
Well, think fast. Here she is.
Hello.
Hello, Fay. I came down to pick you up.
Thanks. Got a cigarette?
No, I don't smoke much. You look very good, Fay.
Don't kid me. I just got a peek at myself in the mirror.
A little pale, maybe.
It feels good to be out of that hen house.
I bet it does. Oh, this is Johnny Marshall, the fellow I work with.
Hello.
Hiya.
Johnny helped get you out, Fay. He knew a fellow on the parole board.
Thanks. Have you got a cigarette?
Yeah, sure. Take 'em all.
I must look like something that came in with a tide. I sure could use some powder and lipstick.
Sorry, I left mine home. Oh, there's a drugstore across the street. I'll go over and get you some. Wait here.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
I want a lipstick.
A lipstick? What shade?
Anything as long as it's red.
We have a wide assortment of shades, sir.
I take vermilion.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you trust me?
What new face powders you've got?
Well, we've been selling a lot of Andre.
I take a box, and one of those combs, and a cart of bobby pins, and a box of cleansing tissue, and a carton of cigarettes.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, ain't there something you'd like for after dinner?
Don't strain your wallet, brother. I'll pay for it.
Oh, forget it. Figured as a little coming out present.
After a year in that birdcage, I don't feel like wisecracking about it. I need a good overhauling.
You're not kidding.
What do you mean?
Oh, that hello you gave your father. Why, you thought he was the DA who dropped you behind those bars.
Now, listen, Mr. Marshall. You handle your family, and I'll handle mine. I'm just as unimportant as you are. Leave me alone.
Okay.
Got a cent?
Well, sure. But that ain't going to pay the bill.
I want to get weighed.
Oh, here you are.
Thanks.
You're getting your fortune with it. Bargain day.
Mm-hmm. I could use a couple of more pounds.
Just about a couple.
This thing tells great fortunes. Listen to this. Your future will be as bright as your past.
What are you going to do in Los Angeles?
Oh, I get by one way or another.
Why don't you try the other way for a change?
Because there's too many guys like you crawling around.
Hey, steady, what? Hello? Hey, I can't hear you. Hey, shut up, you guys. I'm on the phone. Hello, yeah? Okay. Who was it? Transmission. Everybody's got to stick near the phone tonight. We're making a call. Hiya, Muggs. Oh, hello, Hank. Just got a call from transmission.
Yeah, we figure that.
Hey, Johnny, how'd Hank do with them Burlette scouts tonight?
Hank's girl had a headache. We sent him home early.
Yeah, Hank must treat his dames rough. They all get headaches. What do you do with them, Hank? Club them?
Now, listen, you're talking to the guy who finds them, feeds them, and forgets them.
Who you bulling? You've been turned down so often, you're beginning to look like a bedspread.
Now, if you don't shut that flap of yours, you're going to be spitting teeth all over the room.
Now, lay off, Hank.
I get all the dates I want, anytime I want them, understand? Oh, take it easy, Hank. Yeah, cut it out.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, Cully. Huh. That's all right. I was shooting my mouth off.
Well, how about a few hands of poker, guys, huh? What do you say? Get the $5.
Johnny, guess I was out of line again, huh?
Yeah, way out.
I can't figure it. That's what makes me sore. I like the dames, but they don't go for me. I'm strictly cold wire in that department.
For every guy in the world, there's a dame. You just gotta wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting. But I want to whisper I love you with my own teeth.
I'll get it. Oh, if that's your blonde friend, are you in or out?
Well, if it's her, I'm in, and I'm ready to go out.
Hello? Yeah, this is Johnny. Okay, I'll tell him.
Trouble?
Yeah, some lines up in the mountains are icing. The insulator's broke.
Come on, you monkeys. Everybody out. And wear your red underwear.
Hello? Transmission? Well, this is Hank McHenry. Yeah, we fixed that break and put the juice through. Yeah, look, tell Sweeney we lost a man tonight. Well, the wire fell. Yeah, the last guy in the bunch you'd expect to get it. Old Pop Duval. File card. In case of accident, notify Faye Duval, daughter. I never knew Pop had a daughter, did you?
Yeah, I knew.
Ever see her?
Once.
Well, guess I'd better go tell her. Yeah, I ain't very good at handing out that sort of stuff. Johnny, would you come with me?
Oh, well, you're the boss. I don't want to horn in on her.
Come on, Johnny, will you?
Okay, but I won't be any help to you.
Thanks.
$206. This must be the apartment. Ring the bell.
Hey, how does those dames stack up? What's she like?
A dame.
Well? Oh.
Hello.
What do you want?
Oh, this is Hank McHenry.
Yeah, I guess you know who I am, Miss Duval.
Never heard of you.
I'm a foreman at the Power and Light Company. Your father used to work for me.
So he used to work? What do you mean, used to work for you?
Well, your father had an accident.
He got tagged by a hot wire.
Yeah, we brought his clothes and stuff.
Put him down over there.
But it wasn't nobody's fault, miss. He just didn't get out of the way.
Maybe he didn't want to get out of the way. Sometimes I don't want to get out of the way myself. He tried to be kind the last few weeks.
Is that the best you can say for your old man?
Yeah. I'm afraid that's the best I can say.
That's great. Come on, Hank. I need some fresh air.
Hey, Johnny, wait a minute.
Oh, let him go, and you better go, too.
Don't mind Johnny. You see, he knew Pop better than most of us, and, well, I guess he feels that you,
Yes, I know. He thinks I ought to break down and get hysterical over a father I hardly knew.
Oh.
I'm sorry he's dead. But that doesn't make me forget what he did to my mother.
Well, if there's anything I can do, if you need something, you can get me at the office.
I wouldn't need you. Thanks anyhow.
Well, you got a job?
Yeah. I'm working at the Midnight Club. Big attraction, I am.
Yeah, I bet you are. Well, maybe I'll drop in to see you sometime.
It's a clip joint.
Well, that's all right. I'm a big boy now.
Well, thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So you did come, didn't you?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was just going to ask for you.
Well, we saved a lot of time.
Yeah, well, sit down.
What's on your mind?
Oh, not a thing. Say, I thought maybe you was the cashier here or something.
No, I'm just one of the entertainers. Want to dance?
Oh, no.
It's a relief to find one guy who don't think he was born with wings on his heels.
Say, I used to burn up the floor. I got a room full of dancing cups taller than you. But since I tangled my foot with a hot wire, I ain't quite as good as I was.
Sorry I brought it
up. That's okay. The real reason I came here was on account of finding out that your old man had a little insurance. And the company asked me to bring it to you. Here, it's all yours.
What's your angle?
What do you mean, angle?
What's this bait for? My father didn't have any insurance.
Well, he worked for me, didn't he? I ought to know what he had. He had insurance. Not much. $150 worth. Here, put it away.
Don't horse me, mister.
What have you got in mind?
Well, all right, you win. But I just figured you might need the dough. You probably got a lot of bills piling up on you.
I got a few. But you don't look like any captain of finance.
Oh, say, I got plenty and no one to spend it on. Except dames, of course. Got a lot of them on the string, but that still leaves me plenty of Mazuma. Bet you ain't getting rich in this flea bag.
You're right there. I don't get anything out of this joint but tired. I could use a few bucks.
Well, take it all.
No, just 50. And thanks. You get it back.
Well, I ain't worrying.
You're a new kind of a guy for a dump like this. Now, you better lock that wallet in your pocket and get out of here.
Look, I told you I came here to talk to you.
This is a clip joint. And after 3 drinks, every tick of the clock will cost you $1.
What time do you blow out of here?
About 5 tomorrow morning.
5? Say, you dames got a pretty loose union, ain't you? How about me picking you up when you're through? Look, I got a date with a little redhead, but I could try to lose her about 4:30, then come over here. We could go someplace for ham and eggs.
Oh, I'll be tired then. Let's save it for another time.
When?
Oh, whenever you have some time off.
All right, I'll call you. Check here. Good night, Faye.
Night. You okay?
Well, thanks. You too. Hey, Hank. Oh, hello, John. Hey, say, what are you doing out here?
Waiting for you. Why do you waste your time with a dame like that?
Ah, she seems all right. You just didn't give her a chance. I wanted to see if she was fixed all right for dough.
I'll tell you how she's fixed. As long as there's one guy left in the world with a little loose dough in his pocket, she's going to do okay.
Now, cut it out, Johnny.
She's strictly a no good.
I said cut it out.
Okay, Hank. Okay.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Raft, will return in Act Two of Manpower. And now, here's a young man not getting the phone number he wants.
Operator, will you try that number again, please? Maine 1234. Well, of all the luck. Mary's line is always busy.
Yes, Mary's popular. And no wonder, for Mary is a Lux soap girl. A girl whose complexion is so fresh and radiant that everyone says, isn't she attractive, though? My, but she's pretty. Well, you know, there's something about a soft, appealing skin that makes people say just that, whether a girl's features are perfect or not. Now, if someone should tell you a simple complexion care that famous Hollywood stars depend on to help keep their skin soft and lovely, you'd want to try it, wouldn't you? Well, right in your own home, you can take the Lux Soap Active Lather Facial that screen stars take every day. Here's what Loretta Young says about it.
Lux toilet soap has such wonderful creamy lather. I pat it lightly into my skin, rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool. Then with a towel, I pat my face gently to dry. This Lux Soap facial leaves skin feeling beautifully smooth.
Try Loretta Young's Active Lather Facials for 30 days. Compare the smooth, rich lather Lux toilet soap gives with that of other soaps you've used. You'll like the way this fine, soothing lather caresses your skin. Get 3 cakes of fragrant, white Lux toilet soap tomorrow and see what this gentle care with Hollywood's beauty soap can do for you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson as Hank, Marlena Dietrich as Fay, and George Raft as Johnny. Hank isn't being very smart about Fay Duval. Every night for weeks, he's been sitting in the club where she works. And every night for weeks, when he comes home, Johnny eyes him quietly and says nothing. But now Hank is buying presents for the girl, and Johnny is losing patience.
Come on, Johnny. Well, you got better taste than me. Pick something out for her, will you? You'd know what Fay'd like.
All I know is that you're seeing too much of that dame.
Now, let's not get into that again, will you? She's a good kid.
Yeah, I know. Fresh out of finishing school.
Well, she's had tough breaks.
Oh, a bargain basement turns on the crying act, and you mop it all up. Why, if you buy her so much as a chocolate soda, you're being a sucker.
Well, she rates the best I can buy.
Now,
her.
wait a minute. You're not going into that hearts and flowers routine over that dame, are you?
Oh, me? Yeah, I'm strictly a love 'em and leave 'em guy.
Oh, stop it. This is me you're talking to.
Oh, well, anyway, I'm just buying her something out of remembrance to her old man.
Well, before you get any deeper, there's a couple of things you better know about that dame.
I know everything I want to know.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, I wasn't going to spill this, Hank, but I guess I'd better.
You mean about a year in the cooler?
Who told you?
She did. You see what a straight-shooting dame she is?
All I can see is that she was smart enough to beat me to the punch.
Well, it's all yours, Faye. Happy birthday.
Who said this was my birthday?
Well, some days got to be a birthday, so I'm either early or late.
You're never going to get rich buying things for me.
Well, that's all right. I get a kick out of it. Here, it's one of those things, a negligee.
Oh, it's beautiful, Hank. It's expensive, too.
Well, what's money for except to be spent?
What's going on? What is on your mind?
Nothing. Yeah, does a guy have to have something on his mind when he gives a dame a present?
Come on, Hank. You can tell me.
Well, you're a swell girl, Faye, and like I've been telling you, you oughtn't to live here alone.
So you're suggesting I ought to move in with you?
Yeah, will you? Now, how about it? We can take out a license tomorrow morning.
License?
Yeah, well, don't blame me. It's a state law. You know, they make you get one before you can get married.
Hank, you want me to marry you?
Well, sure. What did you think I meant? Oh, I know. I ain't no bargain, but I'll always be in there trying. I'll take care of you good, and I'll do the best I can to make you happy.
Well, Hank, before you get wound up any tighter, let me tell you this. I'm wrong for you.
Well, first we'll get married, and then we can talk about it.
But look, Hank, bouncing around clip joints ain't the best build-up for a wedding march.
Well, you ain't done anything. I haven't.
I'm not in love with you, Hank.
Well, that's all right. I'll have enough of both of us. Look, honey, you gotta marry me. Now, I bought you that negligee thing so I could see you in it.
You're a pretty sudden guy, Hank. You've caught me without an answer. I gotta think about it.
What do you got? Okay. I got 3 Johns.
3 10s. He does it to me every time.
Oh, hiya, Hank. Want to sit in?
Yeah, pull up a chair, Hank.
No, not tonight, boys. Hey, I got a little news for you. You fellas ever hear the old saying, the two can live cheaper than one?
Yeah, but it's worth the difference to me to stay single.
Well, I'm going to give it a chance and see how it works.
Hey, what are you talking about?
You mean you're going to get hitched?
No one else, boys. The little babe has been chasing me hard, so I finally gave in. You're all invited to the wedding.
Well, who's the dame?
What circus did you get her out of? Yeah, what are you going to do about her beard?
I knew this was a mistake, telling you guys anything.
You don't know what a mistake it's going to be.
Well, come on.
Oh, whose deal is it?
What'll it be this time, Faye?
The usual, Mike.
Make mine a beer.
Right?
How many of these can you handle a night?
Well, do you think I'm dope enough to drink anything strong around a dame like you?
All right, Diamond Jim. What are you selling?
I ain't selling, I'm buying. How much do you want to leave Hank alone?
How much are you offering?
I got $200 that says you don't marry him.
Ha, what a weak voice you have, Grandpa.
Don't con me. You've never seen that much loose dough all at once. I'm telling you to leave Hank alone.
How do you know I'm not mad about him?
Look, sister, don't bull me. You've been in circulation a long, long time.
You got a lot of gall crawling in here and setting yourself up as the old family lawyer. I don't know whether to laugh in your face or bat it in with a bottle.
Well, you better stick to the laughing. I duck fast and swing faster. Hank ain't very bright, but he's my friend. And if he hooks up with a dame like you, he's tying into a lot of headaches he never figured on. I'm onto your racket.
You got the blueprints all drawn, haven't you?
Yeah, you got a line, sister, but it ain't what makes a wife for a right guy. So I'm telling you straight. Forget you ever seen him. Here's your dough.
You can take that money and put it back in your pocket. Go buy yourself some manners.
To waste on you?
Now listen, mister. Before you came in here, I was worrying about Hank. I'd figured I wouldn't marry him because he is a regular guy and he has been swell with me. But now I'm gonna marry him whether you like it or not. Now get out.
Come on, everybody. Kiss the bride. Come on, kiss the bride, Johnny. What is the last chance anybody's going to get?
You're not very enthusiastic, Johnny.
Should I be?
Hey, Hank, kiss your drink. Hold it. Hold it.
Well, now that you've got Hank, what are you going to do with him?
Now, look, mister. Even if I was all you think I am, I'd be smart enough to play ball.
All I got to say to you is keep your nose clean. You got the hook in him, and don't let me catch you twisting it around.
What makes you think I couldn't be on the level with a guy?
You can't even be on the level with yourself. You got that clip joint in your blood, and you'll never lose it.
Have you ever been fooled?
Uh-huh. But not by a dame like you. Come on, Hank. Just a few more steps.
Just a few more steps. Happy New Year.
Can you get him in all right?
Sure. Come on, Hank.
This is the first time I ever heard of the groom being carried over the threshold.
Where do you want him?
On the couch.
Easy, Hank. That's the boy. Sleep it off, fella.
Does he do this often?
Not too often. I'm used to taking care of him if you want me to.
Thanks for the offer. But I signed up for a job today, and it's never too soon to start learning.
Oh, you sure you won't get absent-minded and lift his bankroll?
This is your station, mister. You get off here. Good night.
Well, I'll give you my phone number in case you need any help.
I know what I have to do, and I'm not asking for any help or advice from anyone. I made a deal. Bad or good, I'm going to work it out.
Yeah. That sounds all right. Maybe you've got sense.
Not too much. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Come on, step on it, Joe, will you? We ain't got all day.
Where are we heading for, Hank?
Central Airport. We're pushing the lines back so they can land them big bombers.
Well, why don't they build the fields right in the first place?
So guys like us can have jobs fixing them up again.
Yeah, well, I don't like planes. In fact, I don't like traveling. I'm strictly a homeboy.
Yeah? Who's home? And is she blonde or brunette?
Am I particular?
Now, can't you guys ever talk about anything but dames?
Well, how do we know? We never tried.
Hey, listen to Hank. He gets married, so you don't have to talk about him anymore.
Hey, Hank, your wife's still waking at the clip joint?
What do you mean?
He didn't mean anything, Hank.
What do you mean, Cully?
Oh, nothing, Hank. Only
what?
Cut it.
Come on, Hank, forget it. Hank! Not in the trunk. What's the matter with you? I'll get over there. Sit down and cool off.
Yeah. It's because Faye's had a tough time getting the groceries, but ain't any reason for wise guys to be making cracks. That goes for everybody, understand?
Oh, forget it. You all right, Cully?
Yeah. Gee, Hank, you oughtn't to get that sore. You're going to kill somebody one of these days.
Well, you're both all wet. You ought to put some glue on that mouth of yours, Cully. And Hank, you better keep them hands in your pocket. You're way out of line again. Way out. Come on now, you guys. Shake hands.
Sorry, Hank. I didn't mean to get you on your ear.
I didn't mean to put you on yours. Sorry, Cully.
That's okay.
How's it going up there, Johnny? Tighten up a little more. Cully, tighten up. Hold it. Headache! Hey, watch out where you're dropping that stuff. I yelled headache, didn't I? Coming down. Okay, shake it up. Hey, Omaha, we're moving up to the next bowl.
All set up there, Hank. Oh, boy, this fog's getting awful thick. You can't even see the tops of the poles.
Yeah, well, how'd you like to be up in the plane in this suit?
The ground's good enough for me. I was born on it, and I'm going to live on it.
Stick in this racket, and you'll be in it.
Hey, look at that plane up there. Look at it. It's a wonder they don't tangle with them wires every time they take off.
Oh, they've been combing my hair for me all morning.
Well, get the boys moving to Omaha.
Okay. Come on, you guys. Hop it up.
Well, hiya, Hank. All over the heat wave?
What do you mean?
Oh, the way you went after Cully before, I thought you were going to finish him.
Oh, that? Yeah, say, I got to watch my step, huh?
But good. You know, Hank, Cully said something after you socked him. He said you ought to watch out. You know, you might kill somebody someday. Maybe he's got something there.
Yeah, I know. But I just can't help it, you know. When I get ribbed like that, something happens inside of me. Something that isn't even me at all. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
You know, all I can hear is something in my head saying, kill him, kill that guy. And the next thing you know, I could kick myself all over the lot for it. And you think Cully's still sore?
Nah, he's okay.
Well, I'll invite him up to the house for dinner or something. Say, what about tonight? You coming?
Well, I don't know.
Come on. What's the matter with you? Faye's expecting you.
Oh, look, it's getting to be a habit, Hank.
Well, so what? Don't you like the food?
Oh, sure I like it, but if I show up there again this week, Faye will be calling the cops. After all, you're practically still on your honeymoon.
Well, I'm asking you for supper. Fay's making one of her corned beef and cabbage dinners, and one of them omelets with all that junk in it, a big salad, and my favorite pie. Huckleberry.
What? No pudding?
No, I'm on a diet.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Hank.
Let's finish this thing. Come on, Johnny. Up that pole.
Okay.
Cully, rig that winch line.
Ready and waiting, Hank.
Anything running hot up there?
Upper and lower circuit.
Well, Johnny, watch the upper and lower, will you? They're hot.
Okay.
Hey, Barney, Russ, go down and clear the wires off that other pole.
Hey, Hank, you think maybe we ought to quit?
Quit? What for?
Well, Barney says he can't even see the ground from up top. It's like working in the dark up there.
Well, we only got 2 more, and the officer's yelling. Okay, Johnny?
Yeah.
Well, we got the winch line rigged.
Anytime you're set. Hand line coming at you, Johnny. Let's have it.
Hey, where's that plane?
I don't know. Sounds like it's coming this way, though.
Well, I hope he knows where he's heading. He sounds kind of low.
Yeah, they've been missing the poles by inches all day.
Johnny, come on down.
What for?
Never mind, come on down.
Hank, there he is.
Johnny, he's heading for the pole. Johnny, kick off. Johnny, kick off. Well, how you feeling, Johnny? Got all them ribs out of your liver yet?
Oh, I'm okay, I guess. Hey, you were right about that night nurse. Oh, she's a pip.
You bet.
You're looking fine, Johnny. When does the doctor say you'll be out?
Oh, he says I got to give them ribs plenty of time to patch up.
Well, they ain't going to patch you up in this joint. You're going to come home with Fay and me.
Oh, wait a minute.
You ain't going to stay cooped up here in this bandage factory. We got a nice room for you. And there ain't a nurse in the whole joint that can match Fay. Any way you look at it.
Oh, it's too much trouble for you.
Won't be any trouble at all, Johnny. And you'll be much more comfortable than here.
Oh, I'm a rotten patient. I squawk about everything.
Well, we'll shut you up. I ain't forgot how to use a spud wrench.
Oh, hello.
Are you up again? You're supposed to be an invalid, Johnny.
Oh, I'm fed up with that invalid routine.
What's the matter? Don't you like the service around here?
Oh, you're up the wrong pole. Why, you've been swell. My own mother couldn't have taken care of me any better.
Oh, forget it. Someday when I fall off a tower, you can take care of me.
Hiya, family. Well, our son's getting pretty big, ain't he, honey? You know, you need a shave, Junior.
Hiya, Hank.
Well, here's the groceries, honey. Oh, I'm sorry,
I'll
honey.
pick him up. It's good I didn't tell you to get eggs.
Sorry.
Oh, what's new on the job, Hank?
Not so good. You know, they're making a floating gang out of us for a couple of months.
Oh, where are you going to be working?
On that new Harper dam line. We go next week. Yeah, I wish he was well enough to come along with us.
I'll be there.
Yeah, well, what does the doc say?
Well, from now on, I'm the doctor. A little more of this doing nothing, I'll be climbing poles that ain't there.
Time for your milk, Johnny.
Oh, I just had a glass of that cow juice.
That was 2 hours ago.
Come on, Junior. Down the hatch.
All right. How do babies stand that stuff?
Hello, Johnny.
Oh, just getting a bottle of beer. Want one?
No, thanks.
Kind of hot tonight, ain't it?
Yeah. Having trouble sleeping.
This stuff might help.
I don't think so.
What's the matter? Something bothering you?
No. Why?
You sure look at her. Oh, I know Hank ain't the easiest guy to get along with.
I'm not complaining.
No, you're not. I never figured you stay in harness so long.
How do you mean?
Well, dames like you sometimes get restless. You miss the lights and the noise and the people and things.
If I miss anything, that's not it.
Oh, you know you've made Hank a very happy guy. Why, every day's Valentine's Day for him.
I've tried.
You know, sometimes I get the idea you don't feel like cheering. What's worrying you?
I told you nothing.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Well, you can paste this in your little notebook. I'm Hank's friend and yours, too. If there's something wrong, you can always count on me.
Can I?
Sure.
All right. You asked for it. And tell me some way I can get you out of my mind.
What did you say?
You heard me. Tell me some way I can get you out of my mind.
Are you nuts?
I don't know. Maybe I am. Don't stand there looking at me like that. Did I knock you off that pole? Did I fix it so that you'd spend a month here in the house?
Well, listen. That ain't got anything to do with it. I never said anything. Why, I never even gave you a look. I never even thought.
I know that. Things like that just happen. No one wants them to happen. They just do.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Edward G. Robinson, George Raft, and Marlena Dietrich in Act 3 of Manpower. And now, here's our young friend, Sally, who looks very pleased about something.
Mr. Ruick, I've got the grandest compliment.
For me, Sally? Well, now, that's very nice of you.
Sorry, Mr. Ruick. It's for Lux toilet soap.
Oh, why, of course, Sally. Our product gets compliments all the time.
This one's very special, though. You see, my brother Jim's home on leave.
Oh, that nice lad who joined the Navy a few months back?
Yes, and he looks wonderful. So healthy and brown.
Likes it, huh?
You should hear him brag about his ship, Mr. Ruick. Says the food is grand and kids me about seeing the latest movies before I do. And now I come to Lux toilet soap. When I handed him a fresh cake for his bath, he said, "Say, sis, this soap of yours goes good aboard ship, too."
Lux soap a hit with the Navy, Sally. Well...
Yes. Jim said at the ship store where the men can buy everything from ice cream sodas to their favorite cigarettes, Lux soap is in big demand. Jim said, no wonder, when it does such a swell job of slicking a man up, even by Navy standards. And you know, Mr. Ruick, Navy standards are something.
Yes, Sally, that is a real compliment for Lux toilet soap. And it certainly makes us all feel good to realize that the men in the service get not only the comforts of home, but some of the luxuries, too. Like the latest books and movies and chocolate bars, and even a fine toilet soap. Yes, Lux is a fine soap, with all the quality the Navy demands in everything purchased for the use of its men. It's pure, it's really mild, it gives a generous, creamy, active lather that makes it a perfect bath soap, too. And here's a tip for the thrifty-minded. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled. That means a single cake lasts and lasts, right down to the thinnest sliver. Why don't you take a tip from Uncle Sam's boys who know a good thing when they see it? Let your whole family enjoy this smooth, luxurious white soap. You can, because Lux toilet soap costs so little, especially when you buy it the economical 3 cakes at a time way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Raft. 2 weeks have passed, and Johnny is back on the job again. They're a floating crew now, working away from home, and Hank is getting lonesome for Fay. In a roadside hamburger stand, he looks with distaste at the dinner he's ordered, but cannot eat.
Now, look at them biscuits. I could punch rivets with them. Oh, gee, I wish Fay was here, then we could have something decent. I'm going to send for her.
Oh, this ain't no place for dames.
But I ain't seen Fay in 10 days. You know, I never was a guy for long-distance romancing.
Well, you know, the company don't like no women hanging around the job.
Well, there ain't no law that says the foreman's wife can't come to see him.
Well, Fay wouldn't like it up here.
Oh, sure she will. I'm here, ain't I? I'm going to wire her to come up on the next bus.
Hey, where's Hank running to?
Wiring his wife to come up.
Ask her if she's got a friend.
I seen the wife. Not bad. How does a gimp like Hank rate a dame like that?
She graduated from a clip joint. She ain't no bargain.
Listen, can that talk, or one of these days you'll fall off that pole and it won't be accidental.
We wasn't talking to you.
We were just making some innocent comments.
Well, tend to your grub while you still got some teeth to do it with.
Don't pop off at me, brother. You're going to have a mouthful of knuckles.
Yeah, and you'll be minus a hand.
Listen, I don't take that from anybody.
You don't, huh?
Johnny, you laid him out like a rug.
Take him up and throw him out of here. It might improve the joint.
Hey, what goes on? What's the matter here, Johnny?
Oh, nothing, Hank. Just a slight disagreement, that's all.
Yeah, it ain't nothing a hospital can't fix.
Well, did you sock that guy, Johnny?
Yeah.
Well, this time you was out of line.
Not so far.
What was the beef?
Well, there wasn't any beef.
Well, he must have done something. You don't go around laying guys out for the fun of it.
Lay off, will you? The guy wanted to fight, and he picked me. Forget it.
Well, funny. I ain't got an answer yet. And I guess you grabbed the bus last night, huh?
No, I guess so. Oh, say, I better get my junk out of the shack. You don't want me hanging around with Fay coming up.
Well, you won't mind, will you, Johnny? You know how it is.
Oh, sure. I'll crawl in with one of the other boys. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, well, I'm going down to meet the bus. How about having supper with us?
Nah, you and Fay'll have a lot to talk over. Anyway, I got my eye on that dame over at the hamburger joint.
Oh, come on now. Will you forget that hash slinger? Grab some grub with Fay and me. Well, we'd have a lot of laughs.
Go on, beat it. I got work to do.
Oh, okay. Boy, if this weather don't let up, we'll be working with water wings. See you, Johnny.
Yeah, so long. Hello, Foreman Shack.
Los Angeles calling Mr. McHenry.
Oh, he ain't here, but I'll take it.
Go ahead, please.
Hello? Mr. McHenry, this is Sergeant Freeman of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Who?
Los Angeles Police. We picked up a girl in a raid on the Midnight Club. She says she's your wife, and we're just checking up on it.
Oh, okay. I'll be in to get her.
All right, Mr. Val, you're out. Thanks. Johnny, how did you find out? Was it in the papers or on the radio or something? Well, where's Hank? Did he come with you? It was funny the way I got caught. All the time I worked there, I was never picked up. So last night I was only in there a couple of minutes talking with the girls, and all of a sudden the place was full of cops, so I...
So you couldn't stand the smell of fresh air?
Oh, don't!
You had to crawl back into that sewer, didn't you? How often you been doing it? Every time Hank had his back turned.
Oh, Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
Don't turn on the waterworks for me. It don't register.
I wasn't working.
Oh, I had you tagged right the first time I saw you. A nickel and dime dame out to pick up a free ride.
You got no right to.
And that line of hot air you dished out about being in love with me. You really had me thinking about you. Worrying about the way I treated you. Why, I should have known better.
I meant it. Every word of it.
You forgot your suitcase.
Thanks.
A suitcase? What were you doing with that when you got pinched?
I was walking out, heading for Chicago.
Walking out on Hank, huh? Why, a guy can pick up a mongrel and feed him. Give him a place to sleep and he'll stick. But not you, huh?
No, not me. Go on, hit me again if that'll make you feel any better. I've been hit before, and harder.
That wasn't anything the way you're going to be smacked. Why, if I ever catch you out of line again, you're going to... Oh, you're going to Hank, just like I asked you.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. And we're going to forget all about this. Hank's never going to hear about it. You just missed the bus. You understand?
Johnny, what is the satisfaction do you get seeing me caged up with Hank?
You're married to him, ain't you? That's where a wife belongs, with her husband. And that's where you're going. You're not running away.
You still don't get it, do you? I was running away from you. Because you were always around, and I couldn't stand it anymore. Because I was going crazy every time I thought of you. Because I love you. And because you and Hank were friends, I was setting myself up behind the 8-ball again. You think it was easy to walk out? It was the hardest thing I ever did. Now go on and hit me. Hit me.
You're taking the bus. Tonight.
Hurry it up there, will you? They gotta shoot the line hard.
Okay, on the conductors. Tell them to shoot the juice whenever they're ready.
Okay, clamp in that sky wire.
Oh, how's it going, Hank?
Well, where the devil have you been?
Sorry, Hank. Had some business.
Well, your business is here. The storm's torn out two of the main lines. Come on now, grab your belt to get up that tower.
Hank, I'm quitting.
What?
I'm blowing. Checking out of the crew.
What for? What's the matter?
Oh, I'm tired of being holed up on a maintenance job. This is the longest I ever been in one spot since I was old enough to button my own shirt.
Now, look, Johnny, I don't know what your beef is, but we'll fix it up. The substation needs this line to carry the load. Now, get over to the truck, will you, and get somebody slicker and start climbing. What do you say?
Okay, but when the job is through, I'm quitting.
Attaboy. Now, watch yourself. It's going to be hotter than an electric chair up there. I'm going to the shack and phone them to shoot the juice, so figure the line wire's hot from now on. Hello, give me the substation. Make it fast.
Hank.
Hey. Well, for the love... When did you get in?
Just a little while ago.
Wait a second. Hello, Barney. Hank talking. Yeah, it's okay on that feed. Shoot him hot anytime you want. Okay. Well, gee, honey. Storm held you up, huh? Did you get stuck on the road?
No. I came up on the bus with Johnny.
Yeah, well, how come?
He was on the bus.
Say, what's the matter with that guy? He just quit on me. Did he say anything to you about it?
Quit?
Yeah, he's walking out. Did he give you a hint? Is he in trouble with some dame or something?
Yes. He is.
So some little mouse finally caught up with him. I knew they'd get him someday. That's all right. I'll fix it up for him. Who is it?
Me.
You? Oh, now, stop ribbon, baby. now, who is it?
I told you, me. I was leaving you, Hank. But Johnny made me come up here.
You were leaving me? Why?
You know I never loved you. I told you that before I married you. It hasn't worked out, Hank. It never will.
Well, why hasn't it worked out? On account of Johnny? Because he was moving in all the time?
It wasn't Johnny's fault. I just fell in love with him.
Oh, you just fell in love. Yeah, I know how that guy operates. Well, what a first-class dope I was. Bringing him into my own house so he could work easier. How long has this two-timing been going on?
Now, wait a minute, Hank. Don't get Johnny wrong. He didn't do...
Oh, no, I ain't got Johnny wrong. I just got him right for the first time.
Hank!
And if you're figuring on going away with him, you better change your plans, because he ain't going to be in condition to go anywhere.
Hank, come back. You don't know what you're doing.
He's running hot up there. Now, watch yourself. Oh, hiya, Hank. Everything's going great.
Where's Johnny?
Up top.
Give me a wrench.
Wrench?
Come on. Give me a wrench.
Hey, what's the matter, Hank? Hey, where you going?
I'm going up to see Johnny.
Hey, listen, wait. Hey, Hank, you can't climb no pole with that leg. Hey, Hank!
Stop him!
What's the matter with that guy?
Get him up there! He's going to kill Johnny!
What?
Johnny! He's going to kill you!
Kill him. One more step. Another one. Kill him. The wrench. Kill him.
Hank, is that you?
Kill him.
Don't come up here, Hank.
Kill.
Are you crazy or something? Get out there. Get down.
One more step. Kill him.
Hank, what's the matter with you?
Now, you can reach him. Swing that wrench.
Hank!
Kill him.
What the? Hank, listen.
Kill him.
Hank, look out for that wire. It's hot.
Kill.
Look out. Get a line up here. I can't hold him. Get a line. I can't hold him. I tell you, I can't hold him.
I seen him fall all the way from the top, over and over.
Oh, cut it out, Cully. Johnny, okay?
Yeah. Where is he?
He's over there. Just about finished, Johnny.
Call the substation.
Okay.
Tell him to have an ambulance over here in a hurry.
It's all right, Hank. It's all right, Hank. I'm here. I'm with you, Hank.
He's coming around with him. Take it easy, Hank. You're going to be all right.
Yeah. Who are you horsing? This is it.
What kind of talk is that? What are you doing, quitting?
Sure. The game's over. Time to go home. You know, I'm a pretty sudden guy, Johnny.
Yeah, Hank. Too sudden. You looked at the long blueprints.
Hank, it doesn't matter what you think of me. But I want you to believe that Johnny didn't do anything. He was bringing me back. Making me come back.
Yeah.
Please, Hank. Please believe me.
Sure. I was out of line again, hey, Johnny?
Yeah. Way out.
Yeah, every time I get tangled up with a dame, I do the wrong thing.
It was my fault, Hank. It was all my fault.
I know. Oh, you're okay, honey. Johnny, take care of her good like I try to do, will you?
Sure, Hank.
Hey, did anyone yell headache when I was coming down?
Sure, Hank.
Good. I'm glad nobody got hurt.
Hank. Oh, Hank.
Your applause is a command. A command to Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Raft to return to this microphone for a curtain call. Congratulations to all three of them on some stirring acting.
Well, thank you, C.B. And congratulations to you, sir, on the anniversary which you will celebrate this week.
Oh, how does it feel to tuck that 30th year away? A picture making under your belt, Mr. DeMille.
Well, I'll tell you, when the public tells me how it feels about my 30th anniversary picture, Reap the Wild Wind.
Well? We have 3 gentlemen approaching this microphone who are going to tell you how they feel about your anniversary right now.
3 of your competitors, C.B., with a word to say about those 30 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce 3 of Hollywood's best-known motion picture directors, George Stevens, Mark Sandridge, and E.H. Griffith.
Thank you, George. We're here tonight, C.B., as a committee of the Screen Directors Guild. The members of the Guild decided that something should be done about a man who'd been directing pictures for 30 years.
Especially since there's only one man who's been doing it that long.
As you may have heard, directors as a class are a hard-boiled bunch, and to the best of my knowledge, they've never given anybody anything before, so this is an unusual occasion.
We picked the Lux Radio Theater for this occasion, C.B., because it's right across the street from the site where you made Hollywood's first feature picture, The Squaw Man.
And in memory of those 30 years, we brought along something which George Stevens, as president of the Guild, is going to give you right now. It tells, in some slight degree, what your fellow directors think of you.
It's a plaque, C.B. I'll read the inscription because that tells our whole story. It says, in recognition of 30 years of pioneering in the motion picture industry, the entire membership of the Screen Directors Guild presents this plaque to Cecil Beatty Mill for outstanding creative achievement, invaluable contributions to technical progress, and distinguished executive leadership.
This is a very gracious gesture, gentlemen. In these 30 exciting years, I've received many things from many hands, but I've never received anything that I shall prize more highly than this award from the directors of Hollywood, my professional brothers, presented by 3 fine artists like you, George Stevens, Ned Griffith, and Mark Sandridge. This award means, well, it means more than a great deal. And so, with all humility, I thank you.
All of Hollywood, and I think I can speak for the radio audience, too, wish you 30 more years of success, C.B.
In pictures and in the Lux Radio Theater, too. And in 30 more years, if there's anyone left who doesn't use Lux soap, I'd be very disappointed in the way you're doing the job. Lux soap is a grand product, Mr. DeMille, and I couldn't get along without it.
Well, don't try, Marlena. You're the perfect tribute to Lux soap.
Well, what about next week, C.B.? What's the play?
A magic combination of comedy, drama, romance, and music called The Strawberry Blonde. It's adapted from the Warner Brothers picture, and our stars will be Rita Hayworth, Don Amici, and Virginia Bruce. The Strawberry Blonde is a story of the gay 90s and the adventures that walked into a dentist's office on a Sunday afternoon. Adventure from the past in the person of the Strawberry Blonde. A delightful play on 3 exciting stars, Don Amici, Rita Hayworth, and Virginia Bruce.
It's a great lineup, C.B. We'll be listening.
And we're all looking forward to the premiere of your 30th anniversary picture in Hollywood this week.
And hoping we all get free passes. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. For me, this has really been a night to remember. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici, Rita Hayworth, and Virginia Bruce starring in The Strawberry Blonde with Jack Carson. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 fine organizations celebrate their 30th birthdays this month. The Campfire Girls and the Girl Scouts. Thousands of American girls have received training in good citizenship from these 2 groups. Now their work is more important than ever. So tonight, we give a birthday salute to the Girl Scouts and the Campfire Girls. Marlene Dietrich will soon be seen in the Frank Lloyd production, The Spoilers, to be released by Universal Pictures. George Raft's next picture is the Universal production, Broadway. Edward G. Robinson appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. His next picture is their production of Larceny Incorporated. Heard in tonight's play were Warren Ash as Omaha, Edwin Max as Cully, Griff Barnett as Pop, and Charles Seal, B. Benaderet, Howard McNear, Torrey Carlton, and Frank Penny. Tune in next Monday night to hear Don Amici, Rita Hayworth, and Virginia Bruce, starring in The Strawberry Blonde. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild players and James Warwick's stirring and thrilling study of a killer's psychology, Blind Alley. It stars Edward G. Robinson as Professor Shelby, Roderick Crawford as Hal Wilson the killer, Isabel Jewell as his girlfriend, and Frank Albertson as Fred Landis. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Blind Alley. Shelby, and I am professor of psychology at a Midwestern college. Mrs. Shelby and I were sitting quietly at home one evening last June, talking over the end of another school term. The nurse, whom we have for our little boy, was upstairs putting him to bed. Suddenly, there was a noise from the front hall.
Listen, Will. Was he at the front door?
Yes, Mary, it just sounds like it. I'll see what...
Just stay right where you are, mister.
What?
I dare you walk in here.
Take it easy, lady.
What are you doing here?
Stand over there, mister. Take a look in the other room, Maisie.
Okay, Hal.
Pull them window shades, Buck. Yeah.
Hey, look here. Who are you?
My name's Wilson, Hal Wilson.
Oh, Wilson.
The notorious gunman? Guess they heard of you, Hal.
Nobody downstairs but these two, honey.
First the dame, Maisie. Buck, give the guy a quick once-over.
Well, what possible reason have you for breaking in here, Wilson?
Cops are right on my tail. I need a hideout.
Just an overnight visit. A fellow called Nick's picking us up in a motorboat in the morning to take us across the lake. The dame's okay, honey.
The guy's clean, Hal.
Get back to the car, Buck. Pull it around back of the house where nobody can see it.
Sure.
How many are living in this house, mister?
Just my wife here, my young son, and the nurse.
Where's the kid and the nurse?
Upstairs.
Go upstairs, Maisie. Tie him up.
Oh, you won't hurt my baby. Oh, don't worry, lady. I got a kid brother myself.
Take the dame along with you, Maisie. Tie her up, too.
Oh, okay. Come on, sister. Get moving.
Is all this necessary? Can't you see for yourself we're entirely helpless?
Can't afford to take chances, mister. Yeah. And if I catch you in any funny business, I'll fix it so you won't get no second chance. That goes for you, the dame, and the kid. It's up to you, buddy, so watch your step.
Looking back on that night, it seems unreal, fantastic. We were at the mercy of a desperate, cold-blooded killer. I decided that the safety of my family depended on placating Wilson, disarming his suspicions by appealing to his vanity with seemingly innocent questions about himself. It was like being face-to-face with a cobra, not knowing what moment he would strike.
Say, mister, you ain't trying to get funny with me, are you? Because if you are, don't. Better than you tried it and got over it sudden-like. Very sudden-like.
Oh, good heavens, Wilson, don't be so touchy. What's wrong with a few simple questions? I meant no harm.
You didn't, huh? I got a good mind. I left you...
lay out the Professor, Hal. He's okay. He's sort of regular.
Yeah, too regular. That's just the trouble. There's something very funny about you, mister. You're too quiet, too friendly-like. Something fishy somewhere.
Well, it's only that, well, I don't meet people like you every day, Wilson. You interest me.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yes, you're not like other people.
And
you're an individualist.
He's what?
Well, he knows what he wants, and he's not afraid to go after it.
I'll say I ain't.
Well, he gets what he goes after, too, Professor.
Yeah. You know, now and then you cough up what sounds like sense, Professor.
You see, how I told you he's all right.
I still say he's too nosy, just like the cops.
Oh, no. The police are interested in your crimes, Wilson, but I am a psychologist, and what I want to know is something different.
Such as what, Professor?
Well, things like his boyhood, the dreams he had.
Oh, that's a lot of baloney.
I had a book all about dreams once. It was swell.
A lot of junk.
See, Professor, I had a dream the night before
last.
last.
I ain't interested in what you dreamed. Look, Professor. You ever heard of anyone having a dream more than once? The same dream, I mean?
Yeah. Many people have recurrent dreams.
What does it mean?
Well, usually a very deep-seated fixation.
What's a fixation?
Well, something one did that left a deep effect on the subconscious mind. You see, Wilson, we all have two minds.
Yeah?
The conscious and subconscious. It's in dreams and instinctive feelings that the subconscious comes out.
Yeah, gee, Doc, I could sit and listen to you talk all night.
Yes, it is interesting, isn't it?
So other people get them too, huh?
Yeah.
You know, Professor, I've had a dream. I've been dreaming ever since I was a kid.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, you see, it's... no, why talk about it?
Well, why not? Perhaps I can help you.
I don't trust you, mister.
You don't trust anyone, do you, Wilson?
I have never found anyone I could trust.
Well, tell me about your father and mother, Wilson.
They both kicked off when I was a kid.
Who brought you up?
My aunt. She was the meanest, no good, drunken...
Did she beat you?
Yeah, when she was drinking, she was always that way.
Well, didn't you have anyone you were fond of?
No. That is, no, nobody at all.
Oh, but Hal, what about Tiny?
Shut up.
But you told me you liked her.
I'm telling you to keep your nose out of this.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me.
She was your cousin, wasn't she?
Tiny ain't got nothing to do with it.
Oh, gee, Professor, I don't know why he always gets sore every time anybody mentions
Are you going to
her.
shut up?
All right, Hal. Forget it.
I guess you must have thought a lot of this, Tiny, didn't you, Wilson? Was she your aunt's daughter?
Yeah.
You grew up together?
Yeah, she always used to...
Well, go on. You were about to say that...
nuts. I wasn't going to say anything.
Yes, but if you tell me about her,
I said I don't want to talk about it. Skip it.
The situation already bad enough is further complicated by the untimely arrival of Fred Landis, one of my students who came to bid me goodbye. Wilson forced me to admit Fred and then proceeded to taunt the boy over his helplessness. Fred, young and hot-headed, threw caution away and...
You better keep that trap of yours shut. I'm telling you, wise guy.
Now, supposing I don't like being told. Supposing I tell you what I think of you and your yellow kind.
Fred, don't be a fool. Do as Wilson says.
Let him shoot his mouth off, Professor. Look at him. He's scared stiff.
Sure I'm scared. But don't kid yourself. It's not you I'm scared of. Give the credit to that gun of yours. Just how brave would you be without it?
That's one thing you ain't never going to find out, sweetheart. Get over by that wall.
Yeah.
Come on, move.
Wilson, what are you going to do?
I'm going to teach this college chap a lesson. I've been aching for a long time to take a crack at one of those rah-rah chaps, and now I got a chance. So you think I'm yellow, do you? Well, wise guy, this'll learn you how yellow I am.
When Wilson shot and critically wounded that defenseless boy, while I stood helplessly by and then refused to let him send for a doctor, I determined on a desperate chance to destroy the gangster by putting the one weapon at my command, my knowledge of psychology, words against his grim gun. For the 4 long hours that followed, I plagued Wilson with questions in a ceaseless effort to gain his confidence and break down his mental defenses. In some measure, I succeeded because the next morning the girl Maisie came down the stairs worried and angry.
Say, Professor, what are you doing to Hal anyway? When he got through talking to you last night, he was really wet and shaking like a leaf.
Well, I'm only trying to help Hal, Maisie.
No, don't make me laugh. Why should you want to help him? I said there was something fishy about you, and there is. Now I'm getting wise to you. John Hal's getting wise to you, too. And if you don't want to end up on a marble slab, well, you lay off that screwy talk of yours.
Come on, sister. Get on downstairs.
What's the idea, Hal? What are you bringing the nurse down here for?
He can take care of the door and the phone. Hey, remember what I told you, sister?
Yes. Nobody's home. Doctor and Mrs. Shelby went out of town and won't be back until tonight.
That's it. And see that you don't forget. Oh, Professor, how'd you like spending the night in handcuffs?
I didn't sleep much, Wilson.
Neither did I, so we're even.
What kept you awake?
Nothing you had to say, mister.
You gotta stop listening to him, Hal.
He can spill more things in 5 minutes to make a guy think.
Oh, promise me you won't pay no attention to what he
He
says.
ain't putting nothing over on me. I know what he's trying to do.
Do you, Wilson?
Yeah. I got a hunch you're trying to get me all balled up, so I want to know where I'm at.
I told him you was wise to him, Hal.
Something tells me to drill you right now. Well, I keep on letting you talk. Why?
Because you know down deep these things worry you, and you've got no one else to turn to but me.
Oh, yeah?
Hal, let's get out of here.
Stop worrying, will you? I ain't afraid of this guy and his talk. Now get upstairs and keep an eye on the dame and the kid. Go on, just
Oh,
go on.
all right. Honey, the sooner we get out of here, the better.
Well, you're in bad shape, Wilson.
Nuts.
Did you know you're suffering from paranoia?
What's that?
Well, we'll say, for instance, you're driving a car. You can see the road, trees, automobiles, houses, just like anyone else. But then sometimes you become aware of another thing, something you can't see but can feel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. It drives you into going faster and faster and follows.
No.
You can't take it off. You can't get rid of it. It's always just behind.
No.
And then...
No, it's a lie. It's a lie. Who told you that? Who's been talking about me?
All right, it's a lie. But if it's a lie, why bother about it? Sit down. Don't get excited.
What do you want to talk that way for? It don't get you no place with me.
No, perhaps not.
Well, how'd you know that about me?
It is always behind you, isn't it, Wilson?
Yeah. Yeah, I just as I look back on it, I know there's nothing there before I look. Well, don't go away. It almost drives me nuts. It kind of moves, huh? How? I don't know. Sort of like it was swinging.
Yeah. Well, that's the same impression you get from that pillar of stone in your dream, isn't it? As though it were high and swinging, as though it were always just about to crush you.
Yeah. In the dream, it's like I was running like blazes, but I couldn't get away from it.
Yes, does this feeling, this danger, seem to come from any specific source connected with a man or a woman?
I don't know.
Have you ever had a feeling that is an almost instinctive sensation that something horrible, something in the shape of a girl or a woman is about to swing on your shoulders from behind and above you?
Don't
Have you?
Yeah.
Is it always a girl?
Yeah. I don't know. What makes me forget? When I think about it, I don't know.
Well, yes or no, as the case may be, is your instinctive reaction answer. And then your conscious brain goes to work and you lose it.
Listen, what's that noise?
You jump it. It's only your girlfriend Maisie coming down the stairs.
Oh. What do you want me to do?
Well, the missus and the kid are safe. I found a big room in the attic that can be locked up from the outside, and I figured that... Hey, where's that nurse?
What's that?
The nurse. Oh, she's gone.
Gone. You mean
Oh, snap out of it, Hal. She's let her get away.
Yeah, just go out. Quick. Out the back way, Maisie. Get back. Don't shoot like you have to. I'm going out the front as soon as I tie this guy up.
Okay, Hal.
Listen to me, Missy. If that nurse gets away, I'm going to get that kid of yours down here and let him have it. Then your wife, and then you. So get that great mind of yours working and figure out a way around that one.
Like hours that I stood there, tied to the banister, waiting for Wilson and the others to return. In reality, they were back in a few minutes. Sergeant Wilson had caught the nurse before she had been able to give the alarm. Moaning and sobbing, she was taken upstairs. Maisie stayed behind to give me a word of warning.
Now get this, Professor, and get it straight. This was your fault. And from now on, you lay off all that talk you've been hand in hand.
Now, why don't you let Hal speak for himself?
Because he ain't wise, that's why. He gets himself in jams sometimes, and I have to look after him. I'm kind of crazy about him, see?
Well, you think you know this Hal of yours pretty well, and you probably do under most circumstances, but not the present one. If you interfere at the wrong moment, you may get the shock of your life.
Oh, you're not telling me about Hal, are you?
Take care of the nurse. I'll untie this guy myself.
Okay, honey.
Is the girl hurt?
No, not much. If she means anything to you, Professor, it might make you feel better to know it was your fault.
Well, why don't you put the blame where it belongs?
What do you think I'm doing?
You mean me? But you're wrong. You fell down on your girl. Well, suppose Bucket let her slip out that door. What would you have done?
I'd have plugged her.
Exactly.
I won't ever let nobody. But this was different. I never let nothing like this ever happen before. I'll take good care it never happens again, mister.
Yes, but it will happen again. It must happen again and again as long as that something follows you and drives you into going faster and faster till you can't think, until nothing matters except that horrible thing swinging behind you, always just behind you. Swinging.
It's a lie. It's a dirty, rotten lie. Hey, why don't you say something?
You have to hit me, didn't you, Wilson? You know why? You're scared.
Scared? I've never been scared in my life.
Well, that's not true.
Don't call me a liar. I don't take that from nobody.
Well, I'm sorry.
You better be.
But if you're not afraid of anything, what are you trying to escape from?
What do you mean?
Well, you're like a man running down a blind alley in the dark.
Suppose I am.
Well, what are you going to do when you reach the end, the place where you can't go any further?
You gonna shoot? Keep on shooting.
Well, don't delude yourself.
What do you mean?
You're on the run now. You can't stop to think. You have to depend entirely on your instinctive reaction. Sooner or later, that's going to fail, and when it goes, you're not going to wind up in any blaze of guns and glory. You're going to crack up.
Crack up? You mean I'll...
Yes, quick, Wilson. The cop, right behind you.
Well, what? What are you trying to do? Get the sucker out of me?
No. I'm merely trying to show you what I mean. You had a mental picture of a cop in that window, and your reaction was automatic. You whirled around, gun in hand.
Sure I did.
Yes, but suppose there had really been a cop there, and when you turned, ready to shoot, the cop suddenly became someone else.
Someone else?
Yes, Buck, or maybe a Tiny, for instance.
Huh?
That would be a nice mess, wouldn't it? You pull your gun on a cop, and he suddenly turns into Tiny. You couldn't shoot him then, but in that split second, the cop could shoot you. And he would, Wilson.
Johnson, how could a cop turn into Tiny?
Yes, it does sound foolish, doesn't it? But it's not. Your brain has been doing things to you. Lots of things you don't understand. Why did you beat that nurse so badly?
Because she ran out. I wanted to teach her a lesson.
No, Wilson, that wasn't it. Who did you see when you looked at her and started to hit her?
What do you mean? I saw the nurse. I didn't see nobody but the nurse.
Hal, I'm getting worried about Nick.
Whom did you see, Wilson? Answer me.
You let Hal alone. No, you let him alone, dear.
Answer me, Wilson. Whom did you see?
Don't answer him, Hal. Don't pay no attention to what he says.
You beat that nurse because she looked like your cousin Tiny.
No, it's a lie. It's a lie.
You gotta stop hounding at him. Oh, honey, look at me and don't listen to him.
Keep away from me. Let me alone.
But I want to help you, honey. Can't you see he's driving you nuts?
Oh, keep quiet, Maisie, or I won't answer for the consequences.
You can't scare me, mister. Oh, you gotta come away with me. Oh, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for?
So you come back. You couldn't stay away.
Oh, what's the matter? It's me. It's Maisie.
You're Tiny. That's who you are. Tiny, you dirty double-crossing little...
Oh, stop. You know what you're saying.
I'll fix you so you won't come back no more.
Oh, don't. Oh, please. Oh, it's me. It's Maisie. You got that gun. Oh.
Wilson. I'll give it to you, too.
Now, listen to me, Wilson. Listen to me, I say. I'm not going against you. I'm trying to help you. Put that gun down. Put it down, I say. Here, what was you shooting? Anything wrong? No, an accident, Doc. Come on, pull yourself together, Wilson. You hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's Maisie. She's dead, Hal. What? What, you want to knock her off for?
Then knock her off. Knock who off?
Maisie.
Oh, her. She had it coming. I ain't got nothing to do with you, Buck. Get back to the car and stay there till Nick comes. You hear me?
Okay, Hal, okay. You got to show up in a minute now.
She looks quiet, don't she? She was a nice kid. As good as you'd hope to find. I don't know. I can't figure it. I can't figure nothing. Why don't you say something, Professor? What are you standing there staring at me for?
You killed her for the same reason that you beat that nurse. What about that dream of yours? Who were you looking at when you shot Maisie?
Who was I looking at?
Yes, you were looking at Tiny. You thought Maisie was your dead cousin Tiny.
No, lay off. I can't stand no
It
more.
was Tiny, wasn't it? She was your aunt's daughter. She looked like your aunt?
Yeah, sitting in it.
Was she fond of you?
Sure, she was always around my neck when we were kids.
Well, what became of her later?
I didn't see her no more.
Well, why? What made you keep away from her?
I ain't gonna tell.
Well, why don't you tell me?
Because I ain't, that's why.
Well, how long was it until you saw her again?
I tell you, I didn't see her no more. Nobody didn't see her no more.
What did she look like after she was dead?
Like my aunt did. I didn't say she died. She ain't dead. She ain't, I tell you.
Well, how did you kill her?
I ain't gonna tell no.
Why not? You're ashamed of it, aren't you? You were always ashamed of it. You pushed it away from you and forgot it, didn't you? But I'll tell you how it was.
Don't do it. I won't listen. I didn't kill her. I didn't.
Yes, you did. I'm going to make you tell me. I'm going to drag it out of your subconscious and make you look at it. Don't you remember how it was?
No, I don't remember. I don't want to remember. Don't make me. I don't want to.
You used to beat Tiny often, didn't you?
How did you know that?
Yes, but she loved you anyway. You used to beat her up because she looked like your aunt, and you hated your aunt. And when you beat her up, you used to think about your aunt, didn't you? Tiny would then seem to become your aunt.
It's a lie. Don't talk about it. It's a lie. It's a lie.
You used to dream about murdering your aunt, didn't you?
No, don't.
Yes, you dreamed and dreamed about it until it was almost a fact. And then you tried to make it a fact by killing Tiny. Now, how did you kill her? Come on, how did you do it?
I don't know. Leave me alone.
All right, I'll tell you then. What about this dream of yours? You choked her, didn't you? You hit her on the head, and then you choked her to death. Didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, Doctor. You're right. I knocked her out. Then I strung her up by her neck to a beam. I let her swing there for an hour before I cut her down. I didn't mean to do it. Just come over me suddenly. She looked so much like my aunt. Then I dropped her down an old fist in back of the house. After she was gone, I didn't care. I couldn't get it out of my mind. The way she was swinging up there above me. So that's what's been behind me all of this time. It's been Tiny swinging and swinging. But she ain't real. Tell me that she ain't real, Doc.
Oh, yes, Wilson, she is real. She's right there behind you.
Where?
Well, you can't see her, but she's there just the same. Swinging and swinging. You can feel her right this moment, moving back and forth, back and forth. You can't run away. There's no place you can go. You can never escape.
No.
Never.
It's a lie. Take her away. Take her away. What are you doing to me? Why do you tell me this if it don't do no good?
Yes, but it does do good. For that reason, I've done it. You were a menace to society, Wilson. Now you're finished. You came in here last night to escape the law, but you had to stay and listen to me while I drew you a mental picture of yourself. And that picture of yourself as the unbalanced mess you really are. And that is the big shot you always imagined yourself. Has destroyed you. Just as surely as though I'd blown your brains out.
Why, you dirty double-crossing.
Well, go ahead, Wilson. Try to kill me. Well? You can't even shoot now, can you? I've been telling you the truth, and you know it. I've been holding up a mirror of your life. Take a look in that mirror, Wilson. Maisie's in there, and Tiny. Tiny, you look like your aunt. Your aunt, and you hate it. Look, Wilson.
Yeah. That's why I killed Tiny. She looked like my aunt, and I hated her. No, I didn't. I loved Tiny. I loved her, but I killed her. I love Maisie. I killed her, too.
Yes. One by one, you've destroyed all the things you set store by. You're alone now, Wilson. All alone.
Yeah, I know, but it wasn't my fault. I never had a chance. They drove me. They haunted me. Fella's got a right to fight for his life, ain't he?
Yes, but not to go against the whole structure of society the way you have. Now you know what you've done and why, and you can never escape that knowledge. You're finished, Wilson. You know that now, don't you?
Hal, Nick's here with the boat. Come on, let's see it. You and Nick get going.
Wait, you coming with us?
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out!
Okay, Hal, I'm going. Well, why didn't you go, Wilson?
I think you're right. Just then, no place for me to go. Here's my gun, Doc. Go on, take it. I got it coming. You won't?
No, Wilson. It's your problem now. You'll have to work it out yourself.
I guess I can take it. Go on, Doc.
Hello, operator. Operator, let me have the police. Hello, this is Professor Shelby. Will you come out right away? What? It's a suicide case. Carl Wilson is dead. Yes, thank you. I'll be waiting. Lord. I feel like a murderer myself. Thank you, Edward G. Robinson, Broderick Crawford, and Isabel Jewell for an absorbing performance.
It was a pleasure to be here, Mr. Bradley. We know how much this radio program contributes to the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house. And we all feel it's a great privilege to share in that work.
The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present Arsenic and Old Lace. It will star Boris Karloff and Eddie Albert. Be sure to listen. Blind Alley was produced and directed for Lady Esther by Bill Tonight. Music on tonight's program was arranged by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide network and shortwave facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you and good Christmas.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in Kid Galahad.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play, based on the original story by Francis Wallace, is the drama of a boxer's manager and of the two girls who love the boxer. Starring are Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. While between the acts, we'll hear two of the most spectacular champions the ring has ever known, Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney. Louis Silvers conducts our music. We present the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I think the good St. Nicholas must have dropped the Lux Radio Theater one of its Christmas gifts a little early, because tonight we have Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris, and Andrea Leeds in that invigorating saga of flying fists, Kid Galahad. Mr. Robinson is a collector and a fight fan. He's collected the choicest adjectives of the critics for years, while his favorite collections nowadays are his pipes, his first editions, some magnificent paintings, and the remarks of his young son. His enthusiasm for boxing gives him the background for his polished portrayal of a fighter's manager, the role he played on the screen in Kid Galahad, and repeats tonight as Nick Donati. Nick's particular friend in the play is called Fluff. Out of the play, she's called Joan Bennett, and one of Hollywood's loveliest ladies. Her 5 feet 3 inches are topped by blue eyes and blonde hair, and her constant companion is a spaniel named Lux, believe it or not. Mr. Wayne Morris, you may recall, exploded on the Hollywood horizon like a charge of dynamite when he slipped his fist into a pair of boxing gloves and became Kid Galahad on the screen. Among Wayne's ancestors was King Olaf of Norway, who lived some 10 centuries ago, while Abraham Lincoln, Jefferson Davis, and Zachary Taylor figure in his American background. Tonight he plays Kid Galahad. Andrea Leeds is the beautiful Butte, Montana girl who spent her younger years in Mexico and came to Los Angeles originally when an outlaw galloped up to her father's lonely ranch and informed him that Andrea would be missing unless 150,000 pesos were paid in 24 hours. Her father saved his daughter and the money by flying her here. Andrea, born Antoinette, becomes Marie in our play. And that's the dramatic menu for our pre-Christmas feast. The curtain rises and the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in Kid Galahad. It's the main event at the Miami Fight Club. Chuck McGraw versus Danny Burke. 10 rounds to a decision. The two young heavyweights stand toe-to-toe in the center of the ring, the thud of their punches echoing dully above the roar of the crowd. In Danny Burke's corner, Nick Donati, the fighter's manager, glares savagely up into the ring. In vain, he signals Burke to slow down and stop carrying the fight. Then he turns to the trainer with a snarl of fury.
He saw that signal. He's seen all of them. When did he start thinking he could outslug McGraw?
I don't know what's happened to him, Nick. Maybe he's dazed.
Oh, dazed nothing. He's had his orders for weeks. Look at him in there. Hey, what are you trying to pull? Stay away from him. Do you hear me? Burke, use that left. Slow down. 1, 2, 3. Oh, well, there's your answer. Fighting his own fight. 5. When he wakes up, tell him he's
6.
through.
You can't mean that, Nick.
I mean it plenty. Where's Fluff?
8.
Oh, Fluff.
Here, Nick.
Come on, let's get out of here.
We can swim right after that splash.
Oh, wait, you're crazy to dump him, Nick. You're throwing away $1 million. He's still good for the title.
Well, it wouldn't make any difference to me if he were the champ now. When a guy I handle starts thinking he has the brains and stops taking orders from me, he's out.
Oh, but Nick,
No use arguing, Silver. We'll see you later at the hotel. Well, what happens now? I suppose we start looking around for another fighter.
Yeah.
It's sort of getting to be a routine, Nick.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Every time you bring a guy up above his own level, he gets thinking he knows it all and gets laid flatter than a piece of gold leaf.
Well, that's flat.
Well, someday I'm going to find a guy that can go the whole distance and listen to orders all the way.
I'm going to make him a champ.
That is, unless that choice bunch of gangsters in McGraw's corner make McGraw the champ.
No, don't worry. They won't stop me.
That gun of Turkey Morgan's will stop anything, Nick. I get gray-headed when you tangle with him.
Now, forget it. If Burke had listened to me, he'd have been champion. Morgan or no Morgan.
Nicky, did it ever occur to you that maybe Burke didn't want to be champion?
Where'd you get that idea?
He's fallen for a girl. Maybe he wants to quit and get married.
How do you know?
Just watching him develop the symptoms.
I didn't notice anything.
You don't see a lot of things, Nick. You get so wrapped up in the game, you forget that people are human and have feelings.
Well, there isn't any room for feelings in this racket. Fighter's a machine, not a violin player. Hey, maybe I forget you once in a while. Or do I?
Yes, quite often.
Yeah, I'm a mug for treating you that way, Fluff.
That's right.
Am I in the doghouse?
No.
Well, I am thinking about it. Now, you're swell, Fluff. And I know all you do for me, even if I don't say it. Now, you put up with a lot keeping me alive.
It's like riding herd on a skyrocket. I'm happy now.
So am I. Just you keep slapping my ears down.
I will. I just wasn't close enough tonight.
What, when I can that palooka?
That's right.
Oh, forget it. How much dough did we lose?
17,300.
How much have we got left?
1,800.
1,800. Well, might as well shoot that on a party and start over.
Don't we always?
Where's that bellhop? Anybody seen a bellhop around here?
There he is, Nick.
Oh, well, about time.
Mr. Donati?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Donati. What'd you come up on, the freight elevator?
Oh, I got here as soon as I could, sir.
Oh, new around here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'll bet you're the Mahuskers with the dames.
The what, sir?
Well, never mind, skip it. What's your name?
Ward Giesenberry.
What? Ward Hey, everybody, listen to me. Go on out, tell him your name, kid.
Ward Giesenberry.
How about letting him do some work?
Well, all right. All right, Gooseberry, start mixing drinks. You'll find the stuff in the other room.
Yes, sir.
Come on, kid, I'll show you. Over this way. Start off with 2 gin rickeys, a gin sling, 4 scotch, and... What's the matter with you?
Well, I don't know how to mix those fancy drinks.
Fancy? Are you kidding?
No, ma'am.
Don't you drink?
No, ma'am.
You don't smoke either, I suppose.
No, I don't.
I didn't know there were any of your kind left. Why didn't you tell Nick you couldn't mix them?
Well, they told me that he'd get me fired if I didn't give good service. Now, if you'd just show me how, I'll be able to do it.
Well, the general idea is to mix rye with ginger ale, scotch with soda, and gin with anything.
I see. How much do you use of each?
With that crowd, it doesn't make any difference. Come on, I'll help you.
Yeah. What's going on in here?
I've started the education of a nice boy, Nick.
Yeah? Well, let the hotel educate him. That's what they're paid for.
Well, it's my fault, Mr. Donati. I didn't
nobody
know that...
asked you to sound off. Come on, get those drinks going.
Yes, sir.
Jealous, Nick?
Yeah. Am I behind the 8 ball?
No, but someday that temper's going to throw you for a loss.
Oh, no, not while you're around to flag it down.
That's the trouble. I might not be around sometime.
Now, thinking of Morgan's mob again, huh?
Oh, a lot of things.
Hey, what did you worry about before you met me?
Oh, I give up. Nick, you're such a fool.
Well, I sort of like you, too. Oh, Nick. Oh, come on in, Silver. What's up?
Say, I just found out why Burke went haywire last night.
Yeah, what?
Well, he got 25 grand to double-cross you and take a dive.
Who paid him?
Turkey Morgan. He was afraid of Burke's long-range fighting, and he wasn't taking any chances. Burke got the dough on the train.
Yeah?
Nick, what are you going to do?
And I'm going to pay that punch-drunk gunman off.
You're going to get yourself filled full of holes.
You think I'm going to let him get away with a double cross?
You drive me crazy. Are you always going to throw the whole works out of the window because that temper of yours breaks out in a rash? Don't let him know. Sit back and keep him off guard. You can outsmart him out of his shirt.
I wouldn't start anything with him now, boss. He just come in.
What, Morgan here?
Yeah, him and McGraw with a couple of blondes.
Take it easy, Nick,
okay.
for my sake.
Okay. I'll go and make him feel at home.
Well, hello, Nick.
How are you, Morgan?
Thought we'd drop in and tell you we were sorry you and your fighter busted up.
Yeah? Well, I'm glad you came. More the merrier.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, McGraw.
Glad to see me, Nick?
Why, certainly. No hard feelings because you polished off my fighter? If all your scraps were as easy as that one, you'll be champion yet.
Is that a crack?
Now, why would it be a crack?
Quit sounding all Chuck. This is a party.
Why, certainly. Go on now. Make yourself at home.
Hello there, Lammy Pie.
Will you have a drink, miss?
Look, girls, he blushes.
Who's that guy over there?
Him? Just the bellhop. Say, looks as if your blonde might be going for him, Morgan.
Yeah? I'll see you later.
Come on, Mr. Gooseberry, dance with me.
I'm sorry, miss. I don't dance.
What do you do?
Not much of anything, I guess.
Oh, but you're awful cute.
Hey, you. Come here.
What's the matter, Morgan?
Did you call me, sir?
Yeah, I called you. Hey, that's pretty high-class monkey suit you got on, kid. But the pants are kind of long for a Boy Scout. Maybe we ought to cut them down a little bit, huh?
Oh, look at that. Right off at the knees. Boy, that Morgan's a riot.
Wait a minute, Morgan. Why don't you leave the kid alone? He wasn't doing anything to you.
Keep out of this, you. Don't you push her.
What?
Why, you dainty lot. And if you touch her again, I'll...
Yeah, what is this? What goes on here?
It's all right, Nick. McGraw made a little pass at me, and the kid nailed him, that's all.
That's all.
Where is he? I'll murder him. I'm sorry, Mr. Donati.
Come on, get out of here. You caused enough trouble.
Well, I only wanted
Go
to...
on, I'll beat it. I said beat it.
Yes, sir.
Nick, are you going to make that kid have to pay for a ruined uniform?
Now, forget it.
All right. If you won't pay for it, I will.
Hey, what's the idea, Nick? Trying to frame my fighter into breaking his hands?
Now, I never saw that bellhop before. McGraw hadn't been drinking, that kid never would have got one started.
I'll fix him up.
What, and get yourself thrown in the can? Now, wait a minute. I got a better idea.
A lot of people don't like your cute
Now, I'm
ideas.
talking to McGraw. Why don't you let your brother take it out of his hide in the ring?
It's okay with me, just so he gets a paste.
What's the matter, Nick? Sore because Fluff took out after him?
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes you think you can get him to fight McGraw's brother?
Well, did you ever see a bellhop that didn't want to be a fighter? I'll speak to him in the morning. Now, stand over there, kid, and let's get a good look at you. Hey, where did you learn to punch like that?
We had sort of a boxing club. You know, the fellows that worked on the different farms.
Oh, yeah. Well, how would you like to be a fighter?
Why, I never thought much about it.
Now, let me do the thinking. You know who you stiffened last night?
Yeah, fighter, I guess, but I didn't know what I was doing.
Boy, I'll say you didn't. You flattened the next heavyweight champion of the world.
He was drunk, though.
Oh, yes, but the main thing is you dropped him with one punch. You've got dynamite in that right, kid, and it's worth plenty of dough.
Hello, Galahad.
Hello, miss.
Hello, Nick.
Now, what is this Galahad business?
It means clean of heart. He was a knight in armor who used to go around rescuing ladies.
Yeah? Well, it must have been an interesting racket. Say, what are you working here for, Gooseberry?
Well, it's the best job I could get, sir. I want to earn enough money to buy a farm.
Farm? You string with me, and in a year you'll have enough to buy 10 farms. Why, with me behind you, you'll go places. Now, how about it?
I don't know. Oh, I'd like to earn the money, all right, but...
Nick, if you're going to the racetrack with McFarland, you'd better stop fighting and talking fight and get underway. He's waiting for you in the lobby.
I've kept him waiting plenty of times.
That was when you had a fighter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Always keeping the count, aren't you? Well, now, think it over, kid. If you want to fight, I'll drop you in a soft spot on Tuesday's card against some preliminary boy. You know, kind of a tryout. If you don't like it, you can quit $100 to the good, so what have you got to lose, huh? Well, meet you here for dinner, Fluff. And no more of that education stuff.
So he wants you to be a fighter.
Yeah. You think I should take a chance?
Do you?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds good. If I could make enough money to buy a farm, I think I could stand a few pokes in the nose.
I guess you're big enough to take them.
Then you think I should, huh?
No, I don't, Galahad. You got mixed up in this on account of me, and the least I can do is to tell you what you're walking into. You'll get thrown in the middle of a rotten life that'll knock those clean-cut illusions of yours higher than a kite. And what's still sweeter, you'll be in the middle of a war between Nick and that gangster Morgan. He'd as soon kill Nick or you or me as take a drink. You're too decent to get mixed up in that kind of life.
Well, it hasn't hurt you any.
Thanks, Galahad. I got in it a long time ago. Nick's one of the grandest fellows in the world when he likes someone. He's been swell to me.
Oh, but don't you see, if he likes me, I'd probably get along all right, too. It wouldn't hurt to try for a while anyway.
Well, at least I've got it off my chest. Maybe I'm feeling a little too Girl Scouty today, huh?
Would you come and see my first fight?
Yes. Seems I'm always ringside for the first fight and the last. 'Barrett! Oh, I never thought he'd do it, Nick. You shouldn't have sent him in there.
Now, listen, he came out okay, didn't he? He won, didn't he? You aren't any more surprised than I am.
What? You mean you sent him in hoping he'd get licked?
Now, forget it. We've got to work fast. We've got to get that kid out of Miami.
Why?
Now, look, honey, that was Chuck McGraw's brother he knocked out. Get it? Why, if Morgan and McGraw get hold of him, they'll kill him. That kid's dynamite. He's got the makings of a champion. Now, you've got to get him out of here. Grab a train for New York and keep him there. I'll be up next week.
Nick, we can't leave you holding the bag like this. Morgan will say you crossed him up. We've got to stay and prove that you didn't.
What, and get that kid knocked off? Now, forget it. I'm going to make him heavyweight champion of the world. Now, go on now. I'm going around and stall off Morgan. Open up. It's Nick Donati.
Hello, Nick.
Hiya, Buzz. Morgan here?
Yeah, he's waiting for you.
Oh, good.
Come on in, Nick.
Yeah, here you're waiting for me, boys.
Where's the bellhop?
Isn't that funny? I was just looking for him myself. Must have been afraid of you guys and taking the powder.
Yeah. Did you sign him up before the fight, Nick?
What? Use Mac's brother for his first knockout to give him a big publicity break? Oh, no, not me. That would have been double-crossing you.
When did you double-cross your mother last?
Come here, you.
Keep your hands
No
off.
one in this game mentions my family. See, I keep them out of it. Now, remember that.
Okay. Okay.
Trying to crawl out from under, Nick?
Oh, no. When I start paying you back, it won't be on sand. I'll take a fall out of your champion.
Paying me back for what?
Hand and Burke, 25 grand, a dive. When I have to get it that way, I'll quit the game.
You may quit sooner than that if that kid was signed up.
Well, why don't you ask him?
Yeah. Maybe we will.
Swell. Well, I'm sorry to leave you boys, but I've got an important date. See you around New York, maybe.
Nick, over here.
Oh, Fluff. Hello, Fluff. Well, how are you?
Gee, I'm glad to see you. I thought my wire would bring you to New York on the run.
Why? I didn't get any wire. Say, I heard Morgan flew up here.
Yes, he was waiting right here for us with a gun and a contract.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
Ward knocked him cold. One punch.
He did? What a guy.
It wouldn't have been so funny if we hadn't got him out of town.
Oh, yeah, maybe. But we can bring him back. Say, I know how to handcuff Morgan in this town. Oh, Redcap, take that bag.
Yes, sir.
Nick,
Yeah?
why don't you stop before you get started?
On what?
The kid. There's plenty of mugs you can turn into fighters. Why don't you send him back home where he belongs?
Now, listen, I'm going to knock Morgan and McGraw off their perch if it's the last thing I do. I got the right guy to use, and I'm going to use him.
Even if it wrecks him?
Oh, forget it, will you? Once he started, he'd lead it up. Where is he?
At your mother's farm.
What? The farm? What are you trying to pull?
Nothing, Nick. I just figured it was the best spot. There's just your mother
You
there.
know I keep my sister away from mugs to lead this kind of life.
But Marie's at the convent.
No, she's been home for 2 months.
Oh, I didn't know, honest.
All right, forget it. Got the car here?
It's right outside.
All right, I'll be using it.
What are you going to do,
Well,
Nick?
what do you think I'm going to do? I'm going up to the farm, get that guy out of there.
And I suppose she isn't interested in you.
What'd you say, Marie?
Well, that girl you're always talking about.
Oh, you mean Louise.
I thought you said her name was Fluff.
Oh, that's what they call her, but her name's really Louise. She told me coming up on the train.
I see. You certainly have a way with women. Even Mother thinks you're wonderful.
Now, look, Marie, did you come out here to gather eggs or start another argument?
Am I annoying you?
Yes.
You'd probably have a much better time with Louise.
Now, look, Marie, I think you've got the wrong idea about Louise.
Oh, maybe you have.
Well, no matter what you say or anybody else says, I think she's swell.
And what makes you think so?
Well, she's helped me a lot and given me some good advice.
Oh, a big sister, too. How sweet.
With a mother like yours, I don't know how you could turn out the way you have.
Oh, you don't like me?
I think you're a spoiled brat. Now, will you get out of here and leave me alone?
Of course, Mr. Giesenberry. Goodbye.
Hey, Marie.
Nicky.
Hello, Marie.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, how have you been?
Just fine.
Where's Mom?
In the kitchen.
Hey, that's growing up, Bambina. You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
That's not very often.
I know. You finished the convent, huh?
Oh, yes, Nick. And why didn't you come for graduation? You promised you
Yes,
would.
I know. You see, I was busy with a fight. Where's the kid?
Your fighter? Oh, he's out in the barn.
Oh. Hey, tell me, do you like him?
Not in the least.
Oh, that's good. Now, you remember what I told you, huh? Now, I don't want you ever getting mixed up with mugs.
You can take him away anytime you want to.
I'm going to right now. Hey, Gooseberry.
Hello, Mr. Donati.
Well, get your stuff together. We're going back to town.
Swell.
Hey, I bet Mom's cooking, huh? I'm going in and surprise her. Come on, come
no,
on. Huh?
I'll stay out here, Nick.
What's the matter? Why won't you?
Well, I don't want to be there when he goes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good, too. Well, I'll see you next time I'm up, huh?
Of course. Goodbye, Nicky.
Now, so long, Bambina. Take good care of yourself, yeah? Huh?
I will.
certainly was nice up here, Mr. Donati. I like farms. Oh, I kept in condition, too, you know, swinging those bales of hay and everything. Anything wrong?
Not with me.
Oh. Well, I just thought that... Well, anyway, it was great. I hated to say goodbye to your mother. She was swell to me, and so was Marie.
Well, you better forget about them both from now on.
Why?
I don't like people hanging around them, especially guys in the racket.
Oh. All right, if that's the way you want it.
Yeah, that's the way I want it. From now on, you keep your mind on fighting. Stick with me and do as I say, and we'll get along fine. Cross me up and... Well, it may not be so hot. Understand?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. It's up to you, kid.
Curtain falls on Act One of Kid Galahad. During our brief intermission, we present from New York City a guest who not only has played leading dramatic roles in Broadway successes such as Julius Caesar and Shoemaker's Holiday last season, but whose sympathetic portrayal has made her the beloved star of that very popular radio daytime serial, Big Sister, which is heard over most of these stations each weekday morning. I refer, of course, to Miss Alice Frost. Miss Frost now gives her impressions of a young mother who, at the end of a long day, accompanied by her small son, Junior, is shopping in a department store.
No, Junior, you may not pull Santa Claus whiskers. Why? Because Santa Claus doesn't like you to pull his whiskers. Oh, wait till we get home and you can pull Grandpa's. Oh, I want 6 cakes of Lux toilet soap, please. Junior, come back here. Yes, 6 cakes, please. Who, Junior? Where? Oh, no, that's not Cousin Lily. Cousin Lily always wears black. Because poor Uncle Charlie went on a long, long journey. No, not to Newark, dear. He went to heaven. Junior, you mustn't point. No, that lady isn't freckled. She just doesn't have a nice complexion. Oh, shh, it's a friend of Mother's. Oh, hello, Eleanor. Merry Christmas. Junior, say Merry Christmas to Mrs. Edwards. I'm buying myself a Christmas present, Eleanor. Lux toilet soap. I always use it. Yes, just like the Screen Stars. It has active lather, you know. Junior, don't undo that package. I use it for bath soap, too. It leaves your skin so nice and fragrant. Quiet, Junior. It's none of your business why Mrs. Edwards doesn't use Lux soap. Oh, here's my package. Well, goodbye, Eleanor. We'll run along now. Oh... No, Junior, you can't have those for Christmas. Yes, of course they're pretty, but only ladies wear those. Shh. Yes, of course, Mother does. No, Junior, you may not run the elevator. No, Junior, no!
Thank you, Alice Frost. No matter how busy they are, clever women never forget Lux toilet soap for their complexions. For complexions are important, and it pays to be careful of them. Now, Mr. DeMille. Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds return for round 2 of Kid Galahad. Several weeks have passed. After a period of intensive training, Ward is ready for his New York debut. In the office of the Boxing Commission, Nick Donati faces a crowd of reporters.
Oh, there's your build-up, boys. Galahad, clean of heart. Gallant rescuer of ladies, but no woman in his life. The strength of 10 men, because no dame could get close enough to give him a haircut. Roman gladiator, spot...
What do you mean, Roman gladiator?
Well, what was he, a Greek?
He was an English knight of the Round Table.
Yeah? Oh, well, what's the difference? Swell bill of goods in any language. Gentlemen of the press, I give you Kid Galahad.
Kid Galahad knocks out Mullins. Kid Galahad KOs Gorelli. Kid Galahad 9th straight win. Kid Galahad mobbed by women at theater. Look at that press book, Silver. It's getting so thick I can't turn the pages.
Yeah. You spend a lot of time cutting out the kids' notices, don't you?
It gives me something to do.
Yeah. Where's Nick, do you know?
Search me. Probably in a huddle with O'Brien and his manager. They've been in his hair trying to get an early fight. Silver,
Yeah?
could O'Brien beat Ward now?
Why, his grandmother could beat him if he had one. And if she could stand on her feet.
What's happened to him?
Oh, I don't know. He's been off his feed for a week.
Oh, he isn't hurt. Maybe he's homesick.
Well, he acts more like he's in love and not getting anywhere. Hey, have you been seeing much of him lately?
Me? Oh, he wouldn't fall in love with me.
Don't you kid yourself, Fluff. They don't come any better than you. Well, tell Nick to call me when he gets the phone at the hotel, will you?
I will.
Hey!
Oh, sorry, Silver.
Oh, that's okay. How you feeling, kid?
Oh, pretty good. Say, I'm sorry I walked out on you this morning. I'll snap out of it.
Sure. I'll see you at the gym.
Hello, Louise.
Hello, Ward.
Looks like Nick's doing all right with his papers.
A little more of his doing all right, and we'll have to enlarge the office. I see that the women lost control again.
The theater business? Yeah, it wasn't much fun.
Oh, you're just suffering from an acute case of publicity. Silver says it's got you down.
No, it isn't that. I came up to talk to you about it, Louise. You know, ever since we met in Florida, you've kind of always told me where I stood.
Yes? What is it, Ward? Go on.
Well, there's no use talking to Nick about it, and I guess you're the only one to tell me. It's about that time I went up to Mrs. Donati's farm.
Oh,
I met Marie up there, his sister.
yes?
Well, I haven't seen her since. Nick told me to keep away from her, and I guess he's got to say about his own family. But I've never been able to forget her. I'm in love with her, Louise, and you know how Nick feels about that.
Does she love you?
I don't know. Maybe not. But I'd like to see her again. If I did, it would be the first time I ever double-crossed Nick, and, well, I owe everything I have to him. What do you think?
I'd go to see her, Ward. Nick hasn't any right to take away people's happiness, and you've been on the level with him all the way.
Oh, well, that's swell. I'm glad you think it's okay. I'll go up and see her tomorrow.
Sure. Good luck, Ward.
If I can find the same happiness that you and Nick have, that's all the luck I want. You've been swell, Louise. Thanks.
Oh, Flop. Hey, Flop, where are you?
Here, Nick.
Oh, I'll dig out a party dress and get it on. We're in for a celebration. You'll find fight signed and sealed. Oh, boy, did I give those cute guys a muscling. 45% and stall them until October. We won't have to meet McGraw till next year. Hey, what are you doing? What's that grip for? You packing?
Yes.
What's the idea?
I'm leaving, Nick.
Leaving? What do you mean, a trip? Where?
Not a trip. I'm quitting, Nick. I'm washed up.
What are you talking about, quitting? After all we've been through? We're sitting on top of the world. Hey, what's the matter with you anyway? Have you gone crazy?
No, not crazy. I've never lied to you, Nick, and I'm not going to now. I'm in love.
What?
Like a dizzy fool, I've fallen in love. That finishes us, Nick. I'm licked, and I want to get away.
Who is he?
Ward?
The kid? Why? Has he been crossing me up with you? I'll break it.
No, Nick, listen. He hasn't done anything. He doesn't know anything about it. I've never even told him. He's square with you. He always will.
Oh, you're lying. He fell for you the first time he saw you in Florida. You two started this coming up on the train.
Nick, that isn't true, and you know it. Nick, they've been swell years. Let's not spoil them now. It's the breaks, and we can't beat them. You or me either.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you've gone a long way together.
And you've been swell. I'll never forget that, Nick. No matter where I am.
What are you going to do?
Go back to work for Tony. He's opening up a new nightclub downtown.
Singing?
Yes.
Will you be at the fight?
No. Well, I guess that's all. Goodbye, Nick.
See you around, Fluff.
If ever I can help.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks.
Stay on that table, kid, till we get them hands taped.
Sure.
Shut that door, somebody.
Yeah. Hey, how's that? Too tight?
No, swell. What's the matter, Nick?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Whatever's eating you. This is the first time I've gone into a fight feeling you're not behind me.
Ah, you've got the chops, that's all.
No, look, Nick, you've had something against me for the last couple of weeks. Now, why don't you get it off your chest?
All right. Did you and Fluff ever think you were in love with each other?
Louise?
Yeah.
Certainly not. Where'd you get that idea?
Well, you left town the day after she walked out.
You think I had anything to do with her leaving?
Well, wasn't she with you?
No, she wasn't. She isn't that type. She's been a swell friend, and that's all.
Where'd you go?
Well, I drove up to the country. I didn't even know she'd gone until I got back.
Okay. Forget it and keep your mind on tonight. I'll be in there backing you up.
O'Brien leads with the right, but it's short. He's a very tired boy right now. Galahad steps in with a short left. He follows through with a beautiful right cross. That shakes O'Brien right down to the toes. Another right, a left, a right. O'Brien's down on one knee. Galahad's over in the neutral corner now. The referee steps in and, wait a minute! It's all over, folks. He's holding up Galahad's hand. And Kid Galahad...
Wait a minute, just a minute, fellas. Now, here's the whole story. You can quote me. A fight tonight was only a long-range workout. We're getting the kid into shape.
We don't want that stuff, Nick.
What's the matter?
Well, what about the fight with McGraw?
McGraw?
Sure, Morgan wants to give you a fight for the championship next month.
Who said he does?
He did. We just saw him outside. What are you saying, Nick?
Yeah, come on.
Open
Now,
up.
wait, will you? Now, you're out of luck, boys. There'll be no signing until next year.
Come
Now,
on,
keep
Nick.
quiet, will you? Now, you guys are just as wise to Morgan's frame-up as I am. He knows that as soon as Galahad has reached his peak, he'll take McGraw. They're trying to knock him off now.
Sure, but they're going to have the mob yelling for another match. You better let us print something.
Okay. Now, let me see. Tell him that Nick Donati appeals to the sportsmanship of the American public for fair play. To wait and give Kid Galahad a chance. Why, Chuck right now is in the class by himself. Galahad's just a kid, and needs a lot of work and training before meeting such a magnificent fighter as the champion. That ought to hold him. Well, I'm sorry, boys, but that's it. Fight with McGraw. Pretty smart. The kid won't be in McGraw's class for another year yet. Growing murderers. Where's the kid, Silver?
I don't know. He beat it right after he got dressed.
Beat it? Where to?
Well, he didn't say. Some guy come in and slipped him a note. And he scrambled into his pants like a fireman.
Yeah? Well, get on his tail. Find out what he is and yank him back to the hotel. Who does he think he is running out on me? Go on now. Get him.
Okay, on my way, Nick.
Oh, gee, this is swell, Marie. When I got your note, I almost keeled over. How'd you get here?
Mother let me come down.
Did you see the fight?
Oh, yes. Are you hurt?
No.
Oh, you were wonderful, Ward.
Yeah? You think differently about fighting now, huh?
I guess so.
Well, listen, let's go someplace where we can talk.
Well, I just wanted to see you. I've got to take the 12:30 train back.
Oh, no, Marie. I'll drive you home. You've never been here before. Let's take a look around.
All right. Ward, I wanted to ask you something.
Sure, what, Marie?
Was it true when you said that Louise told you to come up to the farm that time?
That's right.
I was wrong about her, I guess. I'd like to meet her, Ward.
Well, sure, she's singing at Tony's. I'll take you there. Come on. There she is. See, she's coming over this way.
Oh, she's lovely, isn't she?
Yeah. Louise. Hey, Louise.
Hello, Ward. I saw you come in. You're Nick's sister, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I've known your brother a long time.
Will you sit with us, Louise?
Oh, I'd love to. Does Nick know you're in New York?
No, don't tell him, will you?
Oh, I should say not. Well, Ward, I hear you made short work of O'Brien.
Yeah. Marie saw our first fight tonight.
Did you enjoy it, Marie?
A lot, but I was worried.
The next thing she wanted to do was meet you.
I'm glad.
Are you? A few months ago, I didn't think I'd like you. But I do. Very much.
Same with me. You know, don't you?
Yes.
Know what?
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
There he is, the heel. Come on, lay off. Let me alone.
Ward, those two men.
It's all right, Marie. Ward, it's McGraw and Morgan. Maybe you'd better get out of here.
Get out? Why?
Listen, you don't want any trouble. Get out now.
Hello, Mr. Galahad.
Hello, McGraw.
I hear you yelling, Mr. Galahad.
Yeah?
Ward, please.
Trying to crawl out of a fight, huh? Stand up, Yella. Take a load of it now.
McGraw, I've had enough of you.
Ward.
Get him apart! Get him!
No!
You'd better leave now, Ward. It's awfully late. You really shouldn't have brought me home.
That's all right, honey.
Ward, when we came out of that place, there was a photographer standing there.
What of it?
Well, I think he got our pictures.
Oh, don't worry about it, Marie. I'll see what I can do, though. Maybe if I can get to one of the boys, I can...
Ward, look. It's Nick. Oh, Ward.
You're here, huh?
I brought Marie home, Nick.
Not satisfied with messing yourselves up in New York. Have to come out here and maul each other.
Don't say that.
Nick, if you followed us out here...
I haven't done enough for you two. You have to sneak around my back to double-cross me.
There's no
I
double-crossing,
told
Nick.
you to stay away from her.
He's not going to stay away from me, Nicky.
You might as well get us straight, Nick. Marie and I are in love.
Oh, love.
What does she know about love? She's a kid. She's too young.
Oh, you don't know anything about
You're
me.
going to stay away from guys.
I'll do as I like. What business is it of yours? You're never here. You've never lived at home, chasing around everywhere. You do anything you want.
Well, the way I live hasn't got anything to do with it. You're different.
I'm not different. I have as much right to be happy as you. If you think you're going to keep me cooped up and run my life, you're crazy. We love each other, Nicky. You can't keep us apart. You haven't any reason
No?
to.
Well, how do I know what's been going on between you two? Sneaking into the city. How many times you been there with him, huh? I've tried to keep you decent. Kept you away from guys, sent you to Comet, and where do you end up? Going to nightclubs and getting yourself smeared all over the front pages of the smut sheets like a common rat.
Oh, don't. Oh, Ward, you shouldn't have done that.
Stand back, Marie. I'm sorry I hit you, Nick, but you can't call her that whether she's your sister or not. I owe you a lot. I've always obeyed your orders in the ring, and I'll keep on obeying them. But outside the ring, you're not going to get away with pushing me around, or Marie either. I'm sorry, Nick. Honest, I am.
Yeah. What's the dope, Nick? You going to give us a story, Nick?
All right. Shut up now.
What's the idea of all the phones, Nick?
I said that when you guys hear this announcement, you'd all want to get to a phone fast. Well, here it is. I take it Morgan's been shooting off his face trying to get Kid Galahad into an early match.
Oh, yeah, Nick. We know that. But you said the kid wasn't ready.
Oh, did I? Well, I've changed my mind. Galahad fights McGraw next month.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've heard Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in the second act of Kid Galahad. In a few moments, they'll bring us Act 3. And now, in our intermission, Mr. DeMille is about to introduce the evening's special guests. But first, a special tip to the men in our audience. Have you found out what a fine bath soap Lux toilet soap makes? Gives instant lather, the rich, quick lather a man likes. An active lather that removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt from the pores. Leaves skin really clean. Leaves you feeling great. And now, Mr. DeMille. One rainy night in September 1926, 102,000 people watched Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney fight for the heavyweight championship of the world. Just a year later, 104,000 people saw another Dempsey-Tunney battle. These records have not yet been surpassed. Most experts predict they never will be. Tonight we have the exciting pleasure of hearing two men who held with high honor that championship on which Kid Galahad has set his heart. Jack Dempsey, who is in Buffalo, and Gene Tunney, who is in New York City. To your microphones, gentlemen, and come out talking.
This is Gene Tunney in New York, and just to make sure that Mr. DeMille isn't fooling us, I'll ask Jack Dempsey to come in from Buffalo right away. Did you hear the bell, Jack?
Coming up, Gene.
I understand you've got a very promising fighter up there in Buffalo, Jack.
Yes, Gene. I'm handling a boy named Bill Boyd, who's got a fight here tonight, and he looks like a comer. And speaking of comers, if that boy Wayne Morris, who's playing the part of Kid Galahad in the Lux Radio Theater here tonight, ever wants to give up movie acting and become a fighter, I certainly wish he'd let me know.
Is he that good, Jack?
Well, Gene, I've seen him in person, and I've seen his pictures, and I think he's got a great future in the ring. That is, if he wants it. He's got a good natural style, a good left hand, and he's fast on his feet. Makes me feel homesick for the old times.
Yes, it does seem a long time ago that we were in there punching ourselves. Incidentally, Jack, I'd like to tell you that you're a much pleasanter fellow on the sending end of a microphone than on the sending end of a left hook. And I'm speaking from experience.
You know, Gene, every once in a while, just to see how it feels, I throw a left hook at myself, the kind that you would throw at me, except that I make it a soft one and step out of the way real fast.
Fleetness of foot, Jack, was ever more desirable for the gladiator.
Is that from Shakespeare, Gene?
No, Jack. The way Shakespeare said it was, to duck or not to duck. That is the question.
I like it better your way.
Well, Jack, when anybody gives me the edge on Shakespeare, I'll take it. Just between two ex-champions, when did you get the biggest kick out of boxing?
Gene, I got a kick out of it all the time, but I guess the biggest thrill was that 2 or 3 seconds waiting for the bell to start a fight, any fight. After the referee gave his instructions in the center of the ring, turning around, walking back to my corner, and waiting for the bell.
Oh, boy, I know that feeling.
I never heard his sound in those few seconds, Gene. I never saw anything but the fellow who was across the ring from me, and I guess he wasn't seeing anything but me. That was the big thrill for me. Now, what do you miss the most, Gene?
Well, Jack, I'll tell you what I miss the least. It's those left hooks to the solar plexus and those rights behind the ear. Also, those meals you got when you were training for a big fight and the trainer thought you were a few pounds overweight. After 8 or 9 miles of road work, a round apiece with 4 or 5 sparring partners, a session with the light and heavy bags. After all that, there's nothing like a nice thin lamb chop and a large helping of spinach to make a heavyweight prospect cry like a baby. And then the trainer says it's healthy.
But it's still spinach.
But 10 or 15 years later, I still remember how hungry I was.
Gene, there's one thing I'd like to say to you now. 11 years after the second Dempsey-Tunney fight, when I lost, I'm glad I lost to a square shooter, a great fighter like you, and that's from the heart.
Jack, thanks a great deal. Coming from probably the greatest champion of them all, that means a lot to me. And I know you'll join with me, Jack, in what I'm about to say. To any young listeners, let me say that if you want to be an athlete, a champion tennis player, a baseball player, football player, wrestler, or boxer, the way to start is by developing a strong, healthy body, and that comes from temperate habits. Don't try to do any of these things strenuously unless you've laid the foundation.
I certainly agree, Gene, and I don't think that any boy should take on sports without his parents' or doctor's advice. Take it easy. In the fight game, we call it bringing a boy along slowly.
That's right, Jack. Now to Mr. DeMille and the makers of Lux Soap, for this opportunity to speak publicly with you, and it's been a very pleasant interlude. Let me say good night, Jack, and I want to say good night to a great champion.
And to Gene Tunney, I also say good night, champ.
And we say champions both. We leave Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney, and once again in Hollywood with Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds, we ring the bell for round 3 of Kid Galahad. In cold rage, Nick Donati has laid his plans. Bent on revenge, he's scheduled the championship fight for the following month, knowing that Ward is not ready. In his office, Nick is seated at the desk. He leans back, looking up calmly at Ward and Silver.
What'd you start this for, Nick? To pay me back for socking you?
Oh, forget the other night. Personal brawls have nothing to do with the fight game.
But you wanted to hold off till next year.
Yeah, until I find out how much McGraw's been drinking. This feud breaking in the paper is good for $1 million gate.
Oh. I had an idea you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, look, if I wanted to get rid of you, I'd just drop you cold. I'm giving you a chance now, a big one.
Yeah, but what's the idea of telling the papers you're going to send the kid in slugging?
Because that's what he's going to do. McGraw's right for it. You can punch better than he can, kid, and you're in perfect shape.
Well, I don't like to argue with you, Nick.
Now, you're not going to, or I get someone else to train him. Now, look, I never did you wrong yet, did I, kid?
No. No, you haven't, Nick.
All right, we signed this afternoon. Meet you there at 2. Hello? Hello, Barney. This is Nick. How are the odds going? Yeah, okay, well. Wait, no, hold off. Yeah, hold off until the night, just before the fight, and then plunk it. Well, you know how. I'll call you later. Come in, Morgan.
Yeah. They tell me you're still going to send the kid in slugging.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to lose.
Sure.
I just learned you're betting $50,000 undercover on McGraw to win.
That's right.
What are you trying to do, pull another fast one?
Now, when I want to take the title from you guys, I won't spend $50,000 to do it. I'm dumping my fighter. The more McGraw cracks him up, the better I'll like him.
Oh, they always that he double-crossed you, huh?
No, you saw it in the papers.
Yeah. Your sister, huh?
Now, you asked me. Take it or leave it.
Okay. I'll take it.
Certainly. Now be smart, Morgan. Like me.
Yeah, I will. Hello, Bill. Turkey Morgan. Bet another 150 grand on McGraw to win. No, I'm not crazy. Donati's backing it. He better win.
He will.
If he doesn't, you won't be around to talk about it. Thanks for the tip.
For the heavyweight championship of the world. In this corner, at 199 pounds, Kid Galahad. And in this corner, at 205 and a half pounds, defending his title tonight, the heavyweight champion, Jack
Louise, I'm scared. He'll be all right, don't worry. At the longest, it'll be over in an hour.
I know, but I'm still afraid that Nicky will try to get back at him some way.
Not while there's a chance of taking that title from McGraw and Morgan.
Oh, I don't know. I'm glad it's his last fight.
Whose?
Ward's. He's going to quit after this.
Does Nick know that?
No.
The first fight and the last.
What did you say?
Nothing. I just remembered something.
All right, kid. You know your orders. We expect you to go slow and feel him out. Will you get him coming out of his corner and give him the works?
Oh, you're wrong, Nick. He can go the distance. McGraw's in better shape than you think.
I know what I'm doing. Go in there swinging, you hear, and keep on swinging. Now, go on.
Galahad came out of his corner like a shot out of a cannon. They meet in the center of the ring. Galahad lets go with a long right that was dressed to kill, but McGraw backs up and shoots a light left. Galahad leads with another long right and a left and a right, but they're all wild. And he takes a hard right jolt to the chin that really hurt. Galahad's making the fight again, plowing in there with everything he's got. Leads again with a long right, and he takes a stiff jolt to the side of the head that swings him clear around. McGraw lets go with the right cross, and Galahad's down. He's down on his knees in the center of the ring. The referee's starting his count, and it's 4, 5, 6, and he's up again now and hanging on. He's hanging on, folks, and it looks like a bad night ahead for Galahad.
Round 1 to McGraw.
Round 2, McGraw.
Round 3, McGraw. Round 4, McGraw.
McGraw. Go on now. Go on. Stay in there. Keep swinging. Keep swinging.
Nick, it's crazy. McGraw's killing him. It's murder, Nick.
Oh, shut up. Get out of here.
You can't do it, Nick.
Huh? So what do you want here?
You can't go on with it.
I know what I'm doing.
We know what you're doing, too. You're murdering that kid because of him and Marie. You're tossing him to Morgan and those dirty wolves to satisfy a grudge. You let that rotten temper throw you off the deep end just like I said it would. Selling out that kid's trust and loyalty. And he's up there fighting his heart out for you, keeping faith with you, because you helped him. And you told me once that someday you'd find a fellow that could go the whole distance and listen to orders all the way. You were going to make him champ.
Please, Nick. Please. Don't do this to him because he loves me. You can't keep me a kid always. I've got a right to love to get married. Oh, I love him, Nicky. Can't you understand? I'll always love him. It'll always be that way, and you can't change it. Oh, please, Nicky, please don't let him get hurt anymore.
Okay. Go on. Get back to your
All
seats.
right,
You'll be all right. Go on now. Oh, Silver.
Yeah?
Have 20 cops ready to get us back in the ring to our dressing room.
Okay.
Oh, Barney, come here.
Yeah, Nick.
Get outside and try to cover our bets. 50 grand on Galahad.
Have you gone
nuts?
nuts?
I tell you, get as much extra down on him as you can.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me have your rod.
Yeah, here you are. You may need it.
Well, thanks. Beat it. All right, get him on. Get him down over here. Now, quick. Hey, kid. Kid, how do you feel?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on now. Wake up.
What round is it?
8th coming up.
I thought we just got started.
That's better. Now, what day is it, kid?
Tuesday?
Know me?
Yeah, Nick.
That's it. Now, look, we're changing now. Changing, understand? I shot his bolt. He's on his heels and breathing through his mouth. Now, stall. Stay away from him. Run him off his feet. Rest up, understand?
Sure.
Now, that's the boy. Now, go to it, kid.
8th round, McGraw.
9th round even.
10th round, Galahad. 11th even.
12th Galahad. It's a whole new fight, folks. A complete change of pace. Galahad's boxing. He's shooting him at long range, staying away, counterpunching. He's making McGraw force the fight. And now he's in there again with that left. 1, 2, 3, 4 left to McGraw's head. McGraw's groggy. He tries to come into a clinch, but Galahad keeps him away. Again that left, and now a right, and McGraw's staggering. He's out on his feet, and now he's down. He's down over there in the neutral corner, and he's trying to pull himself up on the rope, but he can't make it. He'll never make it. It's 7, 8,
9, 10, and he's out. Kid Galahad is the new champ.
Thank you, Harry Spears. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are back in Galahad's dressing room where you're about to hear Nick Donati, Kid Galahad's manager, who coached him through to the championship. All right, Nick, come on in.
Thanks. Hello, folks. Well, we had a great fight here tonight. Maybe you thought the kid was in bad shape, Willie, but we knew what we were doing. You see how it worked out. You know, I've worked for years with one hope, to manage the heavyweight champion of the world, and Kid Galahad crashed through tonight and handed it to me. He's a great fighter, and I'm proud of him. That's all, Mike.
Thank you, Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, we return you now to Harry Spears.
Hey, where's the kid and Silver?
They're both in the shower room, Mr. Nick.
Okay, clear out this place. Don't let anybody in. Oh, kid. Silver.
Right here, Nick. Come on in and join them.
Watch it, Nick.
And keep your hands where they are.
Oh, he was waiting first one to come in.
Yeah? Hey, better put up that rod. Put that rod away before it hurts you, Morgan.
Don't worry, it won't be me that gets hurt. Just a couple of double-crossing rats.
You can't take it out on Silver. He hasn't done anything.
Shut up! I've been aching to fill you full of slugs, Nick.
Come on, now, use your head, Morgan. You won't get away with it in here. There's cops all over the place. I'll square it with you.
Yeah, like you always have. Starting to crawl, huh?
Anything you say. Settle it with me any way you want it, but leave these two out.
So they can put the tag on me, oh, no.
Now, look, you're too used to a machine gun, Morgan. You might miss somebody with that Roscoe. Now, if we rush you...
I'm saving you to last, you cheap two-timing rat. Oh!
Ah. You see? See, Morgan? You shouldn't have thrown away that machine gun.
Nick, you all right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, Nick. Silver, get a doctor, will you? He's bleeding bad. Don't stand there. Hurry up, will you? Get a doctor.
Nick, it's me. Me and Fluff.
Hello, kid.
We got an ambulance coming, Nick. You're going to be all right.
Oh, no. No, he wasn't that bad a shot.
Oh, you've got to get well, Nick. For all of us.
You know, I was wrong, Marie, about the kid. I guess I've been wrong about a lot of things. Swell guy. You two keep on being in love, being happy.
Oh, all right, Nick.
Fluff. Am I out of the doghouse?
Yes, Nick. Oh, I shouldn't have gone away.
Oh, well, it's just the breaks. Forget it, Fluff. You were always swell. The kid put up a great fight, didn't he? Took you and me a long time, but we did what we set out to do. He got a champ.
Kid Galahad hangs up his gloves. Our play is over. But out of their corners for a final round of personalities come Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris, Andrea Leeds, and Edward G. Robinson.
Well, here I am. Quick comeback for a gent who's just taking a slug between the slats, don't you think, huh?
I wish you'd save all your quick comebacks for the Lux Radio Theater. This is the first time you've come back here in nearly 2 years. I was beginning to think you didn't like us anymore.
Well, now, you've got me all wrong, Mr. DeMille. It's just that I can't listen to your show and be here, too.
Now that you've put Mr. Robinson on your program, Mr. DeMille, wouldn't it be nice if he let you act on his?
Oh, does Eddie have a program?
What? Oh, yes. We have a little weekly chit-chat on the air lanes.
What do they call the program? Now, don't tell me. Don't tell me. It's Hamlet. Little Hamlet. Or is it Small Village?
I don't suppose you're trying to say big town.
Of course not. Everybody knows that's Steve Wilson's show.
Oh, I see. Wise guy, huh? Hey, champ.
Yeah, Nick.
Come, will you take this fellow out, will you, and slap his ears down?
Okay, Nick.
Just a minute, gentlemen. I was only trying to prove that I can act.
Do you think you can be a tough guy? What I think Mr. Robinson needs, Mr. DeMille, is a good heavy.
Oh, it's no use for him to even try, Andrea. His name's all wrong.
Sure it is. Whoever heard of a gorilla called Cecil?
Well, I could be the first, Cecil the Turbulent Torpedo.
Oh, Cecil the Turbulent. Oh, no, that's terrible. Oh, no, that'll never do. I got the name for you, pal. You're Benny the Bomber. The first chance I get, I'll let you be a big-town big shot.
There you are, Mr. DeMille. I guess I put that little deal over in a hurry.
Oh, now, just a minute, Wayne. It was Miss Bennett who started all this.
Oh, why shouldn't I help Mr. DeMille? He's a good friend of mine. Seriously, I'm indebted to Mr. DeMille on several scores. First of all, I like to listen to the Lux Radio Theater, and besides that, I like Lux soap. I've been using it, Mr. DeMille, since the days when the Bennett sisters had their little theater in the backyard.
I certainly agree with you, Joan. I'm a Lux fan, too.
And now, Mr. DeMille, this Bennett sister will say goodnight.
Yeah, me too. I got to get to bed early.
That's right, Wayne. Come to think of it, you're a prize fighter in Broadway Cavalier, your next picture, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right, and I have to keep in training.
Oh, in case you need a manager, Wayne, look me up. Well, so long, Benny DeMille. I'll be seeing you.
So long, Eddie. I mean, Steve Wilson.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Bennett, Miss Reed, Mr. Norris. Let's have a return match soon.
Don't miss the important announcement Mr. DeMille brings you in a moment about our special Christmas program next Monday. In Kid Galahad, you heard Cy Kendall as Turkey Morgan, Edwin Max as Chuck McGraw, Chester Clute as Silver, Ross Forrester as Buzz, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, and Joe Cunningham as a reporter. Mr. Robinson's new Warner Brothers picture is Brother Orchid. Joan Bennett is seen shortly in the Walter Wanger production, Trade Winds, and Andrea Leeds is a Samuel Goldwyn star. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Thanks for Everything. Kid Galahad was screened by Warner Brothers, who will soon release an epic of wartime aviation, Dawn Patrol. Mr. DeMille.
The motion picture that created the greatest sensation of 1938 comes to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. All the characters will be here. Snow White and Doc, grumpy and sneezy, happy, bashful, and sleepy, the wicked queen and the handsome prince, and that close-mouthed little gentleman known as Dopey. This is our Christmas present to you. A classic of folk tales with all the charm that made the film one of the grandest achievements in the history of the screen. And our guest of honor will be the man who made that great picture possible, Mr. Walt Disney. Before we meet again, old Father Time will have led us to the joys of the year's happiest day, Christmas. You and I may be far apart, but in the week to come, there's a day when distance is suddenly without meaning. Here in the Lux Radio Theater, we feel a bond of sympathy and friendship between you and ourselves, a sentiment we hope is shared by all of you. For in this Christmas season, we feel the full strength of those ties. I can't deny the pleasure that comes to me as producer of this theater, but infinitely more, I treasure the thought that I can come to your homes as a friend. You're not strangers, but my neighbors, and bring me Christmas in its truest and happiest form. With deep gratitude, I wish you all the blessings and happiness of the season. And joining me in these greetings are the staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood and wishing you all a Merry, Merry Christmas.
Be sure and tune in next Monday night to Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And now may I give you a parting thought apropos of Christmas. You've got to think of trimming that tree of yours pretty soon. Why don't you do something really different this year? Something that'll start all your friends talking about how original you are. Here's an idea that will make a really beautiful tree decoration. First, get a large box of Lux Flakes. Yes, that's right, Lux Flakes. Pour them into a big bowl or dishpan, add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, and then whip up the mixture with an egg beater. In a few moments, you have a pan full of snow white suds that stand up like stiffly whipped cream. Now that's what you decorate your tree with, those thick white suds. Take them in handfuls and spread them with your fingers along the branches of your tree. Go on doing it till the tree is covered with suds. Now, if you want your tree to sparkle a whole lot, take some of that artificial Christmas snow you can buy in the stores and sprinkle it all over the suds while they're still moist. And there's your tree, all white and glistening as though it had been caught in a real snowstorm. Why don't you try it? It's so easy, anyone can do it. And it's inexpensive, too. And another thing, this kind of decoration makes your tree last longer. You see, the suds cling to the needles so they don't dry quickly and fall off. And, of course, suds last, too. They stay attractive throughout the holiday season. Now, remember, all you need is a large box of Lux Flakes and 2 scant cups of lukewarm water to whip up a big bowl full of snow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, Columbia presents William Shakespeare's The Taming of the Shrew, starring Edward G. Robinson with Frida Inniscort and Charles D. Brown. With tonight's all-star production of The Taming of the Shrew, the Columbia Network brings you the fourth in a cycle of 8 Shakespearean plays to be presented at this same time each Monday night during the summer season of 1937. In these plays, each carefully adapted for a full hour's radio presentation, the world's finest actors join Columbia in making it possible for millions of people to enjoy the works of the world's greatest dramatist for the first time. This adaptation of The Taming of the Shrew was made by Gilbert Seldes, distinguished author, journalist, and dramatic critic. Starring in tonight's performance is Edward G. Robinson in the role of Petruchio, with Miss Frida Inniscort playing opposite him as Catherine. A brilliant supporting cast is headed by Charles D. Brown as Grumio, Lionel Pape as Baptista, Morris Ancrum as Curtis, Jack Smart as Biondello, Ernestine de Becker as Bianca. Victor Bay, Columbia's talented young conductor, raises his baton to lead the orchestra in the musical introduction. As the curtain rises, Conway Turl, distinguished actor of stage and screen, comes forward as narrator to set the stage for the first scene of The Taming of the Shrew.
The scene of this light-hearted farce is the Italian city of Padua, an open square with a fountain and round it spacious homes, an inn, a cathedral, and a flower market beside it. Out of a noble house at the corner of this square come 5 people. Mark them well, because they have much to do and say. First, the demure young Bianca in a light blue silk. Her light hair neatly parted, quiet as a mouse, sweet, and a little frightened by the trouble she has caused. The trouble follows. 2 men who want to marry her. The dainty Hortensio
But, sir,
and the fat, elderly, pleasing Gremio, shoving one another out of the way to cluster around this honeypot, and themselves being shoved out of the way to make room for the most striking figure of them all, Catherine, the proud sister of Bianca, dark, handsome, and arrogant, a dark red gown sweeping after her as she strides into the square. And after her, expostulating and flustered, old Baptista, father of the girls, who tries to make peace in this angry gathering. Now we can hear what Baptista has to say.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, gentlemen. Importune me no further how I firmly am resolved, you know. That is not to bestow my youngest daughter before I have a husband for the elder. If either of you both love Caterina, because I know you well and love you well, leave shall you have to court her at your pleasure. What say you, Gremio?
To cart her, rather. She's too rough for me.
I pray you, sir, is it your will to make a stale of me amongst these mates?
Mates, maid? How mean you that? No mates for you, unless you were of gentler, milder mold.
But if it were, doubt not her care should be to comb your noddle with a 3-legged stool, and paint your face and use you like a fool. Pah, Hortensio.
From all such devils, good Lord, deliver us. And me too, good Lord.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, that I may soon make good what I have said, Bianca, get you in.
Oh, no.
And let it not displease thee, good Bianca, for I love thee nevertheless, my girl.
A pretty Pete. It is best put finger in the eye, and she knew why.
Sister, content you in my discontent. Sir, to your pleasure humbly I subscribe. My books and instruments shall be my company, on them to look and practice. By myself.
Oh, gentlemen, content ye, I am resolved. Go in, Bianca. And for I know she taketh most delight in music, instruments, and poetry, schoolmasters will I keep within me house, fit to instruct her youth. If you, Hortensio, or Signor Gremio, you know any such, prefer them hither. And so farewell.
Farewell.
Caterina, you may stay, for I have more to commune with Bianca.
Why? And I trust I may go too, may I not? What? Shall I be appointed ours, as though belike I knew not what to take and what to leave up?
They have gone away. Hortensio and Gremio, have to postpone their rivalry for the hand of the gentle Bianca because her father has made it an absolute condition that the elder sister must be married first. So both rivals set out to find some man willing to marry Catherine, the shrew. And here, as luck would have it, comes just the man. Yes, Petruchio is just the man. You can tell it by the way he swaggers down the street looking for Hortensio's house. You can tell it by the perch of his plumed hat at an angle over one impudent eye. An adventurous fellow out to seek his fortune, ready for anything, especially a tempestuous courtship, a beautiful girl, and a rich marriage. Behind him, his servant, Grumio, bends under the weight of his luggage. Petruchio halts. He has found Hortensio's house.
I trow this is his house. Here, Sir Grumio, knock, I say.
Knock, sir? Whom should I knock? Is there any man has refused your worship?
Villain, I say, knock me here soundly.
Knock you here, sir? Why, sir, what am I, sir, that I should knock you here, sir?
Villain, I say, knock me at this gate and rap me well, or I'll knock your knave's pate.
Oh, help! Help, masters! Help!
Now, knock when I bid you, sir, villain.
How now? What's the matter?
Good Hortensio, I bade the rascal knock upon your gate and could not get him for my heart to do it.
Knock at the gate? Oh, heavens, speak you not these words plain? Sirrah, knock me here, rap me here, knock me well, knock me soundly, and come you now with knocking at the gate.
Sirrah, be gone, or talk not, I advise you.
Petruchio, patience. I am Grumio's pledge. And tell me now, sweet friend, what happy gale blows you to Padua here from old Verona?
Such wind as scatters young men through the world to seek their fortunes farther than at home. And I have thrust myself into this maze, happily to wive and thrive as best I may.
Wive? Petruchio, shall I then come roundly to thee and wish thee to a shrewd, ill-favored wife?
What?
Thou'lt thank me but a little for my counsel, and yet I promise thee she shall be rich.
Signor Hortensio, twixt such friends as we, few words suffice. And therefore, if thou know one rich enough to be Petruchio's wife, be she as foul as was Florentia's love, as old as Sybil, and as cursed and shrewd as Socrates and Tippy, or no worse, she moves me not, or not removes at least affection's edge in me, were she as rough as are the swelling Adriatic seas. I come to wive it wealthily in Padua. If wealthily, then happily in Padua.
Ah, Petruchio, since we have stepped thus far in, I will continue that I broached in jest.
Eh?
I can, Petruchio, help thee to a wife with wealth enough, and young and beauteous, brought up as best becomes a gentlewoman.
Oh?
Her only fault, and that is false enough, is that she is intolerable cursed and shrewd and froward, so beyond all measure that were my state far worse than it is, I would not wed her for a mine of gold.
Hortensio, peace. Thou knowest not gold's effect. Why came I hither but to that intent? Think you a little din can daunt mine ears? Have I not in my time heard lions roar?
Eh?
Have I not heard the sea, puffed up with winds, rage like an angry boar, chafed with sweat? Have I not heard great ordnance in the field, and heaven's artillery, thunder in the skies? Have I not in a pitched battle heard loud larums, neighing steeds, and trumpets clang? And you tell me of a woman's tongue that gives not half so great a blow to the ear as will a chestnut in a farmer's fire.
Oh, but...
Oh, tush, fear boys with bugs. Tell me your father's name, and 'tis enough. For I will board her, though she chide as loud as thunder when the clouds in autumn crack.
Her father is Baptista Minola, an affable and courteous gentleman. Her name is Katharina Minola, renowned in Padua for her scolding tongue.
I will not sleep, Hortensio, till I see her.
Tarry, Petruchio. I must go with thee, for in Baptista's keep my treasure is. He hath the jewel of my life in hold, his youngest daughter, beautiful Bianca. And now shall my friend Petruchio do me grace, and offer me, disguised in sober robes, to old Baptista, as a schoolmaster well seen in music, to instruct Bianca, that so I may, by this device, at least have leave and leisure to make love to her, till Catherine the Cursed have got a husband. Come.
Catherine the Cursed. A title for a maid.
late afternoon, and the suitors for Bianca's hand call on Baptista. Of the people who now approach, Baptista seems to know only the fat Gremio. But Gremio's rival Hortensio is also there, only he is now dressed as a poor musician with his lute like an odd-shaped violin. And another suitor has come into action, Lucentio, who pretends to be a teacher of Latin. And poor Gremio, who is too fat to disguise himself, has hired this Latin teacher to plead his cause with Bianca. And now, to clear the way by getting Catherine married off, they are bringing Petruchio to Father Baptista's house. A servant enters to announce their arrival.
Signor Gremio.
Gremio enters with the new suitor, Lucentio, disguised as a Latin teacher.
Good morrow, neighbor Gremio.
Good morrow, neighbor Baptista. I freely give unto you this young scholar that hath long been studying at Reims, cunning in Greek, Latin, and other languages. His name is Cambio. Pray accept his service.
1,000 thanks, Signor Gremio. Welcome, good Cambio.
Signor Petruchio.
Petruchio enters with Hortensio disguised as a music teacher.
God save you, gentlemen.
And you, good sir. Pray, have you not a daughter called Catherine, fair and virtuous?
I have a daughter, sir, called Caterina.
I am a gentleman of Verona, sir, that hearing of her beauty and her wit, her affability and bashful modesty, her wondrous qualities and mild behavior, am bold to show myself a forward guest within your house to make mine eye the witness of that report which I so oft have heard. Oh, and for an entrance to my entertainment, I do present you with a man of mine, cunning in music and the mathematics, to instruct her fully in those sciences whereof I know she's not ignorant. Accept of him, or else you do me wrong.
You're welcome, sir, and he for your good sake. But for my daughter Catherine, this I know, she's not for your turn, the more my grief.
Oh, I see you do not mean to part with her, or else you like not of my company.
Oh, mistake me not, I speak as I find. Whence are you, sir? What may I call your name?
Petruchio is my name. Antonio's son, a man well known throughout all Italy.
I know him well. You're welcome for his sake. Sit down.
Senor?
Lead these gentlemen to my daughters and tell them both these are their tutors, and bid them use them well. Signor Petruchio, we will go walk a little in the orchard.
Signor Baptista, my business asketh haste, and every day I cannot come to woo. You knew my father well, and in him me. We left solely heir to all his lands and goods, which I have bettered rather than decreased. Then tell me, if I get your daughter's love, what dowry shall I have with her to wife?
After my death, the 1/2 of my lands.
Aye.
And in possession 20,000 crowns.
Aye. Let specialties be therefore drawn between us, that covenants may be kept on either hand.
Aye. When the special thing is well obtained, that is her love. For that is all in all.
Oh, that is nothing. But I tell you, Father, I am as peremptory as she proud-minded. And where two raging fires meet together, they do consume the thing that feeds their fury. Though little fire grows great with little wind, yet extreme gusts will blow out fire and all. So I to her, and so she yields to me. For I am rough, and woo not like a babe.
Well, mayest thou woo, and happy be thy speed, but be thou armed for some unhappy words.
Signor.
How now, good fiddler, why dost thou look so pale?
Oh, poor Hortensio.
For fear, I promise you, if I look pale.
What, will my daughter prove a good musician?
I think she'll sooner prove a soldier.
Why, then thou canst not break it to the lute?
Why, no, for she hath broke the lute to me. I did but tell her she mistook her frets, and bowed her hand to teach her fingering.
Yes?
When with a most impatient, devilish spirit, frets call you these, quoth she, I'll fume with them. And with that word, she struck me on the head.
Now, by the world, 'tis a lusty wench. I love her 10 times more than e'er I did. Oh, how I long to have some chat with her.
Oh.
Good master fiddler, go with me and be not so discomfited. Proceed in practice with my younger daughter. She's apt to learn and thankful for good terms. Signor Petruchio, will you go with us, or shall I send my daughter Kate to you?
I pray you do. I will attend her here and woo her with some spirit when she comes. Say that she rail. Why, then I'll tell her plain she sings as sweetly as a nightingale. Say that she frown. I'll say she looks as clear as morning roses newly washed with dew. Say she be mute and will not speak a word. Then I'll commend her volubility and say she uttereth piercing eloquence. If she do bid me pack, I'll give her thanks as though she bid me stay by her a week. If she deny to wed, I'll crave the day when I shall ask the banns and when be married. Ah, but here she comes. And now, Petruchio, speak.
Sir?
Good morrow, Kate. That's your name, I hear.
Well, have you heard? But something hard of hearing. They call me Catherine, that do talk of me.
Oh, you lie in faith. For you're called plain Kate.
Oh.
And bonny Kate. And sometimes Kate the Curse.
Oh.
Oh, but Kate, the prettiest Kate in Christendom. Kate of Kate Hall, my super dainty Kate. But dainties are all Kates. And therefore, Kate, take this of me, Kate of my consolation. Hearing thy mildness praised in every town, thy virtue spoke of, and thy beauty sounded, yet not so deeply as to thee belongs, myself am moved to woo thee for my wife.
Moved in good time. Let him that moved you hither remove you hence. I knew you at the first. You were a movable.
Why, what's a movable?
A joined stool.
Thou hast hit it. Come, sit on me.
Asses are made to bear, and so are you.
Women are made to bear, and so are you.
Ah, far.
Oh, bzz, 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 bzz,
Well
bzz.
ta'en and like a buzzard.
Oh, come, you wasp.
If I be waspish, best beware my sting.
My remedy is then to pluck it out.
Hi, if the fool could find it where it lies. And so farewell.
Hey, come again, good Kate. I am a gentleman.
That I'll try.
I swear I'll cuff you if you strike again.
So may you lose your arms. If you strike me, you are no gentleman.
Oh, nay, come, Kate, come. You must not look so sour.
It is my fashion when I see a crab.
Why, here's no crab, and therefore look not sour.
There is.
Well, then show it me.
Had I a glass, I would.
What, you mean my face?
Ha, well aimed of such a young one.
Now, by St. George, I'm too young for you.
Yet you are withered.
Ah, 'tis with cares.
I care not.
Nay, here you, Kate, in sooth, you scape not so.
I chafe you if I tarry. Let me go.
Oh, no, not a whit. Why, I find you passing gentle. It was told me you were rough and coy and sullen. And now I find report a very liar, for thou art pleasant, gamesome, passing courteous, but slow in speech. Oh, yet sweet as springtime flowers. Why, thou canst not frown. Thou canst not look askance, nor bite the lip as angry wenches will. Nor hast thou pleasure to be cross and talk, but thou with mildness entertainst thy wooers, with gentle conference, soft and apple. Why does the world report that Kate doth live? Oh, slanderous world. Why, Kate, like the hazel twig, is straight and slender, and as brown in hue as hazelnuts, and sweeter than the kernels. Oh, let me see thee walk. Thou dost not halt.
Where did you study all this goodly speech?
'Tis extempore from my mother wit.
A witty mother, witless else her son.
Am I not wise? And therefore, setting all this chat aside, thus in plain terms. Your father hath consented that you shall be my wife. Your dowry agreed on, and will you, nill you, I will marry you.
So?
Now, Kate, I am a husband for your turn. For by this light whereby I see thy beauty, thy beauty that doth make me like thee well, thou must be married to no man but me. For I am born to tame you, Kate, and bring you from a wild Kate to a Kate conformable as other household Kates. Here comes your father, an old gremio, but never make denial. I must and will have Catherine to my wife.
Now, Signor Petruchio, how speed you with me, daughter?
How but well, sir, how but well. It were impossible I should speed amiss.
Why, how now, daughter Catherine, in your dumps?
Call you me daughter. Now I promise you, you have showed a tender fatherly regard to wish me wed to one half lunatic, a madcap ruffian and a swearing jack that thinks with oaths to face the matter out.
Father, 'tis thus. Yourself and all the world that talked of her have talked amiss of her. If she be cursed, 'tis for policy. For she's not froward, but modest as the dove. She's not hot, but temperate as the morn. Why, for patience she will prove a second Griselle, and Roman Lucrece for her chastity. And to conclude, we've agreed so well together that upon Sunday is the wedding day.
I'll see thee hanged on Sunday first.
Petruchio, she says she'll see thee hanged
Oh,
first.
be patient, gentlemen. I choose her for myself. If she and I be pleased, what's that to you? There's bargain twixt us twain, being alone, that she shall still be cursed in company. Oh, I tell you, 'tis incredible to believe how much she loves me. Oh, the kindest Kate.
Kind?
She hung about my neck, and kiss on kiss.
Kiss?
She vied so fast, protesting oath on oath, that in a twink she won me to her love.
No.
Here,
Oh.
here, give me thy hand, Kate. I will unto Venice to buy apparel against the wedding day. Provide the feast, father, and bid the guests. I will be sure my Catherine shall be fine.
I know not what to say, but give me your hands. God send you joy, Petruchio. 'Tis a match.
Amen, say we. We will be witnesses.
Father, and wife, and gentlemen, adieu. I will to Venice. Sunday comes apace. We will have rings and things and fine array. Oh, and kiss me, Kate. We'll be married on Sunday.
Oh!
So, Petruchio and Catherine have set the foundations for a perfect marriage. They've insulted one another to the best of their ability. She has slapped him, and he has driven her speechless with fury. And if this be love, it certainly wears a strange disguise. Yet, disguise or not, it seems to lead to the altar. At least they are here in front of the grandest church in Padua, and a crowd of neighbors and passers-by are beginning to wonder why old Father Baptista is dressed in his best black, and why Catherine, in all her bridal finery, is so furious, and why Bianca looks like the prettiest bridesmaid in all the history of Padua, and why all those other people on the steps of the church are standing and fretting. But the reason is clear. Everyone is ready for the wedding with a single exception. There is no bridegroom. The dashing Petruchio, who went off to Venice promising to return, is nowhere in sight.
Signor Lucentio, this is the appointed day that Catherine and Petruchio should be married, and yet we hear not of our son-in-law. What will be said? What mockery will it be to want the bridegroom where the priest attends?
No shame but mine. I must forsooth be forced to give my hand, opposed against my heart, unto a mad-brained rudesby full of spleen, who wooed in haste and means to wed at leisure. I told you, he was a frantic fool. He'll woo 1,000, point the day of marriage, make feasts, invite friends, and proclaim the banns, yet never means to wed where he has wooed. Oh, now must the world point at poor Catherine and say, lo, there is mad Petruchio's wife. If it would please him, come and marry her. Oh, would Catherine had never seen him.
Master! Viadello, what news? News, old news, and such news you have never heard of.
Is Petruchio come?
Why, no, sir.
Well, then,
he is coming.
Well.
Petruchio is coming in a new hat and an old jerkin, a pair of old breeches thrice turned, a pair of boots that have been candle cases, one buckled, another laced, an old rusty sword taken out of the town armory with 2 broken points. His horse, hipped with an old motley saddle and stirrups of no kindred. Besides, possessed with the glanders, troubled with the lampers, infected with the fashions, full of windgalls, fed with spavins, rayed with the yellows, past pure of the fives, stalks spoiled with the staggers, and shoulder shotten.
But spare me the rest and tell me who comes with him.
Oh, sir, his lackey, Grumio. For all the world, comparison like the horse, with a linen stock on one leg and a kersey boot hose on the other, gartered with a red and blue list, an old hat, and the humor of 40 fancies pricked in for a feather. A monster, a very monster in apparel, and not like a Christian footboy or a gentleman's lackey.
Well, I'm glad he's come howsoe'er he comes.
Come, where be these gallants? Who's at home?
Aye, who's at home here? You're welcome, Petruchio.
Where is Kate? Where's my lovely bride?
Aye, where's our lovely bride, eh?
How does my father? Gentles, methinks you frown. And wherefore gaze this goodly company as if they saw some wondrous monument, some comet or unusual prodigy?
Aye, prodigy. Why, sir, you know, this is your wedding day. First we were sad, fearing you would not come. Now sadder that you come so unprovided. Fie, doff this habit. Shame to your estate. and I saw to our solemn festival.
To me she's married, not unto my clothes.
No.
But where is Kate?
Aye, where is Kate?
I stay too long from her. The morning wears. 'Tis time we were to church.
Aye, it's time we were at church.
Kate, where's my...
Pretty bride.
A mad bridegroom. See, the church door's open. They're coming
On the steps of the church, Petruchio stops with his bride on his arm and bows to the crowd. They see Catherine not blushing as a bride, but flushed with the humiliation which Petruchio has brought upon her. For there she is, dazzling in lace and white satin, and there he is, shabby and tattered and out at elbows, a man who deliberately dressed himself like a scarecrow for his wedding day. And yet Petruchio seems unconscious that he has made a spectacle of himself. He seems rather pleased and debonair. Without a doubt, he intends to appear at the wedding feast in these same clothes, the great banquet at which all the friends of the family are coming, and at which he and his bride will be the ill-assorted guests of honor, according to the unalterable custom of the country.
Gentlemen and friends, I thank you for your pay. I know you think to dine with me today and have prepared great store of wedding cheer. But so it is, my haste doth call me hence, and therefore here I mean to take my leave.
Oh. Is it possible you will be away tonight?
I must away today before night come.
What?
Make it no wonder. If you knew my business, you would entreat me rather go than stay. And honest company, I thank you all that have beheld me give away myself to this most patient, sweet, and virtuous wife. Dine with my father, drink a health to me, for I must hence, and farewell to you all.
Let us entreat you stay till after dinner.
Hortensio, it may not be.
Let me entreat you.
Gremio, it cannot be.
Let me entreat you.
Catherine, I am content.
Are you content to stay?
I am content you shall entreat me stay.
Ah.
But yet not stay. Entreat me how you can.
Oh, now, if you love me, stay.
Grumio, my horses.
Aye, sir, they be ready. The oaks have eaten the horses.
Nay, then, do what thou canst. I will not go today. No, nor tomorrow. Not till I please myself.
Oh, Kate, content thee. Prithee, be not angry.
I will be angry. What hast thou to do?
Daughter.
Oh, father, be quiet. He shall stay my leisure. Gentlemen, forward to the bridal dinner. I see a woman may be made a fool if she had not a spirit to resist.
They shall go forward, Kate, at thy command. Obey the bride, you that attend on her. Go to the feast, revel and domineer, be mad and merry, or go hang yourself. But for my bonny Kate, she must with me.
No!
Nay, look not big, nor stamp, nor stare, nor fret. I will be master of what is mine own. Why, she's my goods, my chattels. She's my house, my household stuff, my field, my barn, my horse, my ox, my ass, my anything. And here she stands, touch her whoever dare. I'll bring mine action on the proudest he that stops my way in Padua.
Petruchio!
Grumio!
Aye, sir.
Draw forth thy weapon. We are beset with thieves. Rescue thy mistress, or thou be a man.
Aye, sir.
Oh, fear not, sweet wench. They shall not touch thee, Kate. I'll buckler thee against 1,000,000.
You have just heard the first part of Columbia's presentation of The Taming of the Shrew, starring Edward G. Robinson with Frida Inniscourt and Charles D. Brown, Lionel Pape, Jack Smart, Morris Ankrum, and Ernestine de Becker. The play will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. we continue with the second part of The Taming of the Shrew. Our all-star cast is headed by Edward G. Robinson as Petruchio, Frida Innescourt as Catherine, Charles D. Brown as Grumio, Lionel Pape as Baptista, Jack Smart as Biondello, Morris Ankrum as Curtis, and Ernestine de Becker as Bianca. Conway Turl as narrator again comes forward to set the scene.
Catherine's honeymoon begins when she is dragged off to Petruchio's home in the country. But not to a noble hall richly hung with tapestries and with logs roaring in the fireplaces. Oh, no. The taming of Catherine the Shrew is to begin in a mean, cold hallway, bare and grim, in which the servants cluster together, their teeth chattering as they wait for the coming of their master. The servant Grumio, who has ridden on ahead, enters the door, half frozen from his long journey.
Fie on all tired jades and all mad masters and all foul ways. Was ever a man so beaten? Brrr. Was ever a man so rayed? Was ever a man so weary? Hola! Ho! Curtis! Who is it that calls so coldly? A piece of ice. If thou doubt it, thou mayest slide from my shoulder to my heel with no greater a run but my head and my neck. A fire, good Curtis.
Is my master and his wife come, Grumio?
Oh, aye, Curtis, aye, and therefore fire, cast on no water.
Is she so hot a shrew as she's reported?
She was, good Curtis, before this frost. But thou knowest winter tames man, woman, and beast. But wilt thou make a fire, or shall I complain on thee to our mistress, whose hand thou shalt soon feel to thy cold comfort?
I prithee, good Grumio, tell me, how goes the world?
Well, a cold world, Curtis, in every office but thine, and therefore fire. Do thy duty and have thy duty, for my master and mistress are almost frozen to death.
Well, there's fire ready, and therefore, good Grumio, the news.
I have caught extreme cold. Hey, where's the cook? Is supper ready? The house trimmed? Rushes strewed? Cobwebs swept? The serving men in their new fustian? Their white stockings? And every officer his wedding garment on? Be the jacks fair within? The jills fair without? The carpets laid and everything in order?
All ready, and therefore I pray ye, news.
Yeah. Well, first know my horse is tired. My master and mistress fallen out.
How?
Out of their saddles into the dirt, and thereby hangs a tale.
Let's have it, good Grumio.
Well, we came down a foul hill, my master riding behind my mistress.
Both a one horse?
What's that to thee?
Why, a horse.
Tell thou the tale.
Nay.
Tell thou the tale.
Good Grumio.
But hadst thou not crossed me, thou shouldst have heard how her horse fell, and she under her horse. Thou shouldst have heard in how miry a place, how she was bemoiled, how he left her with the horse upon her, how he beat me because her horse stumbled, how she waded through the dirt to pluck him off me, how he swore, how she prayed that never prayed before, how I cried, how the horses ran away, how her bridle was burst, how I lost my crupper, and with many things of worthy memory, which now shall die in oblivion, and thou return unexperienced to thy grave.
By this reckoning, he is more a shrew than she.
Aye, and that thou and the proudest of you shall find when he comes home. But what talk I of this? Come, call forth Nathaniel, Joseph, Nicholas, Philip, Walter, Sugarsop, and the rest. Let their heads be sleekly combed, their blue coats brushed, and their garters of an indifferent knit. Let them curtsy with their left legs, and not presume to touch a hair of me master's horsetail till they kiss their hands. Are they ready?
They are.
Then call them forth.
Ho! You hear? Ho! Welcome home,
Welcome you.
How now?
What? Hello, you. Yeah, and thus much for greeting, yes. Well, now is all ready and all things neat?
All things is ready. How near is our master?
In at hand, delighted by this, and therefore be not... No.
Where be these knaves?
Silence, I hear me, master.
What? No man at door to hold my stirrup or take my horse? Nathaniel!
Here, sir.
Gregory!
Here,
Here, sir. You logger-headed and unpolished grooms.
What, no attendance, no regard, no duty? Where's the foolish knave I sent before?
Here, sir, as foolish as I was before.
You peasant swain!
Ow!
You malt horse drudge!
Oh!
Did I not bid thee meet me in the park and bring along these rascal knaves with thee?
Aye, sir.
Go and fetch my supper.
Aye, sir.
Oh, where's the life that late I led? Where are... Oh, sit down, Kate. Sit down and welcome. Food. Where's the... Oh, nay, good sweet Kate, be merry. Here, off with my boots, you rogues, you villains, when?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
The friar of Orters crazy forth walk. Out, you rogue, you plucked my foot awry. Here, take that. And mend the plucking off the other. Oh, come here. Here, be merry, Kate. Some water here. What ho? Where's my spaniel, Troilus? Troilus, where are my slippers? Shall I have some water?
Here, sir. Here, sir.
Here, come, Kate. Come and wash and welcome heartily. Oh. Villain, will you let it fall?
Oh, patience, I pray you, because a fault unwilling.
Beetle-headed, flap-eared knave. Oh. Come, Kate, sit down. I know you have a stomach.
Oh.
Now, will you give thanks, sweet Kate, or else shall I? What's this? Mutton?
Aye.
Who brought it?
Aye, sir.
It's burned. And so is all the meat.
Nay, good Petruchio.
What dogs are these? Where's the rascal cook? How durst you villains bring it from the dresser and serve it thus to me that love it not? There, take it to you. Frenches, cups, and all. You heedless joltheads and unmannered slaves.
Yes.
What? Do you grumble? I'll be with you straight.
I pray you, husband, be not so disquiet. The meat was well, if you were so contented.
I tell thee, Kate, it was burnt and dried away, and I expressly am forbid to touch it, for it engenders choler, planteth anger. And better it were that both of us that fast, since of ourselves are choleric, than feeded with such over-roasted flesh. Oh, be patient. Tomorrow shall be mended. And for this night we'll fast for company. Come, I will bring thee to thy bridal chamber.
Oh.
Come!
Oh.
Peter, didst ever see the like? He kills her in her own humor.
Where is he?
In her chamber, Grumio, making a sermon of continency to her. And rails and swears and rates that she, poor soul, knows not which way to stand, to look, to... Away, for he is coming hither.
Oh, where's the life that late I led? Where's all Oh. Thus have I politically begun my reign, and 'tis my hope to end successfully. She eat no meat today, nor none shall eat. Last night she slept not, nor tonight she shall not. As with the meat, some undeserved fault I'll find about the making of the bed. And here I'll fling the pillow, there the bolster, out this way the coverlet, another way the sheets. Aye, and amid this hurly, I intend that all is done in reverent care of her. And in conclusion, she shall watch all night. And if she chance do not, I'll rail and brawl, and with a clamor keep her still awake. This is a way to kill a wife with kindness. And thus I'll curb her mad and headstrong humor. He that knows better how to tame a shrew, now let him speak.
A night of turmoil and shouting. Another morning of the same clamor, and all on an empty stomach is too much for Catherine. At lunch the next day, she conquers her pride and goes humbly to find Grumio in the dining hall. But Grumio is sly. He has received his instructions from Petruchio and takes as much pleasure as his master in teasing and torturing his mistress.
No, forsooth, I dare not for my life.
The more my wrong, the more his spite appears. What? Did he marry me to famish me? I'm starved for meat, giddy for lack of sleep, with oaths kept waking and with brawling fed. And that which spites me more than all these wants, he does it under name of perfect love. As who should say, if I should sleep or eat, 'twere deadly sickness or else present death. Oh, I prithee go and get me some repast. I care not what, so it be wholesome food.
Well, what say you to a neat's foot?
Oh, 'tis passing good. I prithee, let me have it.
I fear it is too choleric meat. What say you to a fat tripe, finely broiled?
I like it well. Good Romeo, fetch it me.
I cannot tell. I fear 'tis choleric. But what say you to a piece of beef and mustard?
A dish that I do love to feed upon.
Aye, but the mustard is too hot a little.
Oh, why then the beef, and let the mustard rest.
Nay, then I will not. You shall have the mustard, or else you get no beef of Grumio.
Then both or one, or anything thou wilt.
Why, then the mustard without the beef.
Oh, go, get thee gone! Sorrow on thee and all the pack of you that try and toss upon my misery. Go, get thee gone, I say!
Oh! Well, how fares my Kate? What, sweeting, all amort?
Oh, faith, as cold as can be.
Oh, pluck up thy spirits, look cheerfully upon me. Here, love, thou seest how diligent I am to dress thy meat myself and bring it thee. I'm sure, sweet Kate, this kindness merits thanks. What, not a word? Nay, then, thou lovest it not, and all my pains assorted to no proof. Here, take away this dish.
I pray you, let it stand.
Ah, the poorest service is repaid with thanks, and so shall mine before you touch the meat.
I thank you, sir.
Kate, eat apace. And now, my honey love, will we return into thy father's house and revel it as bravely as the best. What, is thou dying?
Oh.
Here, take away this dish.
Aye, sir. Signor, the tailor stays your leisure.
Ah, Kate, to deck thy body with his ruffling treasures. Come, tailor, let us see these ornaments. Lay forth the gown.
Here is the cap your worship did bespeak.
Ah.
Why, this was molded on a porringer. A velvet dish. Fie, it is lewd and filthy. Why, it is a cockle or a walnut shell, a knack, a toy, a trick, a baby's cap. Oh, away with it. Come, let me have a bigger.
I'll have no bigger. This doth fit the time, and gentlewomen wear such caps as these.
When you are gentle, you shall have one too, and not till then.
Why, sir, I trust I may have leave to speak, and speak I will. I am no child, no babe. Your betters have endured me say my mind, and if you cannot, best you stop your ears. My tongue will tell the anger of my heart, or else my heart concealing it will break, and rather than it shall, I will be free, even to the uttermost, as I please in words.
Why, thou sayest true. It is a paltry cap. A custard coffin, a bauble, a silken pie. I love thee well, and doth thou likest it not?
Love me or love me not. I like the cap, and it I will have or I will have none.
She will have none. Thy gown. Come, tailor, let us see it.
Here, sir.
Oh, mercy God. What masking stuff is here? What's this? A sleeve?
Aye, sir.
Why, it is like a demi-cannon. What? Up and down, carved like an apple tod?
Sire.
Why, here snip and nip and cut and slish and slash like to a censer in a barber shop. Why, what in the devil's name, tailor, callest thou this?
You bid me make it orderly and well, according to the fashion and the time.
Marry, and did, but if you be remembered, I didn't bid you mar it to the time.
I never saw a better fashioned gown. More quaint, more pleasing, nor more commendable. Belike you mean to make a puppet of me.
Why, true, he means to make a puppet of thee.
She says your worship means to make a puppet of her.
Oh, monstrous arrogance! Thou liest, thou thread, thou thimble, thou yard, 3/4, half-yard, quarter, nails. Thou flea, thou knit, thou winter cricket, thou, braved in mine own house with a skein of thread. Away, thou rag, thou quantity, thou remnant, or I shall so bemeet thee with thy yard as thou shalt think on prating whilst thou livest. I tell thee, that thou hast marred her gown.
Your worship is deceived. The gown is made just as my master had this direction. Grumio gave order how it should be done.
So, Grumio? I gave him no order. I gave him the stuff.
But how did you desire it should be made?
Yes, how? Marry, sir, with needle and thread.
But did you not request to have it cut?
Cut? I say unto thee, I bid thy master cut out the gown, but I did not bid him cut it to pieces.
To pieces?
Ergo thou liest.
Why, here is the note of the fashion to testify.
Read it. The note lies in his throat if he says I said so.
Imprimus, a loose-bodied gown.
So, master, if ever I said loose-bodied gown, sew me in the skirts of it and beat me to death with the bottom of brown thread. I said a gown.
Proceed.
With a small compass cape.
I confess the cape.
With a trunk sleeve.
I confess 2 sleeves.
The sleeves curiously cut.
Aye. There,
There's the villainy.
Aye, there's the villainy.
Curiously cut.
Aye, I commanded the sleeve should be cut out and sewed up again.
And I had thee in the place where thou shouldst know it.
Oh, well, sir, in brief, thy gown is not for me. Go take it up into thy master's use.
Oh.
But stay, Petruchio.
Tailor, I'll pay thee for thy gown tomorrow.
Thank thee, sire.
Come, my Kate. We will unto your fathers, even in these honest, mean habiliments. Our purses shall be proud, our garments poor. For 'tis the mind that makes the body rich. What, is the jay more precious than the lark because his feathers are more beautiful? Oh, no, good Kate. We will henceforth to feast and sport us at thy father's house. Grumio.
Aye, sir.
Go call my men. Let us straight to him.
Aye, sir.
Let's see. I think it is now some 7 o'clock. And well, we may come there by dinner time.
I dare assure you, sir, 'tis almost 2, and 'twill be supper time ere you come there.
It shall be 7 ere I go to horse. Look, what I speak or do or think to do, you are still crossing it. It shall be what o'clock I say it is. Oh, come on, in God's name, once more toward your fathers. Good Lord, how bright and goodly shines the moon.
The moon? The sun? It is not moonlight now.
I say it is the moon that shines so bright.
I know it is the sun that shines so bright.
Now, by my mother's son, it shall be moon or star or what I list or ere I journey to your father's house. Go on, fetch our horses back again. Ever more crossed and crossed. Nothing but cross.
Forward, I pray, since we have come so far. And be it moon or sun or what you please. And if you please to call it a rush candle, henceforth I vow it shall be so for me.
I say it is the moon.
I know it is the moon.
Nay, then you lie. It is the blessed sun.
Then God be blessed. It is the blessed sun. But sun it is not when you say it is not. And the moon changes even as your mind. What you will have it named, even that it is. And so it shall be so for Catherine.
Well, forward. Forward.
As they ride on along their dusty way in the bright, clear Italian sun, they perceive a traveler coming along a side road. And at once a wild light leaps into Petruchio's eyes, and he spurs the horses forward so that they will meet at the crossroads. You wondered of what purpose of bedeviling Catherine he would put this innocent fellow traveler, who seems, as he rides, a substantial citizen, an elderly man of some position in the world, a great merchant, perhaps, or a dignitary of state, but certainly a great gentleman.
Good morrow, gentle mistress. Where away?
Sir?
Tell me, sweet Kate, and tell me truly now, hast thou beheld a fresher gentle-woman? Sweet Kate, embrace her for her beauty's sake.
Sir?
Young, budding virgin, fair and fresh and sweet. Whither away, or where is thy abode?
Madam.
Why, how now, Kate? I hope thou art not mad. Why, this is a man. Old, wrinkled, faded, withered, and not a maiden, as thou sayest he is.
Oh, pardon, old father, my mistaking eyes, that have been so bedazzled with the,
Sun.
Sun. Now I perceive thou art a reverend father. Pardon, I pray thee, for my mad mistaking.
Do, good old grandsire, and withal make known which way thou travellest. If along with us, we shall be joyful of thy company.
Fair sir, and you, my merry mistress, that with your strange encounter much amaze me. My name is called Vincentio, my dwelling Pisa, and bound am I to Padua, there to visit a son of mine, which long I have not seen.
What is his name?
Lucentio, gentle sir.
So this gentleman met on the road is the father of Lucentio, that pretended Latin master, who is now the husband of Bianca. And now we see the strands of this masquerade pulled closer together. Now our travelers are in the streets of the city, right in front of Catherine's old home. We know that Catherine obeys her husband, but has her spirit been really tamed? I wonder.
Husband, why wait we here? Shall we not go in?
First, kiss me, Kate, and we will.
What? In the midst of the street?
What, are thou ashamed of me?
Oh, no, sir, God forbid. But ashamed to kiss.
Why, then, let's home again. Come, sir, let's away.
Nay, I will give thee a kiss. Ah, now, pray thee, love, stay.
It's not this well, Catherine. Come, my sweet Kate. Better once than never, for never too late.
which was postponed on Petruchio's wedding day has now taken place. A triple festival for 3 marriages. Petruchio and Catherine, Lucentio and the pretty Bianca, and even Hortensio, one of the disappointed suitors, has consoled himself with a most ungallant promptness by marrying a wealthy widow. Only the other suitor, the wheezing Gremio, reconciled himself to being perpetually a bachelor. It is a cheerful moment when men, having eaten and drunk together, are prone to make bets about the superior virtues of the wives whom they have honored with marriage. The virtue they are discussing now is obedience, and Petruchio has not yet convinced the others that he has actually tamed the shrew. Least of all has he convinced the father of the shrew.
Now, in good sadness, son Petruchio, I think thou hast the veriest shrew of all.
Well, I say no. Let's each one send unto his wife, and he whose wife is most obedient cometh first when he doth send for her, shall win the wager which we will propose.
Content. What is the wager?
20 crowns.
20 crowns? Why, I'll venture so much of my hawk, a hound, for 20 times so much upon my wife.
100 then.
Consent.
A match. 'Tis done.
Who shall begin?
That will I. Grumio, go bid Mistress Bianca come to me.
I go.
Son, I'll be your half. Bianca comes.
I'll have no halves. I'll bear it all myself.
Sir.
How now? What news?
Sir, your mistress sends you word that she is busy and cannot come.
How? She's busy and she cannot come? Is that an answer?
Aye, and a kind one, too. Great God, sir, your wife send you not a worse.
I hope for better. Now you, Hortensio.
Grumio, go and entreat my wife to come to me forthwith.
Hortensio, entreat her. Nay, then she must needs come.
I'm afraid, sir, do what you can. Yours will not be entreated.
Sir?
Now, where's my wife?
She says you have some goodly jest in hand. She will not come. She bids you come to her.
Oh, worse and worse. You will not come. Oh, vile, intolerable, not to be endured. Sarah Grumio,
Aye, sir?
go to your mistress. Say I command her to come to me.
Aye.
I know her answer.
What?
She will not.
The foul of fortune mine, and there an end.
Now, by me, holiday, here comes Katerina.
What is your will, sir, that you send for me?
Where's your sister and Hortensio's wife?
They sit conferring by the parlor fire.
Well, go, fetch them hither. If they deny to come, swinge me them soundly forth into their husbands. Away, I say, and bring them hither straight.
Here is a wonder, if you talk of a wonder.
And so it is. I wonder what it bodes.
Marry, peace it bodes, and love, and quiet life, and awful rule, and right supremacy, and to be short, what not that's sweet and happy.
Now, fair befall thee, good Petruchio. The wager thou hast won, and I will add unto their losses 20,000 crowns. Another dowry to another daughter, for she's changed as though she'd never been.
Nay, father, I will win my wager better yet, and show more sign of her obedience, her new-built virtue and obedience. See where she comes and brings your froward wives as prisoners to her womanly persuasion.
My lord?
Catherine, that cap of yours becomes you not. Off with that bauble. Throw it underfoot.
Lord, let me never have a cause to sigh till I be brought to such a silly pass.
Hi, what a foolish duty call you this.
I would your duty were as foolish, too. The wisdom of your duty, fair Bianca, hath cost me 100 crowns in supper time.
The more fool you for lying on my duty.
Catherine, I charge thee, tell these headstrong women what duty they do owe their lords and husbands.
Come, you're mocking. We'll have no telling.
Come on, I say, and first begin with Hortensio's wife.
She shall not.
I say she shall, and first begin with her.
Fie. Unknit that threatening, unkind brow, and dart not scornful glances from those eyes to wound thy lord, thy king, thy governor. Thy husband is thy lord, thy life, thy keeper.
Bravo!
Thy head, thy
Bravo!
sovereign. One that cares for thee and for thy maintenance, commits his body to painful labor both by sea and land, to watch the night in storms, the day in cold, whilst thou liest warm at home, secure and safe, and craves no other tribute at thy hands but love, fair looks, and true obedience. Too little payment for so great a debt. Such duty as the subject owes the prince, even such a woman oweth to her husband. And when she is froward, peevish, sullen, sour, and not obedient to his honest will, what is she but a foul contending rebel, and graceless traitor to her loving lord? I am ashamed that women are so simple. Where they should kneel for peace, or seek for rule, supremacy, and sway, when they are bound to serve, love, and obey. But why are our bodies soft and weak and smooth, unapt to toil and trouble in the world, but that our soft conditions and our hearts should well agree with our external parts? Oh, come, you froward and unable worms. My mind hath been as big as one of yours. My heart as great, my reason haply more, to bandy word for word and frown for frown. But now I see our lances are but straws, our strength as weak, our weakness past compare. Then place your hands below your husband's foot, in token of which duty, if he please, my hand is ready. May it do him ease.
Why, there's a wench. Come on and kiss me, Kate.
The applause you hear is coming from Columbia's Music Box Theater in Hollywood. The curtain has just fallen on the final scene of The Taming of the Shrew, and the audience is voicing its approval of the sterling performances they have just witnessed. Starred in this production was Edward G. Robinson as Petruchio. With him was Miss Frida Inniscourt as Catherine, Charles D. Brown as Grumio, Lionel Pape as Baptista, Morris Ankrum as Curtis, Jack Smart as Biondello by courtesy of Universal Pictures, Ernestine de Becker as Bianca, and Conway Turl as the narrator. The Taming of the Shrew was adapted for radio by Gilbert Seldes, the orchestra was conducted by Victor Bay, and the play was directed by Brewster Morgan. Next week, Columbia presents William Shakespeare's tragedy of King Lear, one of the most stirring and powerful dramas in the English language. King Lear will be played by Thomas Mitchell, the same Broadway star who gave a memorable performance as Brutus in Columbia's production of Julius Caesar. Cordelia, daughter of King Lear, will be played by Margot. The play was especially adapted for radio by Archibald MacLeish, America's Pulitzer Prize poet and author of The Fall of the City, one of radio's outstanding dramas. Remember the date, next Monday night, same time, same stations. Thomas Mitchell and Margot with a stellar supporting cast in Columbia's production of King Lear. Mr. Robinson appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures Incorporated and is about to begin his new picture, Let Me Live, for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Miss Inniscourt is starting work on her new picture, Portia on Trial, for Republic Studios. This has been another presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.